Yo, what's going on, everybody? Uh, yeah, so I was gone for a few days because I have epididymitis, which might be from an infection. Basically, it's just a thing that makes your balls hurt like fucking crazy. And that's also why I was feeling sick that last day. So that's why I was gone for a few days. My left testicle in particular was hurting like fucking crazy. But now I am back. And I've also got some wonderful news. I'm getting a divorce. So Jasmine's already moved out. She basically finished moving out today. So, you know.
This is pretty wild.
Let me see.
Earlier this year, inmates at a Miami prison managed to birth a child without ever even meeting each other face to face. 23-year-old Joanne DePaz and 29-year-old Daisy Link, both imprisoned for separate murder charges, started talking to each other through the air vents before falling in love and eventually wanting kids. Using a makeshift line made out of bedding, they passed Joanne's erectoplasm through the vents, while Daisy used a yeast infection applicator to inseminate herself. Against all odds, the plan worked, and the baby was born healthy. The pair are now in different prisons, while Joanne's mother is raising their baby girl.
There is no help for some people. God damn. Yep, Jasmine and I split up. It was an amicable breakup. We're not like at each other's throats or anything. I could talk a whole lot of fucking shit, dude, about problems that I had with her and crap like that, but there's no point. Like, at the end of the day, you know, we just didn't work as a couple. That's all there really is to it. I'm not really gonna bother going into details about, you know, my issues with her or her issues with me.
What VG you're divorcing Jasmine? Why?
We just don't work as a couple anymore. It's just simple as that. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Way to start the new year, single VG. Happy New Year.
Yes, perfect timing. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. And, oh my god, yes. Turkey Tom just uploaded the Sv3rige video, and it's an hour 33 minutes. Let's watch that first. Oh god, this is gonna be great.
A RuneScape-addicted emo teenager who stabbed his classmates. A vegan conspiracy theorist who starved himself and stared at the sun until he had a mental breakdown. A carnivore who bit into animal carcasses at vegan rallies and ate rotten meat on camera. A serial abuser who started a cult in Romania and stole his girlfriend's passport to keep her from leaving. An attempted murderer who blackmailed a man into throwing acid on his ex-wife and 2-year-old son. It may be hard to believe that these are all the same guy, but they are. His name is Sv3rige, and he is the ultimate internet psychopath.
He is.
Sv3rige's real name is Goatis Langsdale.
No, I didn't see the Sam Hyde video yet. Which Sam Hyde video are you talking about? So I've seen a few pop up that were a bunch of people told me to watch. Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside Trump Hotel, killing one and injured one, more. No way. You gotta be fucking with me, dude. What? Oh my god. This is real. Cybertruck explosion at Trump Las Vegas hotel treated as possible act of terror. Oh my god. The driver pulled into the valet area of the hotel and the vehicle exploded, according to an official. The driver was killed and so far the only casualty from the incident. What do they mean by exploded? Lithium battery explosions are usually just like crazy, like balls of flame. So I don't know what they mean by exploded. That's got to be one of the most retarded terror attacks I think I've ever fucking heard of, if this guy only managed to kill himself. Musk later posted on X, "We have now confirmed that the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and or a bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck and is unrelated to the vehicle itself." When was this? January 1st. This might have been some fucking idiot who was just planning a New Year's celebration. Who knows? Well, there you go. John donates $2. Will Jasmine be staying in Canada or is she going to leave the country? She's staying in Canada. I helped her get a new apartment, so she's... I don't actually know exactly where she's staying, but... she's got a new apartment. Thanks for the donation, John.
Are you going to look for other girls to pound or just become an incel?
Well, if I feel hungry, I'm going to eat. Let's put it that way. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Great to finally say that bastard get what he deserves.
Are you talking about Sv3rige? Well, somebody making a video on him isn't quite justice enough. I want to see him locked up. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2. Now that you're divorced, you should hit up Miss Katie and tried to give her the D, lol. Well, she's married. And not quite my type either, but thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
My scientific brain concluded that your dropping subscriber count is correlating with your ability to attract women. Now that you are divorcing Jasmine, does this mean you will finally fuck men?
No, I don't think I'll be fucking any dudes. So, that's not gonna change. Thanks for the donation though, Nate Sneed-Higger.
Glad to see you are well and sorry for all that you are going through. You have our support. Plenty love.
I need cards so I can make notes for our vacation blog. Hello, how are you today?
Hello, how are you?
What a great day, huh?
Hello.
And I need scotch tape for my bifocals.
I think they call it cello tape.
Cello tape, all right, cello tape. Where's the cello tape? Oh, see, can you see the cello tape? Oh, it's right in front of my nose. Ha. Oh, peekaboo. Look who we gotten in here.
Who's hiding in there with the pretty eyes?
I bet it's not just your eyes that are pretty, am I right?
Oh, Ron, you're frightening her.
Oh, I'm just a nuisance.
What's your name, honey?
Amina.
Amina, what a pretty name for a very pretty pair of eyes. I'm Ronald, this is Pammy, and we are from Badiddly Boing Odo Idaho.
Population 9. Amina, honey, would you mind if I got a picture of you with Ronald?
Sure you would, would you, honey?
Are, wait a
All
moment.
righty. Be a handsome couple.
Oh, you can have them. Say, Amina, honey, you know, I sure could use one of these things first thing in the morning. I look a fright.
Oh, don't listen to Pammy, Amina. She looks as good in a birthday suit today as the day I married her.
Okay, now this is Aisha.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Afifa.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Perhorn.
What a guy.
This is Fatina.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Farida.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Hassan.
What a guy.
This is Jamila.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Jamira.
Isn't she probably
This is
pretty?
Imran.
What a guy.
This is Selena.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Akita.
Isn't she probably pretty?
This is Salma.
What a guy.
What a guy.
Say, Amina, it's been a pleasure meeting you.
It sure hasn't. If you are ever in Badiddly Boy, Odo, Idaho, you be sure.
Honey, I tell you.
Nina.
What show is that from? That's kind of funny. I know some boomers who actually act like that. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Do you hate vegetarians as much as meat eaters?
In some ways, I kind of hate vegetarians more. One thing is, they already know, you know, eating animal products is wrong, but then they still do it. They still eat dairy and eggs, so that's retarded enough. But it's always the vegetarians that are doing this, like, carnist cuckoldry. Anytime you're criticizing a meat eater for eating meat, some fucking random vegetarian will come out and say, "Don't judge people for eating meat. It's their personal choice. I'm vegetarian because I just want to live that way, and I don't judge anybody else for their choices." It's always the fucking vegetarians. Can't fucking stand them. So I might hate vegetarians a little bit more, honestly. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
No, I am taking about Trump.
I don't think anything happened to Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Are you and Jasmine separating? Is this true?
Yep. She's already moved into her new apartment. She still has a little bit of stuff left here. She has her car tires still in the basement. She said she might come back next week to just pick those up, but yeah, we're separated. We still have to apply for the divorce. It's kind of weird and complicated. I might have to get a lawyer to just do it, but it's going to be a non-contested divorce. We don't have any kids. We aren't fighting over money or anything like that. So she's keeping her car and she's paying for it, obviously. She's also taking Finn, Faye, and Bimo. I'm keeping the rabbits and Gummy, obviously. But yeah, it's just a non-contested divorce, so it should be fairly simple. We don't have to, like, all we need really is just a judge to put a stamp on a piece of paper. So it shouldn't be that hard. But yeah, looking online, I see a bunch of weird conflicting things. Like, on one thing, it says that you have to be moved out to even apply. On another thing, it says you don't. And then there's different things telling me I need different paperwork, so I have to figure that out. But yeah, we're officially separated. Thanks for the donation, James.
Last I can recall on a past stream, you said if you were single you would smash Miss Katie if you were and thought she was cute. Now she's not your type?
Well, you know, it's being a bit facetious, but, you know, I don't know if she's really my type. But she's married and stuff, too, so... But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
What does Jasmine do for a living?
I'm not going to tell you because that would make it far too easy to dox her, so I'm not going to say. But she has a job, and she's paying her own damn rent now. But thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
What led to the breakup?
Oh boy. I could go on for hours. Without going into too much detail, the relationship might have just been ultimately doomed. Like, we're kind of just different and not on the same page, and you know, there's a lot of little things. You know, me being depressed for so long played a role. She has things that she does that annoy the fuck out of me. And I think what also really set things off was her being in the meeting with me and the psychiatrist that I was seeing. The psychiatrist told her that I have antisocial personality disorder, specifically narcissism, which I don't agree with that diagnosis. I don't see how I could be a narcissist. But I know that bothered Jasmine, hearing that from the psychiatrist. So there was a lot of little things that added up to it, but like fundamentally, we just didn't work perfectly, and yeah, it just got to a point where we just frustrated each other too much, kind of, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Hames Wade.
Dish, and he was born in Latvia, which we know thanks to the About Me section of his old YouTube page. And when I say old, I mean ancient. His first account was created in 2006, and it really showed since his page was decked out in emo music and aesthetics, which he was heavily into at the time. Imagine having your emo phase documented online.
I act like I'm better than everyone. Well, here's the thing. I am better than everybody. I'm smarter, more handsome, better looking, bigger, taller, stronger. I'm vegan, so I should be able to kill anybody I don't like. So the main reason she told me the main reason she gave me the narcissism diagnosis is because of my callous disregard for human life. I told her about the story of nearly killing that kid when I was in the 4th grade. So, and she asked me some other questions about like what I think about people generally. And that was the main reason she gave me the the narcissism diagnosis. I don't meet all criteria for narcissism, but apparently if you can click off like 3 boxes out of the I don't know how many, that's how you make the diagnosis.
Tried to warn you, bro. My dick is just too tasty. It tends to have that effect on women. Did she show you the pictures in her phone, or did she just finally come out and tell you that I dick her better, bro? Call me Mr. Dick her down, cause I slept that ass.
Alright, well, she's your problem now. Thanks for the donation, ask yourself.
Are you going to look for some friends or roommates to move in with you? Or are you going to live off on your own now on?
Why in the fuck would I want a roommate? No. Yeah, I'm just gonna live on my own. My own. don't see in the foreseeable future allowing anybody to, like, officially move in. Like, you know, if I meet some chick or something, I just don't want to have to deal with the fucking hassle of having some girl go batshit fucking insane on me. And then because of the like rental laws here, I can't just force her to fucking leave. So I don't want to really take any risk like that, where if I end up having a live-in girlfriend, she just goes fucking insane, and then it's impossible to get her out. But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Now that Jasmine is no longer with you, do you think it's possible for her to quit veganism in the near future or far future?
It's possible. I don't have control of her mind, and, you know, I don't think she's the most sensible person, but I don't have any strong reason to think she's gonna quit being vegan anytime soon. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
I could sense that you two needed separate counseling. Will you remain friends? If I had been the psychiatrist, Jasmine would never have been allowed in that meeting. That seemed weird. This separation could be good.
We're not really gonna be friends, so we're not gonna, like, hang out together or anything like that. But we're on friendly terms with each other. So it's not like we're screaming, yelling, fighting constantly. It wasn't a breakup like that. It was, you know, we just fell out of love and then we decided to part ways. So if she needs, like, she still has a bunch of shit left over here. Her summer tires for her car are down in the basement. She said if she has room in her new place in, like, a storage unit, she'll come by and pick those up. So, like, you know, we're not friends, but, you know, we're on good terms. I think I was the one who wanted her to come in and talk to the psychiatrist just so that we had the same information on, like, treatment and stuff like that. But yeah, I know that kind of freaked her out a little bit, the psychiatrist diagnosis, but even without that, we would have still broken up. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Does this mean you can go outside now and go on cool quests and stop being such a pussy-whipped little biatch? No more Jasmine would let me and yeah, Jasmine says I can't play outside with the big dogs and do big dog things. Time to get an STD.
Well, there will be some changes that happen with Jasmine gone. One thing is I can be loud at night, so that's nice. I can also, yeah, I can basically just do whatever I want at any time, so you might see some more late night streams where I'm being loud, and, I might end up streaming at some odd times too, so, you know, I you might see me stream at like 3 in the morning or something, shit like that. So it might change my schedule around a little bit just because I don't have to be considerate to her being able to sleep, crap like that. Otherwise, I don't think too much is going to change. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycam.
Was she paying her fair share while living together? Was she unreasonable with her wishes, house rules, etc.? Are you happy the relationship is over? Did you see this coming for a while? Are you going to fuck some hookers now?
Well, again, that's one of the reasons we broke up. I think she was being completely unreasonable. And she didn't see it that way, so again, just irreconcilable differences. So, I don't want to get into any big details because it's whatever, you know. I don't want to be one of those people who talk shit like crazy about their ex and badmouths them. It's just, you know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna fuck any hookers, though. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
AW man, not Prismo. I'm going to miss him wiggling on your lap.
Well, he died a while ago, so I don't know why you're bringing him up now, but I've got Gum Gum. I don't know what he's up to. He might still be upstairs. He likes poking at the rabbits. But I've got Gum Gum now. And Gum Gum is a sweetie, and I love him. This is my Gum Gum. Do you guys see this? This is Gum Gum. Gum Gum is my retarded adopted son, and I love him. Look at his paws. He's so big and handsome. There's my Gum Gum. He sits with me on my lap sometimes when I'm streaming. He's a really good Gum Gum. There he is working out with me. He loves to lift weights with me because he's a good kitty. There he is sleeping on his little kitty bed in the basement. Look at his paws. Oh my goodness. There he is on my bed. That's his cat butt. There he is helping himself to my lettuce. There he is lying down on my desk. There he is just chilling with Finn on my bed. There he is again on my bed. He's a really nice kitty. He is such a good kitty. Well, thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Dodo donated $2. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not recall giving you permission to take 3 days off. Because of that, I have to put you on overtime this week, bud. Also, what happened with Jasmine? What do you mean, Jasmine gone what? I had to take 3 days off because I was in severe pain. I got epididymitis. You can look up what that is, but it was making my balls hurt like crazy. So that's why I took 3 days off. It's actually still hurting. But, and Jasmine and I are separating. She's already moved out. She's in the new apartment right now. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Happy fappingly good year, VG.
Yep. Hopefully, 2025, there's a new pandemic disease that kills millions and millions and millions of people. Hopefully it particularly affects boomers and the Chinese. And, you know, we can get rid of all the horrible, sick, evil boomers that are hogging up all the real estate. So, yeah, who knows if it'll be bird flu or swine flu or some new version of COVID, but looking forward to a new pandemic disease. Thanks for the donation, Master Fap.
Now here's for the $1 million question. Who gets who? Who gets Bimo? Who gets Gum Gum? Who gets Finn? Who gets Faye? Who gets Chicken? Etc. Happy New Year, BTW.
So I'm keeping Gummy. And I'm also keeping the rabbits. So Chicken and Chungus. The reason she isn't taking the rabbits is because she doesn't have enough space in her new apartment, so I'm keeping him. She's keeping Finn, Faye, and BMO. The reason she's keeping them is because she's basically their mom. So, she's their favorite human. Gummy's... Yeah, I'm Gummy's favorite human, so that's basically how we decided on that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. 21st Savage, $20, lol, N-word, you're getting divorced. Who didn't see that coming? You making a video about it? I don't think I'm gonna bother making a video about it. People can just ask me on stream. And word gets around. I think I'll just mention it on stream. I told you a while ago this would happen. She clearly can't stand you and she avoids you at all costs. She's never in your stream. She probably never wanted sex. Okay, well, thanks. I'll come to you for relationship advice. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
I meant Finn. Not Finn. I'm going to miss Finn on your lap.
Yeah, Finn was a good boy. He was a special, pooty little, dum-dum. But, it's best for Finn. When Jasmine's at work, Finn just waits by the door pretty much all day for Jasmine. And then sometimes when he gets bored, he just comes out and hangs out with me. Either in bed or when I'm in the basement working out or something. So, yeah. Finn loves Jasmine more than me, so it only makes sense for Finn to go with Jasmine. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Nice try.
How long were you two married? This may sound counterintuitive, but you two may reconcile after this separation. You two are more alike than you think. Is Jasmine getting serious about resistance training? Also, Frank has a new vid.
Oh, shit. I think we were married for 7 years. Yeah, I think it was 7. Maybe longer. No. When did we get married? How old am I? Might be 8 years, actually. So yeah, it's 7 or 8 years. Yeah, I don't see us ever getting back together. It's just not happening. Like, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it because I'm not stupid. Like, I'm not going down that road again. It's just no. Again, I'm not going to get into any details of why we broke up, but yeah, no. It's not happening. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it because I have enough sense to just not go down that whole fucking route again. And no, Jasmine didn't really get back into resistance training. Let's see, Frank Tufano new vid. Okay, we can watch this next. Thanks for the donation, James.
Sending heaps of love during what can only be a challenging time.
Well, I appreciate that. The breakup isn't challenging. What's challenging right now is my left testicle. My left testicle hurts like fucking crazy. And, Yeah, the closest hospital here is garbage. There's literally only one doctor and two fucking nurses on staff, and I was waiting in the hospital for 6 fucking hours. And then, because I had to wait so long, all the people who did imaging fucking left and went to bed. And then they scheduled me in for another appointment the next fucking day. And then because I was in so much pain and couldn't sleep, I ended up passing out, by morning. And I missed my fucking appointment, and I don't want to have to fucking go back and do the whole stupid thing over again. So, yeah, I'm just in a lot of fucking pain in my left nut. That's really the only difficult thing about this. But thanks for the donation, James.
Has Jane Michaels slid into your DMs yet?
Funny you mention that. She actually just started doing live streams on her channel again. And she is now married and not vegan anymore. Because she's a dumb bitch. So apparently she had issues with eating enough calories, and she decided to start eating lamb. She's also fucking crazy. She went on this insanely long rant about numerology. So yeah, that ain't happening. Thanks for the donation, Vladimir Putin.
I'm a little worried you'll spiral out of control on your own. As annoying and unreasonable Jasmine may have seemed to you and us, I think she may have really kept you somewhat grounded. Would this assessment be correct?
Well, that may have been true back when I had really bad depression. Right now, my mental health is pretty damn good, so I don't think that's really going to be an issue. So, yeah, I'm not really worried about that. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
Please react, Tara. I'll donate an extra $25 if you make it at least halfway through the video.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, we'll react to that later. I want to get through the Frank vid, and then the Sv3rige vid, and then we'll watch this next. Fuck. Thanks for the donation, Nate. 21st Savage, donate $2. The problem is that you were never spiritual enough. Name a single person who didn't see this coming. Clown, you feel like you wasted 9 years there. When is the divorce?
Mental in that kind of...
Uh-huh, that's great. Well, here's the thing. Again, without getting into any details, I'm not even gonna fucking say anything. Whatever. It just didn't work, okay? I know I did my best. So, whatever. And no, I don't feel like I wasted my time. Look, she was my first girlfriend. First person I fell in love with. I had, a few good years with her, and there's a lot of weird things that ended up happening that were extremely good for me that may not have ever come if I didn't meet Jasmine. So, she may have been the perfect person that I needed at that particular time. I was pretty fucking crazy and unhinged, and my YouTube channel may have been permanently deleted. a long time ago if I wasn't with Jasmine, because she was the one who was pushing me to tone down the content, not say crazy shit, threaten people online. So, you know, I might not have a YouTube channel without Jasmine because she did kind of keep my craziness in check. Moving to Ottawa and finding the mushroom dispensary that cured my depression, that probably never would have happened without Jasmine. So there's a lot of things that were really beneficial that, you know, so I don't feel like, oh, I wasted, you know, like 9 years of my life or something. Like, no. It was a good relationship, it ran its course, and I'm moving on.
You've had a better time than me and Olu. We were wrestling with my homies, then the popo pull us over.
Take a look at me. I'm a specimen right here, buddy.
I'm in no threat.
You're gonna get your ass whooped in front of Lord and all creation. I'm gonna give you one more chance.
I'm being threatened.
You can bring that with you. I'll let you film the whole thing.
I'm being threatened
No,
right now.
I'm giving you a
I
chance.
am not doing anything.
That is fucked. Holy shit, this cop is unhinged.
I feel
I'm giving you a
unsafe.
chance.
I feel unsafe, and I'm in no threat to these 3 officers. My hands are up. I am doing nothing wrong to provoke anybody or anything. Making sure this is all recorded. I've just been threatened by
You can take
a
your
lawful
phone with you.
officer. I have just been threatened by a law officer as 2 other officers stand by.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get out of the car either if a fucking cop was talking to me like that.
And say absolutely nothing. Willing to participate. My passenger door was open. My driver door was open. I have it on camera. He rolled my window down to do so.
I'm giving you to the count of 3.
Sir, this is
giving
all
you-
on camera. I am not
Sure,
resisting. I'm
that's
making sure
fine.
it is being known. I am not
Yeah.
resisting.
Okay.
My hands are up. One hand on this camera.
Well, come on,
My
then.
seatbelt is being arrested.
As long as your hand.
Jesus, that cop is unhinged.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a battle royal match, and the winner will be the Mukano Universal Champion. The winner of this match will stay as the last man standing.
So this is what black people do for fun. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Dodo donated $2. How do you feel? Are you depressed again? Or you feel okay? Because I remember you saying how you would kill yourself if you didn't have Jasmine and stuff. Are you good mentally? Also, do you want another relationship or are you just going to chill for a while? I feel fine. I feel good about the breakup. I'm happy it's happening. Again, the relationship has run its course, and I am in a much better position in a number of ways with Jasmine gone and having a job and paying for her own fucking bills. So, more money, more free time, more bitches if I want more bitches. I'm not going to run out and seek a relationship, but, you know, if there's a girl I'm interested in, I'll talk to her and then see how it goes. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If I killed Sv3rige and made jerky out of his flesh, would you try it?
No, I feel like Sv3rige might have a disease or something. I wouldn't want to risk getting hepatitis. So, yeah, and he eats, like, a lot of meat and crap. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of toxic shit in his body, like high amounts of lead, cadmium, heavy metals, so I wouldn't do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Hello VG, I've always been a big fan of you even though you are black. I hope you're not too broken-hearted. Happy New Year, you absolute fucking big black-ass balrog. Jasmine is severely autistic and also a tranny. You can do better, my nigga, keep up the gains.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps. Dodo donated $2. Give me more detail if you feel like it. I'm curious why you guys broke up exactly. Was it like a long time coming, or like one or two events that happened that caused it? Do you feel like she wasn't contributing to the relationship? Again, I'm not going to give you any details, but it was kind of a long thing coming. You know, cracks just started forming, and then, you know, we just decided to separate. But, you know, all I can say is I tried my best. I don't know if you can say the same for her, but I tried my best. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Pacific North Vegan donated $2. Would you consider the Portland, Oregon area to live in? Not really anymore, no. It's kind of becoming a shithole. They may be left-leaning, but there's a strong vegan scene, and it's... you can have some high-quality debates in person. That would be great for YouTube. Yeah, I don't see myself moving to Portland. Portland used to be cool, but now it's kind of turning into California. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
I hope these $3 pay for at least one sex worker rebound blowjob. Personally, I think you are splitting up because she couldn't handle that throbbing flesh Pringles can between your legs. Whoever fucks her next is going to fall into the stretched abyss.
Yes, that's basically what happened. Thanks for the donation, the actual truth of VG. Lily donated $2. My friend from New Orleans sent me this. Have you seen it? Oh yeah, the New Orleans. Oh my god. You're an asshole. Fuck you. Oh, Jesus. That's great. You got me.
Well, ain't it about time? I knew shit was off. You going on those sexually frustrated tangents, yapping about how marriage is useless. All while being a cucked married man, odd dichotomy. Also, she called you the N-word, and you let that slide. L goofy.
Well, I like being called the N-word. It turns me on. She actually wouldn't call me the N-word when we were having sex. She said it made her feel uncomfortable, which was disappointing, but well, I've always thought marriage is stupid. The only reason we got married was because that was the easiest way to get her, like, permanent status here. So without her getting married, we probably wouldn't have been able to keep up the relationship. But yeah, marriage is stupid. I'm not going to bother doing that ever again, unless I end up with a girl who makes way more money than I do. Just no way. So if I end up getting involved with some foreign chick again, like, unless she's making a lot of money, I'm never marrying again to maintain, you know, a relationship with somebody who doesn't have, like, Canadian citizenship or whatever. But thanks for the donation, Prehistoric Vegetation.
What happened to your left testicle? I'm feeling anxious after hearing you and Jasmine broke up. Are you gonna stay in the house? Are you and Jasmine on amicable terms or gonna stay in touch at all? We love you, VG.
Well, yeah, it was an amicable breakup. So we're still in contact. Wouldn't exactly call us friends, but we're on friendly terms. And I have epididymitis in my left testicle. At least that's what it probably is. I've had it before, and I'm getting like the same symptoms and shit. So, but yeah, I'm staying here. So I'm not moving. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy Gum.
Lol. Who do you think is going to make a video about your divorce and think it's veganism's fault? Definitely Vince Goodrum is one of them. Happy New Year, VG.
I don't know if anybody's gonna blame it on veganism, but yeah, I'm sure Vince Goodrum's gonna make a video, talk shit. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Almajdulil alhamdulillah. Hazza. Hazza. The king is dead, long live the king. I see big things for you now that you are free from your Jasmine bonds. Rupert going also watch this.
Nothing. You serve zero purpose.
I think I might hate Gypsy Crusader more than Low Tier God. Thanks for the donation, though. Thanks, Toka.
Hey VG, Happy New Year. Sorry to hear about Jasmine and your balls. What would you recommend to someone who is trying to grow a beard? Do you recommend beard growing kits?
What in the fuck? I didn't know anybody would use a derma roller on their face. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't think I'd use a derma roller on my face. Like, it actually scratches the shit out of your skin. That might not be something you want to use on your face. Like, on your scalp, it doesn't really matter, but I don't think I'd use that on my face. Yeah, and this beard growth oil thing is just bullshit. This literally does nothing. You might want to use topical minoxidil for hair growth, like on your face, beard, but this thing's a scam. Thanks for the donation, though, Indo Vegan.
Let me really go off the leash. Subconsciously, you two may miss each other than either one of you suspect. Also, I saw those old pics where Jasmine was slimmer. If she slims down, it may actually rekindle sparks.
No, I don't see that happening. She has lost a lot of weight. Like, yeah, she got pretty fat at one point, but she did lose a lot of weight. But like, I mean, I still find her physically attractive. Like, I do want to sniff her ass and stuff, but yeah, no. I'm not... Even if I wanted to, I'm just not going to go through any of that crap again, okay? Like, I don't hate her or anything, but she is the way she is, and the way she is just does not work with me. It's as simple as that. Thanks for the donation, James. Dodo donated $2. Don't worry. Brian Johnson has been single for years. Look at him. He's fine. You got this. Also, are you going to give us more details over time or what? Because, you know, we are your family and you can tell us and we kind of want to know. I mean, you are very open usually. I I don't really want to talk about specific details of why we broke up because of a number of reasons. Like, for one thing, I don't think it's in good taste to talk about personal shit like that about another person you've been with for like 10 years. It's just sort of distasteful. On top of that, if I start talking shit about her and listing off all the things that I think she did that I didn't like, she could maybe end up doing the same thing with me, and I don't know if my reputation could possibly be harmed at this point, but who knows? It just opens the door for her to talk a bunch of shit about me, and then, I don't know. I don't think I really ever did anything that was, like, she has her own perspective, right? Like, I don't know if she's going to come out and say, like, some of the most crazy, stupid, unhinged shit that never fucking happened just because she's delusional and she has her own delusional perspective on what happened. Like, I never did anything, like, crazy fucked up. Like, I never forced her to have sex or anything, but, like, who knows, right? If I say something about her that she doesn't like, her warped, delusional woman brain might think, like, oh, he abused me every single day, and, like, I don't want anything like that being said publicly about me. Even if it's not true, even if I'm able to, like, prove it's not true, who knows what could happen. I don't want shit like that coming out. I also don't want anyone I might have a future relationship with going back and seeing all the shit I said about, you know, an ex online being a public figure, right? So if I just start listing off, she did this, she's a bitch, like, anybody I'm going to have a future relationship with is going to think, should I get into a relationship with this guy where if we have a bad breakup, he's going to, like, ruin my reputation? So I don't want to go down that whole route. So it just didn't work out. We had our differences, you know, that's all you really need to know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. James donated $2. Have Pidgeets ever slid into your DM?
Hello, darling. How are you? I am good. Thanks for asking. Very nice collection of pics you have. You are so beautiful. Manish Kumar, belonging to India. I am wanting friendships with you. Maybe we can chat on Skype and build ignoring, baby. Please reply me, darling. I miss.
I've never personally had Pidgeets slide into my DM. Thanks for the donation though, James.
For everybody watching, remember, no matter what your New Year's is, Israel is committing a genocide and countless war crimes against humanity. We must hold every single CO accountable even harder. Fuck a New Year's resolution, and fuck Israel. Free Palestine.
Well, everyone knows you're a dumb bitch and nobody cares. Thanks for the donation though, Jessica. Dodo donated $2. Someone in chat said Jasmine has a new partner. What the fuck is that? True already? As far as I know, nope. I don't know how that would really even be possible right now, given how things happened. So, no. So she was cheating on you? No. Who really pushed the breakup to happen, by the way? More so you or her? Were you letting her date someone for a while? No. If she had been cheating on me or dating somebody, I would have literally kicked her out of the fucking house. Like, I would say, yeah, you can go live with whoever that thing is. But no, she wasn't cheating on me. It was sort of a mutual breakup. She's the one who brought it up first, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Can you please fuck some hot OnlyFans chick now that you are divorced? Thank goodness you divorced Bill Gates. My gooner tendencies want to see you fuck multiple prime 18-year-old vegans dressed as anime girls. I'll make you an OnlyFans millionaire.
Well, we'll see what happens. I don't know who I'm gonna meet, who I'm gonna be interested in, but we'll see what happens. Who the fuck knows? Thanks for the donation, Go Tanks. Nicholas donated $2. Hey dude, that's my vegan girl. She brought me your hoodie for Christmas and she's wearing it here. Well, she's pretty. And also based, wearing the Vegan Gains hoodie. Well, thanks for the donation, Nicholas.
Rich, he bought her a house and paid all her bills and she still wouldn't do anal. That is the reason. End of story, guys. It's obvious.
Well, I didn't buy this house, I'm renting, but... sure. Thanks for the donation, Cam. Dodo donated $2. To be honest, you know what I'm realizing? As you're talking about Portland becoming a shithole, you get that perception simply from videos online of Antifa and shit. No, it's not Antifa. I don't have a problem with Antifa generally. Some of them are fucking crazy, but usually they're actually not wrong with the shit they do. Like, I saw Antifa members basically working as security at, what was it? Those drag shows? So, like, a lot of what they do isn't dumb or bad. Like, so I don't have an issue with Antifa. But no, Portland is becoming a shithole just because of the insane homelessness, dumb, soft on crime laws. You know, all of these liberal states, like, it is true, they are soft on crime, and it's resulted in just tons and tons of repeat offenders, crack addicts fucking everywhere. You know, people just basically being jackasses. And yeah, just a lot of these good neighborhoods are just becoming shitholes. But imagine if the city spent $500 million per year to market Portland as amazing city, perception is money and everything. You can do all the marketing you want. It's not going to get rid of the fucking homeless people shitting everywhere. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Ding dong. Huh? Who is this at Gig's Swamp? Jasmine? You need a place to rest your head? Don't worry girl, you safe with Gig. Gig gonna take real good care of Jasmine. Jasmine and Gig eating mud in the swamp. Sorry VG, I hope we can still be friends.
Well, Gig, I don't really want to go to your swamp. There's too many mosquitoes, but if you ever want to hang out, feel free. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
Hey VG, it's me. I know we're breaking up and all, but you really did a number on my pussy. The doctors say it's broken beyond repair and that I should probably put it on Airbnb as a 4-bedroom because your cock stretched it so badly. I can't fuck Asians.
Well, there's a reason why they say once you go black, you don't go back. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine Games. Chris Hatch, Bend, Oregon, donated $2. Was the judge right?
Wait, he did what? September 4th, 2024, officers were dispatched to a possession of marijuana investigation at 100 Hollows Tree Lane in Harris County, Texas. Officer was informed defendant crossed unauthorized crossing point from convenience store to apartment complex. Officer observed strong odor of marijuana.
Wait. He did what?
It says he crossed.
That reeks of a pretextual stop.
Unauthorized crossing point, so I guess he crossed the street.
Is he jaywalking?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. And then
walking while black.
Yep.
It says a piece.
By the way, this is being proved with research. Black people get like ticketed and targeted for jaywalking something like 4 times as much as white people. And there's a few interesting reasons for this, and it's not just simply racism. Obviously, racism is a big component, which is why it's 4 times higher. But there's also interesting, what is it? It's like the areas in which black people live. There are fewer, there are fewer sidewalks. There are fewer, like, actual working stoplights and shit. And they live in neighborhoods where you basically have to jaywalk in order to cross the street. So cops will go to these black neighborhoods, target black people in areas where you are more likely to need to jaywalk. So this is a fucking pretextual stop. They're just so fucking horseshit.
The search was conducted, and the officer observed a large sack of marijuana.
I don't think so. He's walking while black. I don't think so. I'm gonna find no probable cause.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Blake, be careful, man. You know, the world is against you. Don't let him be. Do something with your life. You know what I mean? The more you just, come on, man. All right, I'm gonna have you just take a seat and back, all right?
Yeah, that judge is based. There needs to be more judges like that. But yeah, that just reeks of a bullshit pretextual fucking stop. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
Just tuned in and heard you broke up. Sorry to hear that, but I assume it's for the best. How will Jake be handled?
Jasmine's keeping Jake. So she's keeping Jake. She's also keeping Finn, Faye, and BMO. But I'm keeping Gummy, the kitty, and Chicken and Chungus, the rabbits. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
I think I had that ball thing too for a while. Was worried I had cancer cause there is a small lump on my right nut. A urologist did an ultrasound and touched my sac and said it's fine and that I just had inflammation in the epididymis.
Yeah. What I have right now is probably epididymitis, but it hurts way more than it did before. It's a constant, annoying, frustrating pain. Thanks for the donation, though, David.
If you were attracted to a girl and then found out after dating her that she was trans, would you still consider dating her?
Yeah, it's not like I really care. I'm also, like, super into anal, so that's a bonus. And I also don't want kids. So the only thing that would maybe ruin it is, like, penis, but I don't know how much that would bother me exactly. But thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
I think your psychiatrist was just retarded. You don't suffer from narcissism, you just have sociopathy, like me myself most likely.
Yeah, chances are. I thought the narcissism diagnosis was a little weird. Thanks for the donation, Sokiashi. Dodo donate $2. Is Jasmine's new boyfriend black and vegan? She does not have a new boyfriend. And do you think Jasmine will stop being vegan? I don't think so. Is she gonna go back to Belgium? Again, I don't think so. You may not want to talk about the details of breakup, but to be honest, this whole stream is going to end up being about it, and you're probably going to leak detail. No. Again, all I'm saying is we just had our differences and we separated. Like, that's all there really is to it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. W donated $2. Can't wait for you to get a hot new girlfriend. Jasmine used to be cute, but let herself go. Try not to cry.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Aw, little Prismo. Look at him. I got him when he was such a little guy. Then he became this big, gigantic son of a bitch.
He just wants to eat.
Oh, yeah, just wants to eat the grass. That's how you know you got a vegan cat. Tries to be a cow.
Aw, look at my little Prismo. I love kitties so much. Kitties are the best. I think in this video he was playing with Finn in the back.
Yellow 100s.
Yeah, there's Finn.
We just call these the dupe 100s. They're the 2020 model. It's some so those are a tri-strap as opposed to
Look at
the
Finn,
toe
so
buckle.
poofy.
She can't really use tri-skates yet.
Look at this Prismo. Hmm? Oh.
I like to glow in the dark wheel. Play with your sock. He likes the big, soft, fluffy ones.
Oh, we don't use these anyway.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. Oh.
Oh.
Prismo is such a sweet boy. Thanks for the donation, W. Riley donated $2. So sorry to hear that, VG. Guys, it's VG business for him, so sought the fact that he is willing to keep his private stuff private, not talk shit, shows he is much better than most people who complain and bitch. You're doing the right thing, VG. Sorry, though. It's not a big deal, dude. I'm glad we're breaking up, so thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
At least you can find someone who does anal now, nigga. Big ups for you, Blackie Burgess.
Yeah, that is one benefit. Thanks for the donation, the ghost that never lies.
Sorry about your relationship and your testicle. You will honestly achieve higher levels of success as a lone wolf. The fact that Frank Tufano is mutilating his face while profiting from slavery is some kind of weird irony. Fuck bitches get money TBH.
Yeah, yeah, like, it's, you know, it is, whatever. There's two big things that I'm really looking forward to. Not having to, just having complete freedom, not having to alter, you know, anything I do during the day because, you know, somebody needs to sleep at a certain time, you know, crap like that, and not having to, you know, just give money to somebody for no real reason. But thanks for the donation, Cowboy Bebop. Richard's son donated $2. Is Jazz carnivore or carnist? Do you suspect she will? No, she is still vegan, and I don't think she's going to go on the carnivore diet. Also, did you already react to Destiny debate on the health CEO murder he did recently? No, I don't think I did. Not sure if we'll react to that this stream, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Richard's son. Death of Rabbit donated $2. You asshole, you talk about not wanting to say anything bad about Jasmine, so she won't say anything bad about you. It's not about her feelings, it's about yourself. It's always about yourself, and you say that you won't say bad things about her, but do it. I didn't say anything bad about her. Thanks for the donation, the Death of Rabbit.
How many times a day did you beat her ass?
Yeah, I never beat her ass. But thanks for the donation, Austin.
Can you please fuck Lauren Southern and my ex-wife while I sit in a corner and watch? Thanks.
Sure, if they agree to it. Thanks for the donation, Destiny. Mizuki, don't need to learn Happy New Year. Rank these 5 religions from the most to least dangerous to world peace. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism. Least dangerous to world peace. I don't know if you made a typo. Do you mean most dangerous to world peace? I'll go from most dangerous to least dangerous. Islam is definitely the most dangerous. Then I would probably say... Let's see. Probably then Christianity. Actually, no. I would say from most dangerous to least dangerous, it would probably be Islam. Maybe Judaism, then Christianity. You could probably swap those two out. And then Buddhism, then Hinduism. Thanks for the donation, Mizuki. Lifting Vegan Dicky donated $2. Do you think Danny Ishay lifting vegan logic looks like the rapper Lil Dicky Dave Bird, but vegan and ethically ambiguous? No. I don't think he really looks anything like Dave Bird. Thanks for the donation, Lifting Vegan Dicky. Laser Dim donate $2. I could sense at least for last year she wasn't letting you fuck for real. My heart goes out to you, twin. Shit happens, dog. Nigga needs a bit to get his rocks off. Like she wasn't letting you fuck her throat, bro. Go find you a chick who will match you, freak. Alright, well, thanks for the advice, Laser. Appreciate the donation. Fuzz donate $2. Does your ASPD or depression make you not care about the divorce? Is this Joey trying to scam his audience? Is this sus at all? Probably. I'll react to that in a bit. My antisocial personality disorder might make me not really feel heartbroken or anything about the breakup. I'm not depressed, though. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz. Do you know what perfect pitch? Donated $2. Do you know what perfect pitch is? Please, can you define it? No, I don't know what perfect pitch is. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Been watching you for years and was also just broken up with recently. Feels good to not be alone in this. Wishing you all the best.
Well, that's what happens, man. Relationships just end. It's not a big deal. Plenty of other bitches. Thanks for the donation, though, Skylar Ford.
My sister-in-law got me the Ninja Creamy for Christmas. I made this today from this video. Vegan of course. Had the ice cream as my post-workout. Definitely encourage you to get one yourself.
Oh, guys, this is straight brown. This whole thing's only 300 calories. Yeah, that's crazy.
We got another episode of the Protein Ice Cream Chronicles. We got the Cosmic Brownie Protein Ice Cream. This whole pint's less than 300 calories, 42 grams of protein. Unbelievable. So first we're going to add all our ingredients into our pint. I'm going with 4 different layers of chocolate flavor to really get that dense brownie flavor. Take your small hand blender, blend till smooth. Add your pint to the freezer till frozen. Once frozen, add to your creamy and use the ice cream function. I only ran it through once to get it like this, but you might have to run it through one more time. But the moral of the story is you got Cosmic Brownie Protein Ice Cream.
I might get that. What I really want is the Ninja Slushy. That thing looks awesome. So I definitely want to get the Ninja Slushy. I might get the Creamy. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
如果有一天俄罗斯顶不住了怎么办？假设俄罗斯被美国打垮了，国家崩溃，发生2次解体，分裂成几十个小国家，大家知道会发生什么吗？不出2年，在我们北方新独立的那些小国家都会被美国驻军，从东北到西北，我们整个北斯发生了那。
Well, yeah, there's a realistic prospect that China is going to take over parts of Russia, including Siberia. Russia is so, like, corrupt, inept. They have a lot of natural resources that they could make money from, but they don't, because they just can't afford to, like, drill more. Kindergarten class calls for the end of Israel as they eat snackies and sip their juice. Their leader is a little girl with her hair and pigtails. You know, it'd be hilarious if I could go into a kindergarten class and debate these stupid kids, and it's like, from what river to what sea, and they'd obviously have no fucking clue. I could make these kids look so stupid. Well, that's parents indoctrinating their kids. The one link you gave me doesn't work. I don't know how people live here. It's so fucking cold. Fuck that shit. Okay, well, thank you for that, Dodo. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. Dude, this looks like straight up shit. I don't know how the fuck people watch this. That's just terrible. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Versified, donate $2, guys. What the fuck? I literally found Jasmine's new boyfriend, lol. She was tagged in an Insta post. Yeah, I figured that would be the joke. Thanks for the donation, Versified.
So, this gaming site where you buy video games from always had boring content on their social media account. Until now, lol, check this out.
Racist comments may be normal in other gaming communities, but not here. DK oldies will not tolerate any comments like this. Well, he's black, so probably Madden or NBA. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
The pain varied for me. Some days it was alright and I only noticed it if I sat down weirdly, and some days my nuts felt like they would burst. And for some weird reason it got worse when I smoked weed, but that was probably just in my head.
Well, the pain can come and go, and there's a lot of psychosomatic things that happen with pain where you might be able to distract yourself enough where you don't notice it. Thanks for the donation, though, David. Mayor Rob Ford's crack pipe donated $2. Is the senator based?
Avocado toast eating. Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. Can I take cocaine with my spouse?
No, sir. No, sir.
I did not call Senator Sanders an ignorant slut. I'm not talking about buying it, but let's suppose I came in one day and the cocaine was there. People who are bilingual, they speak English and stupid. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free. Looks like we're giving Lindsay Lohan the keys to the minibar. President Biden is sort of like Kevin Bacon at the end of Animal House, the cantina bar scene out of Star Wars. They wanted it like Ben wants J-Lo. I'm like Bluto in Animal House. I'm just fat, drunk, and stupid. Frankly, I can't, because I can't get my head that far up my rear end. Stick it up their fact checker. They can kiss my ass. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? We cannot run the greatest economy by putting fairy dust and unicorn urine in our cars. Urinate to get off the pot. My car doesn't run off fairy dust. My car doesn't run off unicorn urine. The spending porn on pet projects, it's just chock full of spending porn. There's an enormous amount of spending porn. Next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead, call a criminal, call a meth head. It must suck to be that dumb. I don't mean disrespect, but the mayor needs to take her meds. Christmas ornaments, drywall, and Jerry Epstein. Name 3 things that don't hang themselves.
A lot of his out of context quotes are pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Mayor Rob Ford's crack pipe. Kennedy's funny, but he's also an idiot.
Walk me through what you would do if you went to Thailand with 15k to bridge the gap of a year and were a personal trainer back home, yet you want to stay permanently in Thailand and live on Thai women. Any tips to monetize online training from nothing?
Well, if you're making American money in Thailand, so you're getting business mostly from Americans or people in the Western world, it's fairly easy to make a living there. So if you start up a website with, online coaching, and then you have a YouTube channel where you upload like fitness content and stuff to funnel people over to your online coaching business. But again, it can be hard to get started, so you really have to put a lot of effort into your content, making good quality content, being funny, charismatic, and hopefully getting views, but it's very difficult. A lot of the time, people just can't do it. So you have to have like a certain mind for it, certain personality. So I wouldn't take a big risk where you're just going to bet on you know, getting enough YouTube popularity to live off of that sort of income. But yeah, as long as you have some sort of job or business where you're getting, you know, American or Western dollars, it's pretty cheap to live in Thailand. So, you know, the bar isn't too high. Thanks for the donation, though, Thai expat.
Sorry about the news. You seem relieved. Here's a photo. Find the cats.
Oh my god. There's a cat. There's a cat. And there is a cat. That cat is Joey. That cat is Maui. And I can't remember that cat's name. Was it Sarah or something? That was your neighbor's cat, right? But those are all cats. Cat, cat, cat. I love cats. Cats are the best. Oh my god, I love cats. Cats are just amazing. Especially Joey. Oh my god, Joey is such a handsome boy. I love Joey so much. He is so beautiful. Thanks for the donation, even though. And yeah, I'm relieved. Ugh.
Did Prismo pass? Haven't stopped by in months. What happened?
Yeah, Prismo died. He ended up getting acute kidney failure. The vet doesn't know exactly why it happened. He did have a very strange infection in his paw, and that happened twice. So he had the infection in his paw, we dealt with it, gave him antibiotics and everything, and then it popped up again, and it was more severe, and then we later found out that he had kidney failure, so I don't know if he had some other health problem that caused the infection and the kidney failure. I don't know if he had kidney failure, which caused the infection. I don't know if the infection caused the kidney failure. The vet doesn't know. But yeah, it was really sad. Thanks for the donation, Grub.
Hello Lotia Balrog, will you fuck boys on stream now that you're free from the shackles of being chained to Chairman Jasmine? What are your overall thoughts on Jasmine? Is she secretly Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's transition? Did she cause the famine? Yee.
No, I'm not gonna fuck boys on stream now that Jasmine and I are broken up. But I'm pretty sure she's not Harry Potter. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
CCTV of Cybertruck explosion in case you missed it. The immigration infighting over H-1B visas is really tense. Wonder if it's related?
Okay, yeah, that wasn't a lithium battery explosion. Yeah, those are clearly fireworks in the back of the guy's car. I have no idea if that was intentional, given that it's in front of the Trump casino. I don't know where the guy got the Cybertruck from. That's really fucking weird. Yeah, and the whole H-1B visa thing, it shows you that this isn't really about, you know, controlling immigration. This is just pure xenophobia. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Does this mean you will be fucking Christy now? Or getting a lean beef patty fuck doll or pocket pussy, sir?
No, I don't think I'll be doing any of that. Thanks for the donation, though, real N-word. How much for you to grow a big fro? I can't grow an afro anymore. My hair's gotten too straight. Yeah, my hair used to be very curly, but now it just grows straight, so I can't grow a fro. Going Anders donated $2. Let me see. New VG arc. You know, I'd probably listen to rap music more if they made more rap music like this. I like cats. What the fuck? That's good. Listen with audio. Is that, intestines?
Chitterlinglings. We have partnered with the Colonel to bring you chitterlinglings. These are no regular chitterlings. First, we let Grandma Lingling blow a hot, funky-ass breath in there. Then we add some sardines and salamanders and shit. Then we add a dozen eggs. Real nasty. Then we use ancient pot and top it with Raiden's hat. Then you fire the Raiden's hat up until it's toasty. So come by Chitterlinglings today and enjoy our traditional chitterling. Look at.
Yeah, Chinese people eat gross, nasty, disgusting shit. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Do you know what perfect pitch is? $20. Perfect pitch, also known as absolute pitch, is the ability to identify the pitch label of a note, like C# without a reference note. It's an ability some people are born with, and the dumb YouTuber Rick Beto says you can't learn it as an adult, but you can. Well, I'm sure you can. Like, if you get used to the sound of certain notes, like if you're learning how to play the piano or something, you're probably going to be able to identify notes. So, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Sorry to hear about Jasmine, man. And if any retards want to support Sam Hyde after his vid, watch this anti-Semitic shit. It's all a grift to validate his hatred for Jews.
Looks like every average, everyday, ordinary eggs, doesn't it? Well, that holds true for 11 of these 12 eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, what about the last egg? The last egg is a Hamas terrorist. Problem solved.
Wow, I didn't know he was so gay and cucked. Thanks for the donation, Fars. Sengoku donate $2. Who's the stronger DBZ character, Super Boo or Kid Boo? I don't know. And Bleach is easily the best anime besides DBZ. Also, Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter x Hunter, Attack on Titan are good as well. I really like Yu Yu Hakusho, or Yu Yu Hakusho. I tried watching Hunter x Hunter, and it was boring as fuck, and all the characters looked like gay children, so I couldn't get into that one, and honestly, Bleach just looks like shit. It might be good, maybe I just have to watch it and get into the story, but yeah, just looking at some of these fight scenes, it just looks like shit. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Boopity Bop donated $2. Did you ever see my last motherfucking donation asking about who would take care of Jake? Yes, and I answered. It was Jasmine. Jasmine's keeping Jake. Thanks for the donation, dude. Chris Hatch donated $2. Can we watch this later? What is this? Gordon Ramsay on cocaine. Okay, we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bootycum donated $2. I haven't donated today, but now I have. Are you going to end up watching fucking videos like for fuck's sakes? Well, I'm sorry, but people keep donating, okay? We're gonna watch videos. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sengoku donated $2. You think Goku Super Saiyan 3 could beat Gotenks Super Saiyan 3? I feel like, yeah, probably. I don't know if I can get into One Piece. It's just so many fucking episodes. And like, especially when you have no story context and shit like that, when I see a bunch of like people shooting magic energy and shit at each other, it's just doesn't seem interesting. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
I understand why you're speaking so positively about the breakup. But it is only now. Wait until you realize she is gone and all the things she has done for you. The little things. Do you think your mental health is able to take that?
Oh. Yeah, there really is no downside to breaking up with her, so no. I am not worried about anything, and I don't think I'm gonna miss having her around. Thanks for the donation though, Poopy.
Sorry to hear about Prismo. As someone who runs a cat rescue for reject cats with health problems, it's very common to have kidney failure after infections. But undetectable unless regular tests. He was much loved.
Yeah, he was a sweet boy. I loved him so goddamn much. It was really sad to see him go. Thanks for the donation though, Grub. Dodo donate $2. Found that kindergartner's mom.
Palestine will never die.
People are just fucking retarded. Also, yes, should debate those 4-year-old kids and make look stupid. Remember when I tried to set you up with debate with like 10-year-old kid, then you debated Destiny's kid? Yeah, that one 10-year-old kid who was talking shit about vegan teacher, he kept like changing the fucking date, pushing things back, and it just never worked out, but yeah, Destiny's son debated me. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
These Hamas supporters must be stopped or even die if need be.
Yeah, hopefully they self-immolate. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I fully support the untethered solo era of VG and believe you have not peaked yet.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go. Thanks for the donation, Farts. Poopy Stanks donated $2. What is everyone saying about Jasmine? Just joined, so what happened? We broke up. She just moved out today. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Stanks.
If you got slapped in public, would you hit back and risk killing the perpetrator or get bitched and live to fight another day? Obviously no one would prey on you, I'm just saying.
I mean, if somebody slapped me, I'd probably just slap them back. I don't think there's really a big risk of killing them. Thanks for the donation though, Sloth. Bootycum, donate $2. At least you made good money tonight from the breakup. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Going Anders donated $2. This is you. Penis. Okay. Those are nice kitties. That is Luigi Mangione. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Dodo donate $2. You'll peak once you get your ass on Jubilee and start vegan versus 25 carnivore debate and stuff also. Let me see. I don't know about that. Would you eat his cooking? That's a nice kitty. As long as it's vegan, yeah. Dude, that'd be so cool if there, like, a cat could do this. That's a nice cat. I like his little 3-wheel thing here. Scooter. That's really cute. Dude, that'd be so cool if you could go on, like, motorcycle trips with your cat, and your cat had his own bike.
When we were growing up, the North Magnetic Pole was in northern Canada. It was never where Santa is. So Earth's magnetic pole is shifted from our rotation poles. And it's not stationary, which meant if you were up in Canada, you couldn't use a compass to find north because it could be south of you. You check it lately. That North Pole has been moving, and it is now passing the North Pole on its way to Siberia. On top of all that, the magnetic field is getting weaker. We think it's going to get weaker and weaker until it goes away, and then when it comes back again, it'll be in reverse. We worry that when the magnetic field goes away to flip again, this is called a dynamo effect, that while it's not there, will it put all of us at risk? So we go back in the fossil record because it's flipped before. And if you go to the points where it has flipped, there's no periods of mass extinction. So I'm not so worried about it.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Aww. What a nice Momo. Aw, such a sweet boy. He's helping. Yeah, he's helping move the dirt. Aw, look at him helping. Such a good Momo. That's a good Momo. Bitch is walking around Toronto with a Taliban flag. What in the fuck?
Hi. Can you explain what this flag is?
Which means there is no God but one.
Okay.
Allah.
Oh, man. I remember back in the good old days when there weren't terrorists and terrorist supporters in our country. Those were good times. RFK sent me to Fat King. That's a little weird. I don't have a bedtime. I like eat apple. This guy just has a lot of weird bumper stickers. His license plate says totally. Stay back, I am autistic. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Kid Boo donate $2. Guess who Hodge twins invited on their pod? Someone fucking stupid.
Sotomayor.
Oh, Sotomayor.
We've been following you for a long time, man.
Really? Because I'm old and I know y'all was young if y'all was listening to me back then. 'Cause that's fucking impressive.
Well, I'm old, man. I just turned 50.
You lying?
Yeah. We same age.
Damn, they said black don't crack. They lied. Because look at me. Jesus Christ. Why y'all make me feel bad like that? I'm been thinking of these niggas in their late 20s. And somebody asked me, they say, why do you think the Hodge twins can get away with saying the same thing that you say, but not get in trouble? I said, cause them niggas light skin with gray eyes. I know the niggas just constantly get kicked off everything. That's crazy.
Okay, the Hodge twins aren't anywhere near as fucking racist as Tommy Sotomayor. Like, nowhere fucking near. And whenever they say, like, racist shit about black people, like, they're clearly joking about it, whereas Tommy's serious.
I get kicked off OnlyFans. What kind of shit is that?
You got kicked off by OnlyFans?
Yeah.
OnlyFans? How you get kicked off? They got porn over there. That is crazy. My first wife was black, and
yeah, that's the problem right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, after the divorce, I was like, I'd never fucking do that shit again.
They've decided that the best way to get black men is to actually scare them or shame them into dating them. It's always you a weak ass nigga. Right. You can't handle us. Like, bitch, you handle a fucking snake. You don't handle a human.
Talk about yourself like you a damn tiger.
Right. You don't know how to handle me, bitch. I'm not Siegfried or Roy. I don't know if women kind of get a kick out of arguing. You know, sometimes when women argue, you don't be want to do that shit.
Women, I love to yell.
Yep.
Drama is that energy. They feed off that shit.
Don't. Motherfuckers will have an orgasm if they can get you pissed enough. You be frustrated. And that bitch be like, do it again. Their main argument was what? Abortion. We want the right to choose, and you must trust women to make the right decision. Hold up, bitch. If you're having to get an abortion, we already know you make the wrong decisions. What's his name?
Chief.
What's yours?
Kevin.
I just thought y'all niggas' name was Hodge. Hodge 1 and Hodge 2.
That's funny. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo. VG's new vegan girlfriend, only $2. Condolences, VG, but let's look forward even if it's too early now. I'm excited for you to meet a new vegan girl. Do you have any ideas? Will you only date vegan women? Would you go on Vegly, VegPal, Grazer, or another vegan dating app? I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. The big problem for me with dating is I'm very antisocial. Like, I have antisocial personality disorder, so it makes it very difficult for me to connect and empathize with other people. When I'm around most people, I don't feel like I'm around a person. It's a totally different kind of mindset than most people have, and it's very difficult to explain. It's almost like there aren't real people in front of me. It's kind of like I'm talking with NPCs or something. Like, you know, if you're talking to a character in a video game, like, you know, if you're playing Fallout, you don't care if you, like, talk to them and blow them away with a shotgun, or you might choose, like, stupid dialogue trees just to see what happens. It's kind of a similar mindset where I just don't really care about the people I'm talking to. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna date anybody in the near future. I don't know what my relationships are gonna be like. Generally speaking, I prefer more serious relationships, but it's really difficult for me to really get involved with anybody. Don't think I'm going to use a dating app. I was in the cannabis store the other day. I was getting edibles because I was in so much fucking pain from the epididymitis. I just went to the cannabis store to get some THC gummies. There was a chick there who I thought was kind of hitting on me, and she was cute. She was this red-haired chick. and she started talking to me about the Fallout like show on Amazon Prime, and she said I reminded her of Titus, and I think she got the name wrong. I think she meant Maximus. Yeah, she said I reminded her of Maximus from the Fallout show, and I was in my motorcycle gear, and she said it's because like you look really big and strong and like imposing, and your like jacket and gloves and everything reminds me of the Brotherhood of Steel armor. So usually when chicks say you remind them of like some celebrity and you look big and strong and everything, you know, that's a pretty good sign. So I told her she's cute, and she was cute. And then she said, oh, thank you, I have a boyfriend. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And I told her I was going to watch the Fallout show and shit. But you never know. Might just run into somebody randomly. Thanks for the donation, though, VG's new girlfriend.
Sup, VG? Sorry about your breakup. You going to stay near Ottawa, or are you going to move back to the GTA?
I don't have any plans on moving. I'm probably just going to stay here for now. The problem is rent is getting so fucking insane. It's like a huge risk to move because, you know, I might be able to find a place, or I might have been able to find a place near the GTA that's around $2,000 per month rent. But by now, you know, 6 months or whatever after I moved here, that same place might be like $2,500 a month, you know? So I don't know. Like, this area isn't too bad, and I also like how it's secluded and quiet, and I also have the big garage. I really wouldn't want to move back into an apartment again. I'd want to rent out a unit like this that's an actual house. I don't know if I move back to around the GTA, if I could find a comparable place for a reasonable rent. That's the thing. So, since I don't hate living here to begin with, and the rent is fairly reasonable, I don't think I'm going to bother moving. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling. Nibble Clamps donated $2. I would like to systematically exterminate all Hamas supporters and also Holocaust all the anti-Semites. Anti-Semites are losers. What compels people to be so hypercritical of the world's only Jewish state? The world's only Jewish state. When Hamas gets a free pass to kill and rape. Well, you know, I really don't understand why Jews are hated so much. It's really fucking weird how insanely widespread anti-Semitism is, and I just don't get it. But yeah, it would be nice if, you know, we had a Death Note or like the Thanos glove. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
Agreed, VG. This is yet another example of the past was sadly better and had more common sense than the present.
Yeah, things just made a little bit more sense back in the day. But it looks like the Conservatives are going to get a massive, massive majority in the next election, so things might turn around pretty quickly. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is how I feel in all social situations. Is it the same for you? Fake it until you make it, I guess.
I don't know what made me the way I am, but whatever it was left a hollow place inside. People fake a lot of human interactions, but I feel like I fake them all, and I fake them very well. And and that's my burden, I guess.
It's like the mask is slipping. Hello, Dexter Morgan.
I feel a similar way. The way I interact with people is basically just how I want the world to be, so I'm polite and cordial with people, and I'll have friendly conversations and shit just because I want the world to be like that, peaceful and, you know, not hectic and shit. But yeah, like I feel similar to that. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. No Scam Blackie donated $2. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work.
In connection with the Jewish...
We can watch that later. It's interesting. And it's funny. You'll see a lot of right-wingers, Trump supporters, and a lot of people in who like support Hamas and Russia say the exact same shit. It's crazy how popular Nazism is.
Dogecoin Millionaire. We did a 1-hour podcast, and the second half of that podcast was just trying to convince him to sell. This is someone who's making 50 grand a year, and he sold everything he had, maxed out his credit cards, and put 150 or 200 grand in Dogecoin. And at the peak, it was worth $3 million.
Yeah.
And we broke it down. I'm like, dude, you will never have to work a day in your life after tax. Invest it in here. You can pull 3% of it out every single year. That's your salary. You've made your salary for life. If you just sell right now, why take the risk? And so, he didn't sell.
What a dumbass. I don't know why he wouldn't sell. What a retard. Thanks for the donation, No Scam Blackie. John Donateller, when Jasmine first brought up the idea of a breakup, were you shocked or upset? Also, do you live in a semi-detached? I wasn't shocked or upset. So no. I was trying to make it work, but, you know, if she wasn't going to try and wanted to break up, I was fine with it. Thanks for the donation, John. And do I live in a semi-detached? There's so many different weird. What is a semi-detached? Yeah, it's basically... Yeah, it's basically a semi-detached. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's like a row of houses that are kind of connected to each other, so it's sort of like this, but there's like we have a garage and shit, but it's kind of like that. Thanks for the donation, Gooba. Or not Gooba, John. Gooba donated $2. Sorry to hear you and Jasmine broke up. Can I ask what happened? Are you keeping it private? Thanks. We just had irreconcilable differences. We just didn't really get along as a couple, so we just broke up. There was a lot of little details I could talk about, but I'm not going to bother sharing, so we just didn't really work out. Thanks for the donation, though, Gooba.
I will tell you why, because as always people suck.
Yeah, people do suck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Important distinction, donate $2. Would you hypothetically date a non-vegan person, or would they have to be vegan? If I met some random chick that was showing interest in me, I'd give them a chance. But if they don't go vegan after like a couple weeks, that's it. Like I'm not going to, fucking waste my time. Personally, I am vegan romantic and vegan sexual. That means not only would I not have an interest in a carnist partner, but I'm physically incapable of being attracted to them. Yeah, I'd like maybe give them a chance, but if they don't go vegan like really fucking quick, I'm just not gonna pursue it. Thanks for the donation, though. Important distinction.
I was able to hit one of my 2024 goals in December of a 500 pounds squat. I wasn't able to get the 700 deadlift last year due to a hamstring injury, but I want it this year.
Nice. Beltless, too. I'm sure you got it in you. You know? You just need that drive and determination, but I think you got it. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. Sengoku donated $2. Is the Berserk 1997 anime good? Yeah, it is. It's worth watching. It's on my watch list, but haven't seen it. Have you seen Trigun and Inuyasha? I tried watching Trigun. I saw the first 3 episodes, didn't find it interesting. People tell me if you keep watching, it gets interesting, but I can't be fucked. Inuyasha is great. Inuyasha is one of the all-time best. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Ich hab dieses Gefühl, das wird dir heute ein Riesending. Das ist die Abschiebeparty, ja, das sagt mir mein Instinkt. Heute fliegen alle nach Haus, es hat sich hier keiner benommen. Wir sind voll am Feiern, sie werden nie...
Well, here's the fucking, like... Everyone's fed up with the immigrants. Like... So... The people making this may very well be racist and crazy, but the reality is, we all know who, like, there's the usual suspects. We all know it's these people that are causing the fucking problems. So, It's a shame that there aren't sensible people who can just fucking admit that, yeah, it's these fuckers. Deport these fuckers who are causing the problems and don't let them in. And then there wouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, there's like, the traditional politicians who are so afraid of being called racist and shit, who won't speak up and say, we're not going to allow any more immigrants in. These people are causing fucking problems. They're the ones causing, the terrorist attacks and shit. So then you end up having political parties that are crazy fucking right-wing Nazis who are the only ones willing to fucking say it. And they may very well end up being the ones who, get in power and create way more fucking issues, because they're the only ones who will fucking, listen to people's fucking concerns. So it's just a fucked situation.
Remember the guy who won French Scrabble without even speaking French? Well, he just did the exact same thing, but with Spanish, and the story this time is even crazier. You see, after winning 5 English Scrabble World Championships and 2 French World Championships, Nigel Richards got bored again. So 6 years after last winning in French, Nigel joined the Spanish World Championship this past month as a new challenge. When the Spanish pros heard that he didn't even speak a lick of their language, they all said he didn't stand a chance since Spanish isn't like French. But they might have forgotten that Nigel is so much better than anyone else alive at Scrabble that people once thought he was cheating and tried comparing his moves with the computers, just to realize that his moves were so complex that even the computer couldn't see them. So despite being 57 now, Nigel still dominated the Spanish prose, winning 23 out of his 24 games. Since he had memorized the entire Spanish dictionary, he was using words that even these native speakers had never heard of. When the second place guy finally lost them, he was in complete shock and just said it was a humiliation. But Nigel didn't even seem to care about winning and just left without giving any interviews like he always does. It's now expected that he'll continue trying to master Scrabble in other languages.
That's pretty autistic. It's all about perspective. These people make everything about Palestine.
Hochul visited the Marcy Correctional Facility where Brooks was killed and announced some immediate changes. Alan Devlin has the video of the attack, and we want to warn you, it is disturbing to watch.
Justice for who? Justice for who?
When we allow that to happen, we say that we're okay with the denigration and the devaluation of black life.
Calls for justice today in the shadow of Governor Kathy Hochul's office. Protesters march, signs in hand, demanding action against the officer seen on body camera footage beating upstate New York inmate Robert Brooks.
Seeing a black brother like that being beat.
There we go. Fucking Palestine flag. Ugh, these people make me sick. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bend over and $82 based AF. Let me see.
Mohammed was perfect.
Yeah.
But Mohammed, you just said married an 11-year-old.
This is Tommy Robinson at an Islam Discovery Center in Luton, encouraging a new Muslim convert to leave Islam.
Mohammed beheaded 600 people in one day. Mohammed women. Mohammed married a 6-year-old when she was 9. The purpose of this shop is to convert the town to Islam. Okay. Right? That's right?
It's for dawah, yeah.
To convert. When did you convert, bro?
Me, a year ago.
How do you like Islam thus far?
It's peace. Makes me feel like I can show the world the true me.
Mohammed married Aisha when she was how old?
Aisha was probably about between 9 and 11, I would say.
9, she was 6. So do you believe Mohammed was perfect?
Yeah.
But Mohammed, you just said married an 11-year-old.
I made the choice to come to Islam.
So if you don't think that was heavenly like, Allah has sent someone to marry a child and have sex with her when she was 9, is that perfect? Come on, bruv, is it perfect?
That one I have to go to no comment.
Mate, if you want, I can teach you.
People are so dumb, dude.
On Islam, so then you can undress like this and come back to our side and enjoy your freedom. Come back, man. Now, when Muslims are telling us openly, the reason I'm doing this is because the book says this, we have to take them seriously and we have to look and explore what are the teachings of Islam. What does Muhammad say? Who is Muhammad? He doesn't know anything.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know anything about Muhammad.
Put him on the spot, yeah.
We put him on the spot, but he doesn't know anything about Muhammad.
Sure, as you
Here
do.
he is to tell people to join Islam,
sure.
But he doesn't know what he's talking about. So do you believe?
Tommy Robinson's based. He gets a lot of shit, but he's based. President Putin officially signs law banning migrant children who don't speak Russian from schools. It's, yeah, so he's just creating a ethno-nationalist state. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up trying to commit a genocide in Chechnya if he could get away with it. German woman has had enough, doesn't want the promotion of Quran in Germany.
Sie erhebt sich. Sie will sich schützen vor dem Bösen, vor dem Teufel. Ich bin wütend, weil sie fanatisch sind. So, wir haben ganz viele, ganz viele Menschen, die nicht an Gott glauben können, weil es die Religionen gibt. Ja, das ist ja noch einmal. Nur Krieg. Ja, ich weiß, was ich gesagt habe. Sie haben
it's not a good one. First time in 50 years, Sweden has a net outflow of immigrants. Wow. Well, Sweden's been extremely cucked for a while. They've been running their country into the ground. I don't know if they've finally realized yet they can't keep doing it. Thanks for the donation, Ben. No scam Jew. Let me see.
Go ahead. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down, Wilson. Sit down.
That's clearly fake.
A tourist accidentally dropped a stuffed toy into the gorilla's enclosure. Hoping the gorilla would help retrieve it, the tourist lowered a basket. The gorilla understood the request, carefully placed the toy into the basket, and lifted it up for the tourist. A bag of milk.
Okay.
I asked people who are really fit what
We've already seen that video. Thanks for the donation, no scam.
At Nippalic Lamps. Why does the only Jewish state have to be on someone else's land and murdering the indigenous people? No one hates Jews. I'm Jewish and I'm against Zionist. Zionism is anti-Semitism. It's more Jewish to stand with Palestinian resistance.
You're not Jewish and you're a retard. Thanks for the donation, dude. No scam Jew, donate $2. Is Jasmine living on her own? Isn't she jobless and broke?
I'm finding out that all the fish are dead. I'm
I think she has roommates. She has a job.
kind of sad about it.
This is what the spot looks like now. Gone. Dozens of little goldfish. This is what it looked like before. These fish and the little hydrant aquarium were a favorite neighborhood curiosity.
I just came over to see it. I didn't know that I was shut down.
A leaky hydrant and the pool of water it made this summer is what started all of this whimsicality. But securing and sealing the hydrant on Tuesday is what ended it.
Look at his face. Remember the fireman?
These people are retarded. Oh my god.
Slow down. All right, go ahead. Slow down. I said slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Oh, go up them steps.
That's a nice rabbit. Thanks for the donation, no scam Jew.
I think you should get a second opinion on ASPD because you would be like Amber Heard, for example. If you were broke, ASPD people would rob or scam. I think you might be high-functioning ASD, you are hyper-honest, not deceitful. Also double empathy theory.
High-functioning ASD? What is ASD? Autism spectrum disorder. I doubt it. I can pretty much guarantee you with 100% certainty that I have some form of antisocial personality disorder. You don't have to be dishonest and deceitful to have antisocial personality disorder. Thanks for the donation, though, Wandering Mason. Dodo donate $2. It's so ironic the right wing ignores climate change, even though that's going to be the biggest driver of mass immigration in the future, but they want to deport immigrants, and left wing doesn't want to deport any, but they want to deal with climate change. Well, there's so many issues with dealing with climate change. One of them being like the technology required to get away from fossil fuels. I really don't think you can do anything about it other than just invest in ways to deal with the problems. So like upgrade, infrastructure so pipes don't burst and shit like that. Find like more energy efficient ways to desalinate water, do stuff to prevent forest fires, crap like that. I don't think in the near term, like within the next 10 years, you can really do anything like, get rid of most, if not all, internal combustion engines. So it is what it is, Thanks for the donation, though, Wandering Mason. Dodo donate $2. It's so ironic
Hey
that...
Richie, sorry to hear about the breakup. Glad it was mutual. Just wanted to thank you for being an inspiration and hope you have a great 2025. Would you ever try to start uploading regularly again? I see you being a change in the fitness community.
I might start uploading more regularly. We'll have to see. I do want to upload some more skit videos because I've gotten some good ideas lately. But yeah, the breakup was mutual. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Well, I feel bad for Europe. By no means am I a white supremacist and I condemn racism, but I think if Europe has hope of staying majority white in the future is if they have much tighter restrictions on immigration like Poland.
Well, the issue isn't really about staying majority white. The issue is just the types of immigrants they're letting in are fucking crazy, ridiculous assholes. So if they... Like, they literally have, like, open borders policy. It is so easy to, like, claim asylum without actually being an asylum seeker, so... If they just stopped their retarded immigration policy, they'd be fine. Thanks for the donation, though, fuckhead. Dodo donate $2. Why the fuck don't you go to some Islam conversion center in Ottawa and debate them or clown them? Look on Google right now if there are any. Also, I hate how these intersectionalists make every social issue about Gaza, you know? I want to get my firearms license before I start shitting on Islam again, because... You know, if crazy fucking terrorists show up here, I just want to be ready for them. What I'm most concerned with is Muslims are fucking assholes to animals, and if they break in here, they'd probably kill Gummy and the rabbits. So I want to at least make sure that I can protect them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. There are more white people in South Africa than there are white people in Vatican City, San Marino, Monaco, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Andorra, Iceland, Malta, Montenegro, Cyprus, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia combined. I don't know if that's true, but isn't South Africa a way bigger, like, territory? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Question.
We're gonna watch Gordon Ramsay on cocaine.
These little labs don't get busted because we are going even deeper than I could ever imagined. This is more remote than I've ever been. The lab, finally. Jesus Christ. No wonder you can't fucking find this place.
Now I've reached the lab, I'm about to find out just what goes into making this destructive drug.
Bloody hell. What a fucking journey.
Jose must extract the cocaine from the plant. A complicated process which involves many chemicals. First, he adds cement to the chopped up coca leaves.
He's measuring out to the cup. Cement powder. I mean, this takes squashing grapes for me to a whole new fucking level. Almost like finishing a fucking souffle with fresh icing powder. Wow.
12:24. After Jose finishes mixing in the cement, the next delightful ingredient is added. Sulfuric acid.
Have you seen the new video of Frank Tufano? He uploaded a video about the doctor who did his original eye surgery.
Yeah, James told me about that. We're gonna watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
Dissolved in water.
My eyes are burning. My eyes are burning. When you see the bright white of that finished product, everyone thinks it looks classy, sophisticated, then they boast and show off to their mates. The arrogance of taking it. I just have to bring them here right now and show them the shit that goes on. I'm appalled at what goes into it. I mean, the cement was hard enough, but the sulfuric acid.
This mixture is put into a barrel and doused in gasoline. This is then left to marinate to draw the cocaine from the leaf.
It's like something out of fucking Harry Potter. Does he know who Harry Potter is? ¿Tú sabes quién es Harry Potter? No. No. Thank fuck for that. The fumes and the smell coming off that is extraordinary.
Muy bueno usted para el raspe. Nos rindió harto.
He sounds happy. Is he high?
Jose needs to separate the cocaine from the gasoline, using the next shocking addition to the mixture, battery acid.
200 centímetros de ácido.
You okay? That battery acid has helped separate
the cocaine liquid from the gasoline. So basically the density is like oil and water. On top is the gasoline, and underneath 10% of that water is the cocaine water, pure cocaine water, which he's going to siphon out from the bottom now. This hose goes all the way down the bottom there. He's sucking it through, and then he's going to sieve that through. The final process.
Mira, aquí estoy sacando el agua de apio.
See, so that's a clear, pure cocaine water at the bottom of this barrel.
So cocaine isn't good for you. Who would have figured?
What's up, guys? We haven't done a vlog in a while, mainly because I don't really want to. I don't want to do anything, let alone be on camera, be on YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't think this doctor will write me a check, even if it's on his deathbed. So we're gonna have to try to promote the business, keep the YouTube channel going, and at least try to keep my employees and everyone I work with, Amish families, and everyone kind of supported. And I did want to thank you guys for continuing to support the business through the holidays and everything. A few issues here and there, mainly because I haven't been able to, promote the business. And that's the idea. This guy writes me a check for what he did to me, and then I can just spend that money on promoting the business. I don't have to worry about being on camera and doing things I'm not comfortable with anymore. So we have a pretty big promotion going that's been active since Black Friday. You get free lamb shanks, free moisturizing cream or lip balm, and then free collagen peptides. You guys can see that on the meat website. It's almost like $100 worth of stuff for free if you spend a certain amount. But the reason I'm bringing that up is to remind everyone that if you use a discount code and the discount code takes the order value below the promotion value, you're not going to get it. So if you spend $300 and then put the 10% discount to go to $270, you're not going to get the free collagen peptides. So guys, I can't look at every order and put it in and make sure. So just keep that in mind when you're using the discount codes in combination with the promotions. As usual, we got to start off with a negative note because people always try to scam me and steal money from me. So this guy that I used to buy equipment from in New York, Fernando, some Dominican guy, I trust him because he gave me, I bought like $15,000 worth of equipment from him in the past and everything kind of worked, but he burned me for $8,000. He sold me this rusted out bandsaw for $5,000, and I spent another $5,000 refurbishing it 2 weeks. I actually filmed the whole video series. I was so pissed off, but if there are any fat, hairy, gay dudes watching this, send my buddy Fernando a pic of you know where and ask him if he's got any.
Oh my god. He's doxing another person again. Dude. Like, by the way, this probably isn't even the guy's fault. He probably, told Frank, hey, I got this old bandsaw. It's not working great. But, if you want it or something. And then Frank, because he's a retard, he doesn't understand, he's just an idiot. Oh my god, and he's doxing him over this.
Sausage stuffers for this tight white Bro, he sold me $8,000 worth of junk. $3,000 patty maker that still doesn't work. So now I'm out basically $8,000. And he went to the Dominican Republic immediately after he sold me that stuff. So I was pissed off, trying to get a hold of him, trying to get my money back. And then he comes back and he still hasn't made things right. So, hey, and you fat, hairy, white gay dudes, it's got to be cleaner than whatever he's playing with in the Dominican Republic. So, hey, maybe he'll like it. Maybe he'll like it instead. But I don't know how many people this applies to. Don't buy used equipment from this Dominican guy in the Bronx. It's kind of relative. And I'm actually losing my mind with these because these patty makers are really expensive new. Dude. This one I got for like $1,000, but a piece was broken, so it's not that bad. This is the one he sold me for $3,000, and what irritated me was because I could have bought perfectly functional ones for the same price. It's still sitting here. I'm trying to get someone to fix it. My guy's actually cleaned up the mess really well. I literally had to rip apart that bandsaw. And I don't want to get too much into it, but I'm not going to post that half-hour footage. It was a nightmare, guys. There was so much rust just in the wiring harness. Look, the motor's all rusted inside. It's just horrible. The motor's shot, doesn't work. Ordered a $1,200 new motor. I took this whole assembly.
Christy Nasty Carnus Fart Donatillers is wings based here. You can skip to 1 minute if your attention span is cooked.
Sharp jaw, like you got a manly jaw.
Thank you.
So wait, you're a dude?
I've been doing. Huh?
Oh, you're trans?
Yeah, I'm a she-male or a transgender person.
And so wings,
but to
you're
be
not
fair, no. To be fair, she has the body type I'm into.
Except for the jawline.
No. I like a manly girl.
Oh God.
But I'm just saying, you have the body type I'm into. I like about 200 pounds, 250. That's my go-to.
Man, I'm under 200 at this point. I've been working hard. All right. I didn't need to get no goddamn surgery. That's all that I'm saying. Okay.
Hey, I got the surgery and it didn't work for me. So pork chops taste too fucking good.
So girl, kick some game. Yeah. Kick some game. Let's see if you can get wings in trouble with Kelly.
I think he just wanted. I just think he wanted to see if he could fool me.
I don't think I succeeded. Well, okay.
You ain't Bailey J. Now let's be real here.
Okay, all right. I heard you like BBC. Okay, what about
not
BW?
really.
No?
I mean,
Okay,
I like it.
Yeah, his search history showed he was watching black she-male porn.
Here's my thing. I like a pretty penis. I like a penis that is cut, that has a good shape, has a good length.
Okay.
Everybody's 10% gay. Every person. If you watch porn and you don't like a pretty penis, you're lying to yourself.
This guy knows what he's
That sounds like cope.
talking about.
You're lying to yourself. Like if somebody comes up with like something pink that's hanging like this right here, and he's fucking the shit out of a bitch, I ain't into it. When I was watching porn, I wanted somebody with a nice looking dick.
All right. Thanks for the donation, Christy Nasty.
Apart, trying to de-rust it myself. Everything. It looked okay. Same thing with the top. This upper bearing assembly, bought a replacement part. This one screw is stuck. I'm trying to just cut it off without ruining everything. So take that off, put that new in. That's fine. That's kind of easy. You know, gotta like get all the rust out of this electrical box. I saw the inside of this main column to the machine. And then, you know, I could take everything else off. I could fix it, buy every single new replacement part on this saw. I could do everything, right? I had to hire a guy. He was in here 8 hours a day for like a week and a half, grinding, sanding, getting the rust off that bandsaw. We replaced all the components. Every single component on that bandsaw was replaced. And what's really irritating is I finally get everything back together and the alignment's off. I should have just scrapped it and bought a different saw at this point, because then I put 4,000 into it and the top and bottom aren't aligned. I'm like hitting it with a hammer. I don't know. It's still not working. So I'm really pissed off. Hopefully this guy makes it right when he gets enough pictures of fat hairy dudes holes in his text messages. But let's move on to something productive. This is the bread oven. We have it hooked up, but the burner's broken, so hopefully we can get the bread going within a week or two at this point. I know I said it was going to happen a few months ago. What should we name our bakery? One of those corny names, like, you know how like they name a pizzeria Wood and Fire? How about like Bread and Salt? Or you know what's even better? Dick and Balls. I just hate that shit. Dude, I bet you there's like 10 restaurants in any city that have that stupid name. Wood and Meat. Like I can't stand it. It bothers me knowing, but I got a bunch of stuff in here. I'm trying to resell some restaurant equipment that I don't want, and not a crazy amount of stuff to get rid of. And I do have like some used trucks I'm trying to sell too. I was just like trying to do some other business ventures since I wasn't really doing YouTube as much or doing social media as much, but that's just been another headache. I haven't done videos for a few months now, so there's like a lot of stuff that has kind of come and gone that you guys have missed. So I'll just try my best to show you what's new this week. Just launched this on the website yesterday, actually. Organic raw macadamia nut butter. This is on Sv3rige.com. We might give this away with the meat orders one week. But what's currently being given away is the collagen peptides at $300, and we got the
Frank's the best lol cow ever.
Beef towel lip balm at $200. We were giving away the moisturizer cream, but we ran out. I won't touch too much on the Sv3rige food stuff because the inventory is relatively the same. The only thing we've added maybe is the aged balsamic is back in stock. Most of the bars are available. We got the meat granola over there. We got some blueberry pemmican. We have the vanilla and berry best bars. This is the chocolate chip granola bar. We just made this fresh this week. We're kind of out of the collagen crisp bars besides the white chocolate macadamia nut. We do have the quinoa crisp and just a bunch of other artisanal stuff like artichoke spread. We got some fig jam spreads, still some biltong, small amount of jerky left, more biltong here. We got all the cooking fats, the grass-fed beef tallow in the big jar. We got a lot of pork lard, lamb tallow, kind of running low on the bone marrow oil, and then
Frank is straight up unrecognizable. Love you, VG.
Yeah, he, I don't know if he told his plastic surgeon to fuck his shit up, but yep. He's looking far more retarded than normal. Thanks for the donation, Cowboy Bebop. Grey Knight donate $2. Which energy drink do you like better, C4 or Ghost? New flavors just released for both. I've never tried C4. I don't know if I had a cherry flavor. I don't know if it's sour black cherry. I hate strawberry, so I'm not going to try that one. Liquid Death Soda? Fruit Punch. Cherry Bomb, Tropical Thunderfrost, Frostbitten Citrus. If I see these, I might give them a try. Alright. Yeah, I haven't tried C4. I like the ghost ones, though. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Dodo, donate $2. Would you 2v2 debate with him?
Hey, how's it going, man? Can I ask you a couple questions? What's up? Are you against animal abuse?
Oh, I'm totally against animal abuse.
Yeah, it's bad stuff?
Yeah.
You eat animals?
Every once in a while.
Would you say that's abusive? Do you stab others to death and consume their bodies and stuff like that?
No, I don't stab anyone to death. No animal, no nothing to death. No.
You pay for it, no? You finance those industries?
I finance.
Would you see yourself financing industries that stabbed humans and turned the humans into sandwiches, stuff like that? Mm-mm. You would never give your money to like a human.
Now let me ask you, what is your topic on Darwinism and theory of evolution?
I believe in evolution by natural selection, of course.
So that contradicts everything you're saying if natural selection is something you believe in, because natural selection is survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, survival of the fittest. This is exactly the kind of guy I'd want to be around if I was getting chased by a bear.
This is basically who has the best adaptations to overcome everything else that's living.
I appreciate it. By the way, evolution is just a description of how species arose. Doesn't tell us anything about how we should act. Why stab others to death? We have all the alternatives.
That is true.
Yeah, you said you wouldn't pay for human sandwiches, but you pay for animal sandwiches. So what?
Oh, these people are just retarded. But yeah, I'd do a 2v2 debate with them. When drones and fireworks meet. Well, that does look pretty. I ran before Jimmy Carter. I don't know if you can blame Jimmy Carter on what happened to Iran.
Дайте нам гроші, дайте нам зброю, дайте нам гроші, більше снарядів, дешеві кредити, дайте нам.
These pro-Russia tards, man. Okay, thanks, Dodo. Riley, donate tellers, have you go to the Jubilee link to sign up for yourself yet? No, haven't. I think someone in the comments said they actually need to get some more professional vegans. Kind of dumb Jubilee doesn't on Jubilee rather than just random people, and it got 2,000 likes. Yeah, I'll apply for that soon. I still have to update my passport and shit though. So maybe I should get that done first. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
I understand dog people but never understood cat people. What is the appeal?
Well, cats are pretty fucking awesome. I mean, do I really have to explain why cats are so awesome when it's like just self-evident? Like, cats are pretty freaking cool. Especially my kitty, Gum Gum. Love my Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
And here we have all the salts and seasonings. Mountain salt, pure sea salt, steak seasoning. Everything's pretty much in stock. So that was the foods.
Dodo donate $2, bud. You really need to get yourself on Jubilee because we know damn well if it's not you there, they're gonna get the most retarded vegans to argue for veganism, including woke, pro-Gaza people that can't separate that from veganism. Yeah, I'll try to get on. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I heard. Just want you to know that you're the G. I needed your streams though. Especially the last 2 days to help my depression. I'm drowning out here.
Well, I'm back. Alright, I'm gonna keep streaming, so don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
On organ supplements, the macronutrient enzymes just came in this week. A lot of you guys have been asking for this, so they are available now, organsupplements.com. What's also new on organ supplements is vitamin and mineral complete powder. So we launched the multi-mineral and multivitamin earlier this year. This I formulated to be like an animal feed, so I'm not going to talk too much about this, but if this sounds enticing to you guys, you can check it out on the website. And we're also going to have a probiotic powder soon, but there's a lot of products on organ supplements, guys, if you haven't checked out the website. I don't really want to go too much into it now because there's a lot to cover. I'm not going to touch on Frankie's Naturals this week because some new products should finally be coming back in, so as soon as those are in, we'll get into it. But there are a few things that I will still, have to be making myself, like the cavity cure concentrate. So pop in the fridge. You guys know we have all the high quality grass-fed A2, A2 raw dairy products. I got a new reach-in fridge just to wheel in and out easier, so it's a lot easier to fill all the orders. And we just have a little bit of everything in here, like all the cheeses. We got like the raw cream, cottage cheese, butter, all that stuff under the local Amish dairy section. We slice some of the cheddar and stuff like the mortadella is also sliced. That's over here, the mortadella. Steak sauce, just made a fresh batch the other week. Sauce, these are actually just the whole jarred tomatoes. We also have a juice and a sauce. I've been eating this every day in my diet. I'll probably have to talk more about this in a day of eating. I think this is the sauce. This is the tomato sauce. That's the whole jarred tomatoes, and then I think there's some tomato juice over here too. Yeah, we restocked all of the pickled products, sauerkraut, jardiniera, and we got the dill pickles as well. So just trying to keep up with everything. Got some blood in earlier this week. Hopefully you guys buy it so it doesn't go bad. We did have to increase.
The fact that Frank can run a complex retail business and I'm still a wage slave does not sit right with me.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a carer who helps him with some of this shit, but you'd think he'd be too retarded to manage any of this. I'm surprised his business has lasted this long. Thanks for the donation, though, Farts.
The price on the eggs. I think a lot of people had their own.
Do you think rep ranges are arbitrary? You can build muscle with 8, 6, or even 4. Well, not really. There's different reasons why you might want a certain rep range. Like fatigue is a factor, tendon, joint, like injuries or pain. You may just get a better feeling from a certain rep range with certain exercises. Certain exercises don't really work well with like sets of, 6 or less, like, lateral raises and shit. So it's not totally arbitrary. And there's also adaptive resistance, where if you're just training within one single rep range, you're going to end up having issues with progression.
Chickens, or like they were buying eggs locally, and then all at once, like 2 months ago, the egg sales doubled and we couldn't keep up. So we had to increase the price of the eggs. So, if you're not buying eggs year round from us, don't complain about the price increase because you're the reason. I mean, like people have, their chickens out on the pasture in the warmer weather, and then winter comes and their chickens stop laying and they go buy the eggs from me, but I can't keep up with that demand. So hopefully we can reduce the price of the eggs back down to something reasonable soon, but the demand's still pretty high. Here in the freezer, we finally got one of the patty machines working, so the best burger blend is now going to be in 5-ounce patty form. All the regular Iberico pork over here, guys. The most popular product by far is the Iberico bacon. But what's new is we do have some local Amish pork available if you want something at a slightly more affordable price point. Yeah, so as soon as we run out of this best burger blend, I don't know if we'll do both, because sometimes people will like using this for like smash burgers and the other patty for like regular thicker burgers. Still got plenty of pet food. That's the high fat grinds. Got some local ground beef over there. 95.5 lean blend. This is the ground chuck. This is kind of like our bread and butter. This is mostly what we sell as our main ground beef. Plenty of ribeye over here. Prime ribeyes look pretty good. Nice marbling on those. We have a small amount of scrapple left, but we've been making our own liverwurst, and they're in these nice small, kind of like brick size portions, 4 or 5 ounces each. Holidays are kind of past already, but we've sold a lot of boneless ribeye roast, and we still have a decent amount of the bone-in prime rib roast if you guys still want them. A lot of whole marrow bones available if you guys want them cheap as like a pet treat or something, but we also have the regular canoe bones that are easier to eat. This is the giveaway item. $125, you get 2 pounds rosemary garlic lamb shank. So yeah, I mean, this is something that like retail is like, $30, $40. So it's a huge amount of quality grass-fed lamb that's for free with pretty much every order. Got all our dry ice here ready to ship with.
When will Frank just end it all, dude?
Fresh ground lamb, all restocked. Got all our soups and stuff over here. This is the beef barley stew. We made a fresh batch the other week. I believe this is the beef and bone broth, plain beef stew. We still have it. This is our chicken stock, concentrated chicken broth. This is a plain chicken soup. Over here we have a beef stock concentrate, and then the most popular one is the beef collagen bone broth that we make, you know, every week fresh for you guys. Highest quality gelatinous bone broth at the most affordable price, made with mineral water bottled
Yeah, that's gross.
in glass. And then here we have turkey back. There's some ground turkey. Only place online, as far as I know, that's selling corn and soy-free turkey, especially ground turkey. We got organs too, and I think there's a bunch of whole turkeys lying around here somewhere. Yeah, I was a little bit upset. Like I didn't feel like doing YouTube and stuff during Thanksgiving, so we didn't even sell like half of the amount of turkeys that we sold last year. So because of that, farmers kind of screwed. Like, but there's.
Are there any things you're looking for in a future long-term partner? Like, should she have a job? I find the dating pool is very small for people who think like a lot of us do.
Has a job, is able to pay for her own expenses, and if she's living with me...
React to this.
Yeah, and if she's living with me, absolutely has to contribute to the rent. Doesn't necessarily have to pay half, but at least contribute to it. And again, ideally, just shares similar interests, like is into video games, is into like cars or motorcycles or something like that. Vegan, obviously. But that's really it. And, you know, just have to jive well. Thanks for the donation, Alex. Dodo, let me see.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We actually do have an update for you. That suspect involved in the New Orleans attack has been identified as 42-year-old Shashmud Din Jabbar. Let me pull up.
Oh, yeah, that's a terrorist name.
An image of the screen here as I do read this to you. This is the latest just in here from the FBI right now. Today at this morning, 3:15 in the morning Central Time, a man drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 people and injuring dozens of others. This is a statement from the FBI. I'm reading all of it to you as we do learn this new information. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to a local hospital. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shashmud Din Jabbar. He is a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came into possession of the vehicle.
You know, I can only just imagine how, you know, MAGA would kind of react to this. I don't fucking care if this, you know, guy says he's from Texas. If you have a name like Mahmoud Juju Jazzabar, you ain't no American. Like, this guy clearly seems like a fucking terrorist. He has a ISIS flag. He probably just has friends and family that are Muslim and are fucking crazy unhinged or some shit.
Vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential IED were located in there to those briefs.
Yeah, I think that's more than just a coincidence that there was an ISIS flag in the guy's vehicle, so, yeah, what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycom donated $2, let me see.
US correspondent James Matthews has more, and just a warning, his report contains a graphic description of the attack.
The early hours of New Year's Day in New Orleans. This was Bourbon Street, not long after 3 a.m. 2 people are seen lying in the street as armed officers race to the scene.
Yeah, dude, it's literally just not worth it anymore going to large events. There's just too many fucking terror attacks, just bullshit happening.
Quarter.
Very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly.
The attacker has been named as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a rented Ford pickup. Having driven it through the crowd, he got out and started shooting at police officers. 2 were injured. Jabbar was Shamsuddin Jabbar 4 years ago on a YouTube video introducing himself as a property manager.
I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of...
Weird. I would have expected him to, say like, Durka Durka, Hadalaka Ducka, Durka Durka. So yeah, this guy was definitely actually an American citizen, like not a first-generation immigrant who like speaks broken English.
Traveling for the military.
FBI investigators say he was ex-military and believe he was honorably discharged. In committing mass murder, they believe he wasn't acting alone.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
Weapons were recovered from the vehicle, as well as an improvised explosive device. Other devices were found in the vicinity. An ISIS flag was also recovered from the pickup. Investigators are calling this a suspected terror attack.
Yeah, I wonder if this guy just became radicalized by some like fucking Muslim group or some shit he was involved with. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cam. Son Goku don't tell us he makes the best fitness content. Let me see.
Ruffle some feathers, but I'd honestly estimate that at least 80% of certified personal trainers at an average big box commercial gym really don't know what the hell they're doing for the most part. And I don't think too many experienced lifters would consider that to be some kind of controversial statement. I mean, I've been in and out of too many gyms to count over the past 20 years, and this is just a consistent rule that never seems to fail. Whether it's related to lifting technique, exercise selection, overall programming in general, not knowing how to spot properly, outdated nutrition and supplementation advice, some of the things you hear and witness from these qualified trainers is just shocking, for lack of a better word. The problem is that the bar for getting certified is just really low in general, and in a lot of cases, someone can essentially go from having no real fitness knowledge or experience at all to actively training clients within a matter of months. Now, obviously that doesn't mean there aren't some really good personal trainers out there, but I would say that they're the exception and not the rule. So if you do want to work with an in-person trainer for whatever reason, just make sure to do some research up front and don't assume that the certified PT title is enough, because it honestly means very little on its own.
Yep, I would agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Is stepdad VG a thing/option?
No, I'm not going to be taking in any stepchildren. Thanks for the donation, though, Sloth.
Gary the Numbers Guy gives his 2025 predictions.
2025 is a snake year. Who do you see taking L's?
People who were born in the year of the pig are going to take L's. This is just how it works. If you're born 1971, 1983, 1995, 2007, it's not going to be your year. I'm sorry, XQC. You're taking an L. Then we have a guy like Logan Paul who's born in 1995. We know his empire is going to take a hit. There's a lot of people who can get yours, including our friend, Elon Musk. Right now, Elon Musk looks like he's on top of the world. He's, doing stuff with the Trump administration, the stocks through the roof, everything's looking good, but enemy year is coming. And I'm gonna tell people right now, I'm gonna short Tesla stock next year. Because next year's his enemy year, he's taking a hit. Doesn't matter how smart he is, how rich he is, enemy year is gonna kick him in the ass.
Numerology is the biggest load of fucking horseshit, dude. Thanks for the donation, numerology expert.
Last year, I ordered twice as many turkeys as I needed, so we had way too much.
I'm glad you're back, Supreme Ruler. We have captured some North Korean soldiers in Ukraine and are holding them prisoner. We also have found some in the West Bank as well. I will have a meeting with the Mossad. Would you like to come along?
Yeah, sure. I'll tag along. That sounds like all good news. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
Durka Durka Dun is a fucking tune.
Oh, Tune Octune. Yeah, Tune Octune was great. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Much turkey. And this year I ordered the lesser amount, you know, like what I thought we could sell, and we didn't even sell half of them. Because I didn't do any videos, I didn't promote it, I just sent out a few emails. And it was kind of shocking to me because, like, we were selling higher quality turkey fresh at a way lower price than anyone else, and everyone else was sold out. So, you know, it just goes to show, like, how shadow banned and censored I am offering these products. But, oh well. Pretty sure we're sold out of the strawberry and chocolate ice cream. I did put the sorbets at $8 each, just to try to move them out during the colder weather and get some fresh ones in. All beef tongues. Finally got beef tongues in at a decent price.
The fuck?
Way too much whole chicken. I don't know if we're gonna start doing rotisserie chickens or like prepared chickens or something to move through these, but we have way too much whole chicken. The cut up chicken we're moving through pretty quickly, and we did run out of duck completely, so we're gonna try to get some duck back in the next few weeks. I think we still have some whole ducks, like right here we have like the whole broiler ducks, but we ran out of the duck like breast and thigh. We do still have some duck wings though, but you know wings aren't really that popular. Should honestly probably grind these up and make some ground duck. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, no, I feel like I should have more to talk about because I haven't done a video in so long, but what really ends up happening is like there's things that come and go every week and different things happen every week that aren't relevant the next week. Like we had chimichurri. Now we're gonna fog up. I don't really want to film on my phone. Like we had chimichurri, you know, like the green steak sauce from Argentina. We made that a few weeks ago, sold it all, so I don't even have it to show you guys. But we might make some more of that. Yeah, this camera keeps fogging up, but I don't have much more to talk about. I mean, I could go into like the bakery stuff and things that we're doing over the next few months, but nothing is like 100% ready yet, and I don't have a definite timeline, so I'm better off just like showing you guys that stuff when it's ready. So yeah, Frankie's Strange Meat, we got all that free stuff available. Frankie's Strange Foods, new products, macadamia nut butter, everything's in stock. We should have the potato chips back in a week or two. Organ supplements, we got those few new things I showed you guys, and we should have some more stuff in the next few months. Nothing immediately though, so don't feel like you have to hold down on placing an order. Frankie's Naturals, though, we should have some stuff in a week or two. So if you do plan on ordering Frankie's Naturals, you might want to wait. Shouldn't be more than a week or two, and we should have some new stuff available. And then Wi-Fi shielding. We restocked all the clothing recently. We should have most of the stuff available on Wi-Fi shielding. I don't think we're going to do any new stuff soon on there, but that should be it, guys. All the businesses are on Frank-Tufano. There's a lot of people that keep copying and stealing my ideas and making, you know, millions and millions of dollars off of it, while these people continue to censor and shadow ban me. So all I can say, guys.
There's no way Frank doesn't have schizophrenia at this point.
Guys, is just try to support me as much as you can. You know, I'm gonna make up some new slogans. Don't be a Costco sucker. Don't be an Amazon asshole. Support me instead. You know, like it's publicly known like how horrible these companies treat their workers, and the problem is that these people are stealing.
Dude, it's funny he says this. He was literally doing business with a guy, and he ended up fucking doxing him. Like, my god. His old business partner, Adam, he doxed him too, stole money from him. He had to pay him back a ton of money. Like, oh, don't buy from Amazon. They treat their workers and employees like shit. What does fucking Frank do?
Stealing my ideas and then selling snake oil. Like, the companies that copy my potato chips, the beef tallow potato chips, they're not using organic potatoes. And they have the gall to say, oh, world's #1 tallow potato chip, which is factually incorrect because I'm using organic potatoes. So these people are selling you glyphosate sprayed potatoes or whatever chemicals they're using on them.
Oh my
regular,
God.
conventional potatoes, frying them in beef tallow. And they're not even cheaper than mine. They're selling them for like $10, $12 a bag, which is crazy. I thought me selling my potato chips at $7 a bag was bad, and mine are organic. Theirs are not. So these people copy me, they steal my ideas, and then they use their control of the media to deceive you. And I don't think there's been any scenario where the people are actually selling, like the other one, that ice cream, like honey, it's called like ice cream for bears. This guy saw that I was making raw honey.
Frank is so fucking retarded. Like, he literally doesn't realize that people used to use tallow for frying. Like, McDonald's used to fry their fries in tallow until the 1980s, when they finally stopped. Like, he's not the one who came up with this idea.
Ice cream, and copied it, ran with it. Just typical millionaire, billionaire jerk off, getting his product into Whole Foods. Like, it's just completely disgusting. And like, he's using regular corn and soy fed eggs, nothing organic. And to touch on that, like, you're better off buying the regular organic ice cream from Whole Foods, USDA organic ice cream, Whole Foods brand, than that ice cream he's selling.
Since you're single now, let's go through this video. We want to know your opinion on these countries too.
Skin is the key to finding true love. This is because women is just a dream. Keep watching, because Janeiro and Ipanema to the lush wilderness of the
Brazil,
Amazon.
Colombia. I'm not going to watch this video. This is way too long and boring. Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Thailand, South Africa. Ugh, yikes. Costa Rica, Philippines, Ghana, Portugal. I don't know too much about Portugal.
Number 10. Portugal. Portugal is one of the most attractive destinations in Europe. Transportation is both inexpensive and efficient. Angola and
Yeah, dude, all of these countries suck ass. Like, I would never want to fucking travel here. Like, half of them, they'd boil you in a fucking pot. Thailand's sort of okay. Yeah, Mexico, fuck no, you're gonna get killed by cartel. Dominican Republic, same thing. Colombia, same thing. Brazil, there's like tons of fucking gangs and crazy shit. South Africa is literally a failed country at this point. It is a fucking shithole. Tons of people are trying to fucking leave. What is it? What was the fucking... Whatever political party is in power right now, they're just insanely corrupt, ran the country into the fucking ground. Now, like, there's just tons of fucking gangs that are just fucking killing, murdering everybody, stealing everybody's shit, home invasions. Ghana is just a poor shithole fucking country. These are all shit-ass countries, dude. Like, yeah, the two exceptions being Thailand, Portugal, like, they're okay. Thanks for the donation, Smar.
Let alone compared to like mine, which is completely raw and made with actual like the highest quality ingredients from the eggs to the milk and dairy and everything. But I don't want to complain too much and touch on that stuff. We'll have to do some separate videos on it. So yeah, now that I already filmed this vlog, so I might as well post it. But now that I think about it, I guess I didn't really have that much stuff to show you guys. I guess it's more relevant to to talk about those things that I need to do other videos for. Well, I guess this vlog has been pretty long anyway. But you guys can see most of the businesses on frank-tufano.com. I'm trying to keep myself busy, and I'm excited. We should be doing, as usual, new product continue that.
Well, Frank's still retarded.
Couldn't be me. His channel was centered around RuneScape, specifically a part of the game referred to as PKing, meaning killing other players for experience and loot. By the time he made the channel, he'd already been playing for a year under a different alias, Kids Rank. According to Sv3rige, his first RuneScape videos with that name became popular because of the unique emo music he played during them, which led to a bit of a blunder on his part. You see, he wanted to host the music he used in his videos, but had no space left on his main channel. So he created a secondary channel called I'm Into Kids Rank Music, which sounds a lot like I'm Into Kids Rank Music. Regardless, Sv3rige became something of a known figure in the RuneScape community, claiming to have gotten 6 million views on one of his videos deathmatching another player. Despite how many hits his videos got, it was clear that his obsession with the game was waning. After one of his accounts got repeatedly hacked, he sold another one and abandoned 2 others just because he got bored of maintaining them. He continued to make RuneScape videos, but it was clear his interests were branching out. In an archive of his channel, his About Me section was updated to include the following passage. I hate humans. I enjoy reading about mass murders, school shootings, and stuff like that, hoping that they will release the Columbine basement tape someday. But this isn't the first time that Sv3rige manifested these beliefs. In 2006, a Latvian news article was published that read, yesterday morning, Goatis Lagsdinch, a 10th grade student at...
Dude. How the fuck has this guy evaded the police and not gotten locked up in this long? He is always being insane.
Ventspils First High School mentally lost his control and slashed out with a knife at 4 of his schoolmates. The injured students were taken to Ventspils Hospital, but the injuries were not serious. After treatment, all 4 went home. Christine Krlovska from Ventspils Criminal Police said that the attack was probably induced because of the past humiliation and bullying he received. It seems that Goatis Lagsdinch was obsessed with a film about the shooting at Columbine High School. He also planned to take himself out, but he backed out, said Leva Rexna, head of the state police's press and public relations department. There is very, very little information about this case online, not just because of how old it is, but also because it took place in a small city in Latvia. There is one other article that seems to be covering his case, but it omits his name entirely, where it includes the claim that his attack on the school was him reenacting a movie. A Kiwi Farms poster claiming to have been a part of Sv3rige's audience at the time commented on this, saying, Goatis used to be obsessed with the Columbine shooting. He'd bring it up a lot unprompted. I think he requested to delete some entries from the Wayback Machine because I recall him being very public about this and even had it on his YouTube profile. In the late 2000s, he tried to reenact Columbine at his high school. It prompted a lot of trolls to spam it all over his videos once it was found out, but it had very little effect. The guy was a legend in the RuneScape community. He blocked and deleted all the spammers who tried to share it on his videos. Later on that same year, he further distanced himself from RuneScape content by privating all of his videos, which his audience didn't take very well, and they even resorted to calling him an N-word, F-word. Shout out iDubbbz. Some of his videos were re-uploaded, but Sv3rige was done with that kind of content, now focusing solely on music-related uploads, even creating a blog about it. This rebranding wasn't half as successful as his former work, but he didn't seem to care very much, as he continued to just do this for the next few years. For a while there, the people following his online presence had no idea what he was like as a person, until 2011, when he began revealing himself to be a bit of a conspiracy theorist.
There's probably close to 4 million practicing Satanists in the United States alone based on my intelligence.
For context, late 2000s YouTube was absolutely riddled with this kind of schizo content, and it had a lot less stigma than it does now. But still, this was very much out of left field. His videos started consisting almost exclusively of unedited vlogs of him talking about the New World Order and the Illuminati. Given what is known to happen when long-haired Northern European guys into dark rock music start believing in conspiracy theories, this was a really bad sign of things to come. It's not worth it to get into the many hours of Sv3rige's schizo rants, so to summarize, he'd become the Eastern mysticism flavor of conspiracy theorists. He believed that morality is relative, there's no such thing as good or evil, nature is magical, religions were created to manipulate humanity, and so on and so forth. Although it is kind of absurd in a comedic way when he explains how he thinks that there were no planes in 9/11, it gets a bit more worrisome when he seemingly begins to use his rationale to justify things like sadism.
Some people like killing other living things, maybe other human beings. It's not up to us human beings to say that they are doing something that is bad. For one thing, we've been given this choice to do it by nature. For that reason alone, it cannot be seen as something that is bad, because clearly it's welcome. So you may say, well, those people are brainwashed or mentally ill, something like that. But it may be us who don't kill other people that are.
While his view counts were still very low, this kind of content definitely had an active niche that Sv3rige quickly connected with. In 2013, he created a forum called An Instrument for All to further engage with his audience. Though it's no longer up, we can see through Wayback Machine that it had plenty of user activity covering all sorts of controversial and esoteric topics. Sv3rige often participated in the threads, explaining his beliefs and practices to other users, such as him cutting down on consumption of meat and the benefits of something he called sun gazing. If that sounds like staring directly at the sun, it's because that's exactly what it is. Obviously, getting sunlight is good for a variety of reasons, but absorbing it via your eyeballs doesn't seem like the smartest strategy, or maybe I'm just not sun gazing killed enough yet. In mid-2014, Sv3rige's fringe beliefs expanded to the point that he began not wanting to be active on his own website anymore, thinking that he spent too much time on the computer. This, along with his general inactivity and him no longer wanting to pay for his housing costs, led to the forum being shut down. Around the same time, Sv3rige, who up until then lived in the UK, left for Berlin, where he met with a few like-minded peers, namely Jerome and Tom, the latter of which became one of his closest associates over the following years. This trip coincided with a noticeable intensifying in his deranged belief system, which can be exemplified in one upload of his whose title I can't even read without getting this video demonetized, but the intro to it is pretty avant-garde. In it, he explains that when people go gorilla mode on each other, without consent, it's because something like a vibration takes over their body and it suspends their rational thinking, which is a very abstract way for him to rationalize a horrific crime. Unsurprisingly, he pairs this with a confession. When he was 16 years old, he took advantage of a girl who had passed out.
When I was 16, I tried to touch a girl's genitals or breasts when she was asleep. And
I'm not sure why he thought revealing this was a good idea, especially since he immediately changes topics right away without commenting on it. This is something he has a habit of doing, and it really doesn't bode well, especially when he talks about extremely sensitive issues. In this same video, he talks about pedophilia, and it goes about as well as you'd expect.
I've seen a documentary, for example, where a man was by an older male when he was a child and then later did it to other children himself. So this is the kind of circle of life.
For context, a couple of Kiwi Farms posters who claim to have personal experience with Sv3rige shared a lot of previously unknown information from this time period. The first person claims to have met Sv3rige when they were teenagers in 2006 when he was 17. They became friends, but he became extremely concerned when Sv3rige confessed to him that he had abused his 12-year-old cousin. The user thought he was joking at first, but Sv3rige doubled down to detail exactly what he did, which is so graphic that I'd rather not get into specifics. The next testimony is from someone who claims to have known Sv3rige a few years later. According to them, Sv3rige befriended and indoctrinated.
Jesus, I didn't even fucking know about any of this. How in the fuck is this guy not locked up?
Minors into his philosophy. But that's not where it ends. He allegedly groomed two teenage girls, ages 14 and 16, the latter of which he traveled to see and actually slept with. However, his relationship with them imploded when the younger one found out what he did, at which point she leaked nudes and personal information of the others online. The poster added that the only thing that kept Sv3rige from sleeping with the 14-year-old is because he didn't consider her attractive enough for him, referring to her as a stick. For the time being, these are only allegations with nothing but the users themselves to back it up, but these are recurring themes in Sv3rige's story, as we'll come to find out. The second poster had also mentioned some kind of assistant that Sv3rige had, a 13 or 14-year-old who became very enamored with his ideology and met up with him multiple times. People speculated this was probably the aforementioned Tom who he met up with in Berlin. Regardless, at least at the time, most of the people in his audience weren't familiar with these claims, which isn't surprising given how negligent people were with these online situations all the way back then. What they were aware of, however, was that Sv3rige was sun gazing, which he made a habit of doing throughout 2014. Now, it's at this point that Sv3rige transitions from his skepticism about meat to full-on veganism. The only times he wasn't regularly eating exclusively vegetables was when he ate nothing except for, you guessed it, sunlight. In one video, he says he spent 8 hours sun gazing and was frequently fasting as the sun was providing him with the nourishment he needed. Soon after, he uploaded a video that consisted of a compilation of clips from Alex Jones and Gothic King Cobra.
We are now entering the vortex. Full spectrum, overall, integrated systems analysis, integration, field theory, unification, overlay. Okay?
Ghosts of my past haunt me. I say fuck them and keep walking down this road of empty road track. So my mind's ever more open and stand. Just keep walking. Nothing to do but talking, just keep walking. Living life one day at a time.
I gotta say, some of these clips are definitely fire. After this, Sv3rige spent almost 2 months in a psych ward. This happened because he became such a radical sun gazer that he went an entire month without eating, something he claimed to not regret.
But I was just completely happy. It was the clearest, purest moment of my life. It was just pure sun gazing all the time. And just, even though I almost died, that's what the doctor said, I definitely don't regret it. I went through something amazing, really. After over 2 months of not eating, I started eating 2 days before I got to the hospital, and my body was just not really understanding what's going on anymore. So I went to the shop, and some woman saw me, and she said, do you need like help? Because I just couldn't really even walk anymore. My muscles had died off, everything. The body was not working, total or organic failure.
He says in the clip that he felt fine for the entirety of the period he didn't eat, though he was noticeably losing a lot of weight, much of it being his muscles deteriorating. He claims he needed to go to the hospital only 2 days after he started eating again, which is possibly explained by refeeding syndrome, a life-threatening condition that happens when you resume eating normally after a long period of fasting. When the police took him to the hospital, he weighed under 100 pounds, when a guy of his height should be weighing at least 160 at the very least. In the hospital, they kept him on a diet of only fluids for a while to avoid anything like that happening again. 9 days in, he was sick of this diet and started trying to remove the tube, which made the doctors think he was anorexic and trying to harm himself, quickly relocating him to the psych ward. During his stay there, he started eating solids again and quickly got to a healthy weight. While he does take this opportunity to warn against doing what he did, he continues saying that his prolonged fasting and staring at the sun gave him a lot of benefits. We stand a schizophrenic thinspo king. Despite effectively not changing his stance on fasting and sun gazing, he did reconsider his veganism, as throughout 2015, he went from being a strict vegan to eating a regular keto diet with pretty normal and healthy food. That is, until he started exclusively eating raw meat and eggs. Despite these strange proclivities, he remained remarkably normal and mentally well, as you can see by this completely sane music video. It's rare that a man is deranged enough that he manages to become the worst representative of both vegans and carnivores alike. To the surprise of no one, within just a few months of his raw animal products diet, he developed food poisoning from eating bovine bone marrow that contained a life-threatening bacteria. However, he claimed this wasn't a problem with his diet, and instead, a sign that the butcher contaminated his meat with chemtrails. Mind you, he ate everything raw, including poultry and fish, which can contain salmonella. He even went as far as to say he tried expired meat, saying that there could be some health benefits to eating fully rotten meat. Now, I'm not a nutritionist, but that doesn't sound like the brightest idea, especially coming from a guy who just nearly died from eating bone marrow. In mid-2016, he hosted a meetup to interact with some of his followers. And though it's mostly normal and uneventful, Sv3rige throws a few jabs at Tom for still being a vegan, giving us glimpses at his increasing hatred for veganism, despite having been one in the past. Another highlight from this period is a video he made celebrating 7 years of unemployment. You heard right, the man has not worked a day since 2009, which prompts the question, how does he even make a living? One might be misled by him being half naked in the woods and promoting a hunter-gatherer lifestyle into thinking that he's living off of nature like his ancestors did. But in a bit of a Freudian slip, among all of his criticisms of the system and his claims that money is just meaningless paper, he mentions that he needed papers in order to make his unemployed lifestyle work.
Since July 2009, that's when I stopped working. That's when I lived in England still. So the last 8 months in England, I didn't work. And I was still 20 when I moved to Germany, so I actually got my papers done, because if I would have been 21, it wouldn't have worked. So there was luck.
What he's most likely referring to here are some form of disability checks, most likely related to the psychological evaluation he was forced to undergo as a consequence of his attempted reenactment of Columbine when he was a teenager. This is reinforced by one of the KF posters who claim to be closely familiar with him, and as far as I'm concerned, it's the best explanation for how he can continue to live the way he does. Well, that and stealing. In one of the aforementioned posts, Sv3rige is described as a kleptomaniac who serially shoplifted because, in his own words, it gave him a joy boost. He specified that he only thieved in stealth, never actually robbed people directly, probably because he was afraid of getting beat up by whoever he tried to rob. He also actively promoted it to the teenagers in his IRC, telling them that this is how he financed himself besides the government benefits and the payments he got for taking care of his girlfriend. We haven't gotten to the girlfriend part of the story yet, but it's worth pointing out that despite just being allegations, these same stories get reiterated by multiple different, seemingly unrelated people. In another set of uploads from this era, Sv3rige revisits his criticism of organized religions, saying instead that everyone should just accept themselves as they are, including their urges to hurt, kill, or do even worse things to one another. In order to prove that these heinous things must be embraced because they are natural, he cites that some victims grow attached to their abusers, meaning that the abuse is just superficial and there is real love underneath.
Which is why a lot of times when there's abuse in relationships, they actually stay together, because when there's real love, that's a connection of the souls, then that kind of superficial stuff doesn't matter.
His argument is that since everyone supposedly has these tendencies, we can't judge anyone who acts on them, even if we don't. If it occurs in nature, whatever that means, since technically everything is in nature one way or another, then it must be good and we need to let it happen. I wonder how this correlates with the allegations of him creeping on teens. To further demonstrate his sanity and well-being, Sv3rige's very next video was him describing how he was craving human flesh during his stay at the psychiatric hospital.
I was quite mad at these doctors there because they were giving me this carbohydrate, and there was a lot of stuff going wrong there, and that's why I actually wanted to just bite one of them and eat them.
In the same video, he explains how children are much more wise and open-minded than we give them credit for. This already sounds really bad as is, but he leaves nothing to the imagination by giving an example of why he thinks this is true.
Kids are very open to everything, and it also reminds me how I used to sunbath nude in this one spot, and people didn't like it because they said kids also come here. As if kids would mind nudity. Kids are the last ones who will mind it. It's all the people who grow up and get manipulated. And
mind you, all of this is said in the context of his belief that the Illuminati practice ritual cannibalism and even worse things on children. But in his perspective, this is why they are happy people. In his next few videos, he speaks about how he finds murder beautiful and his reasons that he'll never play RuneScape again, which I'll let you see for yourself.
You live in a world which is man-made. Everything that you care about is made by other men. This has nothing to do with how I live my life. I live on Earth, a flat Earth, and I follow nature to level up because we are on a plane. That's a topic for a different video, but we are literally in a virtual reality, which is pretty much the same thing as any of the video games that you play.
Regardless of the topic, his videos mostly consist of him rambling incoherently while trying to assemble a point, occasionally going on tangents about why people who listen to popular music are dumber than and beneath him, and why vegans are scum. This last topic is actually what caused his split with his right-hand man, Tom, who was himself a vegan. According to witness accounts, within a week of the Sv3rige meetup I talked about earlier, despite having lived off of him for that week as Tom paid for his stay, Sv3rige proceeded to ban and shun Tom due to his veganism, which Sv3rige now ardently opposed. The severance of this bond with Tom was significant, since he was one of the very, very few people who stuck with him since way before he went off the conspiracy deep end. In all fairness, his falling out with Tom was just one of the many signs of his abandonment of normalcy. At the beginning of 2017, he's claimed to have been caught shoplifting twice in close succession. He was let off with a warning the first time, but the second got him declared legally insane, along with a fine and a threat from the German authorities that if he's caught doing it a third time, he'll be sent to a mental institution. Later down the line, we can see that Sv3rige engages in a variety of controversial public protests in other European countries like the UK and the Netherlands, but he noticeably did very few of them in Germany, probably in fear of getting in trouble with the law. But perhaps no symptom of his increasing insanity is better.
Dude, this is exactly what I've been saying, by the way. Sv3rige could have been locked up. They could have put him away for fucking shoplifting. But because we have this stupid, dumb bitch cucked society where, oh, well, it's not your fault, and I know you're trying and you have mental issues, like, we'll let you go. None of this shit would have happened if they would have just locked him up for fucking shoplifting. Like, holy fuck. He nearly murdered his fucking ex-girlfriend and her child. He would have been locked up for fucking shoplifting if they had just put the criminals in jail. Death of Rabbit donated $2. Will you ever have another long-term relationship again? I mean, I'll try. I'm glad you're streaming again, bro. Happy New Year. Do you have any plans for 2025? Well, sort of. There might be some exciting shit happening around summer. I don't really want to get too much into it, but probably going to be hanging out with a good friend of mine, and we might be doing some rad shit. But, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the summer. So, other than that, you know, yeah, just getting the divorce with Jasmine, and we'll see what happens as far as relationships go in the future. But, yeah, summer might actually pop off. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Than his girlfriend. And to simply call her his girlfriend is to leave a mountain of context out. Though he has allegedly made extraordinary efforts to keep her a secret, the people who went to meet with him IRL have provided a plethora of details about Sv3rige's home life. One KF poster said he was paid to be her caretaker since she was in her early 50s and severely autistic and had OCD. According to this account, he employed her as a cameraman, during which he demanded she make no noise whatsoever, which she complied to exclusively during recordings, since when he wasn't recording, she'd loudly speak gibberish to herself in German. He also had her calling him Mr. Goatis and asking for things as if he was her father. During their time together, he apparently regularly cheated on her and, according to the poster, physically abused her, as she once showed him the bruises on her body from the episodes. This was supposedly done to let her know what he's willing to do to keep her from leaving him. All of this was unknowingly reiterated by someone in a YouTube comment, adding to the credibility of the claims that he physically abused her, while her parents sent thousands of dollars.
This is being proven. Not only has Sv3rige admitted that he was dating this, like, mentally disabled, elderly woman, his ex-girlfriend, Luna, also knew about all of this and talked to her. And, there's people who are public. They're public figures who know him and know her and talk to her directly, confirming this. And apparently he anally raped her on many occasions.
His way to travel around the world eating expensive food. Again, these are only the supposed claims of witness accounts, but at the least some of the claims were eventually confirmed by Sv3rige himself, which we'll eventually get into. Around the same time, we see a significant uptick in anti-vegan rhetoric, with Sv3rige going as far as to drop an entire documentary about how terrible the diet is. I won't comment on the merits of the points he makes exclusively against veganism, since they vary so wildly in degree of merit and aren't really relevant to this video. What is relevant is that at a point in the documentary, Sv3rige found himself once again promoting the validity of cannibalism as an alternative to veganism, as according to him, human meat is more nutritious and easily digestible. At this point, Sv3rige was waging a one-man crusade against vegans and relentlessly bashed it whenever he could. Soon after the documentary, he posted a video titled "The
Monetize, donate $2. You should monetize your divorce like Destiny did.
Did this come out of the blue for you?
No, I don't think so. How did it affect you personally or emotionally?
My emotional baseline is just really, really, really high. So as long as I'm not like, my life isn't f***ed. If I go to sleep, I wake up, I'm usually a little bit better every day, and I just kind of, keep going.
Was there any financial impact of having a divorce?
No, I just have to worry about myself now.
Interesting. So it wasn't like expensive. You didn't have to pay out anything.
I think I paid like $2,000 for an attorney and all the filing fees or whatever. Yeah.
That's really fascinating.
It was a no contest divorce. I mean, it's super cheap. Yeah.
You hear a lot of people say, "Oh, you're going to lose half."
Yeah, most people are retarded. So first of all, only 10% of marriages, the end of them, even involve alimony. Division of assets is probably a good thing. You should be dividing assets. You probably should be losing half because you're losing half your partnership that you used to acquire those assets.
Fuck. That is absolutely fucking cuck, dude. Bullshit. Bro, when you're talking about, like, rich, successful men who marry these women and then have to give up, like, half their assets, these women aren't doing jack fucking shit. They're fucking housewives. They do nothing. Like, that is the most cucked, retarded shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. They do nothing, they're taken care of, and then they steal half your fucking shit after the divorce. Go fuck yourself.
Assets, right? If you're a man and you work and the only reason you were able to afford that house is because a wife stayed home and took care of kids, then yeah, of course she should be entitled to something. Like,
oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh, that is so fucking cucked. The only reason you were able to work is because your wife stayed at home and took care of the kids. Like, oh my god. Bro, paying for a full-time nanny would be fucking cheaper in the long run. Like, my ass.
she sacrificed her entire career and enabled you and empowered you to go and work that job.
Do you regret having your relationship so public? And would you get married again?
I don't know. I'm not like a big marriage guy. We got married because she needed the green card to live in the U.S. because.
Though that is an absolute cucked, like, bullshit take. Is Melina loyal?
You're going through a divorce
not.
right now.
I'm done with my divorce.
I heard divorces could take a very long time.
No contest divorce, like 2 weeks.
Really?
You just sign the papers and send them to a judge, and they look at it and they give you a judgment, and you're done.
And you had a prenup?
No, it was a short marriage. It was like less than 5 years.
So what does that mean if it's a short marriage versus a long marriage?
Longer marriage, there's going to be a stronger case to be made for alimony, but it also depends on if the earning potentials of your partner was hurt, so if they stopped working, or if you've got children or shared assets or anything like that.
You're going through a divorce right now.
I'm done with my divorce.
Mel.
Political streamer Destiny is divorcing his wife, Melina, because she left him for a TikToker named Memetics. Now, you may have heard that Destiny and Melina were in an open marriage. And now that they're divorcing, a lot of Red Pill podcasts are running victory laps because Destiny's failed open marriage fits their narrative. However, in this case, the Red Pill logic doesn't add up. In Red Pill land, hypergamy causes women to leave their current partners for guys who are jacked, who have more money, etc. But in Destiny's situation, Melina left him for a Dollar Tree version of Ezra Miller, who also threatened to kill himself if she did not divorce Destiny. Not really consistent with Red Pill logic. While you might have your opinions,
It's very simple. Women are fucking crazy. They don't have the type of long-term planning that men have. And if they're just emotionally tied up in some random dude, even if he doesn't have money, not jacked, they're going to do stupid, ridiculous shit, like throw away a relationship with a much better guy just because their dumb girl brain emotions have took over, and they're just thinking of how much they're in love and infatuated with some dude. Like, they're not thinking, oh, this guy has more money and he's more handsome and he's going to stay in better shape and be better breeding stock for our offspring. Like, women don't think that way. And yeah, you'd expect red pillars to come up with this stupid idea because they're thinking with their man brain. Men think, okay, how can I benefit from this? How is this going to benefit me long term? What are the short, long term consequences? Women don't think that way. They think with dumb girl emotions. They just think, oh my God, I'm in love with this guy. And then they're not thinking like, oh, where am I going to get my money from? Does this guy have more money? Is he going to be better for kids? Like, they don't think that way. When they're just emotionally attached to a partner, like, that's really all they care about.
on whether or not Destiny is right about a lot of things. I think the thing that we can agree on is that he's someone who seems to actively pursue the truth. Now, maybe he's better at doing this in his professional life than in his personal life. But when someone organizes at least part of their life around the pursuit of the truth, they're usually better able to weather storms like this and come out the other side with some lessons learned, as well as a better life overall. And honestly, if it is left to me to determine whether this guy or this guy does a better job of centering their lives around the pursuit of truth, my money is on the blue-haired woman. Political streamer.
Well, it's a fairly base take. Thanks for the donation, Monetize.
Most degenerated and retarded religious sheeple ever. Gee, I wonder what he's going to talk about in this one. The general point of this gem is that in his point of view, vegans are just like religious people, attached to their identity and practices by nothing but blind faith, and that once they are destroyed by his truth bombs, they have no option but to accept the superiority of eating raw meat exclusively. But before you think that Sv3rige is just a psychotic Liver King prototype minus the steroids, don't worry, it gets much worse. He finally saw the light of reason and recognized that his diet was too rigorous and limiting, at which point he decided to introduce a new food item, high meat. If you're not a schizophrenic person who spends too much time on alternative health Reddit, you probably have no idea what this is. It consists of purposely leaving meat meat out to rot, usually in glass jars, sometimes with other things in the jars to alter the configuration of the bacterial cultures that will grow on the meat, often over the course of a whole year. Once the meat is sufficiently rotted, it's taken out and, you guessed it, consumed raw. This is something he'd already hinted at in the past and eventually made a tutorial for how to do it. In it, the practical aspects of doing this are paired with a bizarre philosophy, the belief that our ancestors who lived in nature and were thus healthier than we are were high all day every day without the need to do any drugs. This claim is based on absolutely nothing, but regardless, he delivers it with the same conviction that he has for every other element of his lifestyle.
You can easily tell if somebody is healthy if they are not high, euphoric, and don't perceive everything around them as absolutely incredible, then they are not healthy.
In his view, raw and rotten animal products are why this supposedly was the case, and the only reason why modern people think this is disgusting is because they've been brainwashed by the New World Order and can no longer understand or appreciate what proper nutrition looks like. He added that drug addicts only exist because people are no longer eating rotten meat, which I think is pretty easy to test if he really wanted to be scientific about it. All you'd have to do is give a crackhead a rotten steak and watch the years of addiction dissipate in a matter of seconds. Forget methadone, guys. Try moldy roadkill. Or don't, considering that he once said in the stream he's constantly bloated and only once every 3 weeks. Maybe it has to do with the fact that he doesn't drink water because he believes you're supposed to get all of your hydration from raw animal meat and blood. The rest of the video just shows him preparing the high meat, and a year later, he actually ate it on video. Now, I'm not judging. If you want to go and eat rotten meat, have your fun, I guess. I will say, promoting it as a primary driver of living healthy, all while you look like a balding AIDS patient whose forehead could be used to shape tech deck half pipes, is not a strategy I advise. He didn't do this just the once either. It became something of a tradition for him to make and eat high meats on camera.
Like eating chili.
Now, doesn't that look like a man enjoying the primal lifestyle,
God.
given how attached he is to juvenile acts of rebellion?
Dude. Catholic? Donate $2. Thoughts?
The Catholic Church takes the sacrament of matrimony very seriously. Of course, this high standard of the Church is not always met. Unfortunately, even Catholics get divorced. What is the Catholic Church's stance on divorce, and how is this different from an annulment? Of course, there is one way for a couple to be completely separated and capable of marrying again, and that is through the process of annulment. For many, an annulment is just a fancy Catholic way of saying divorce, but this is not the case. Whereas a divorce breaks a marriage in two, an annulment declares that it was never a legal marriage in the first place. There are 6 criteria that are required for a marriage to be valid or legal in the church. The spouses are free to marry, they are capable of giving their consent to marry, they freely exchange their consent. In consenting to marry, they have the intention to marry for life, be faithful to one another, and be open to having and raising children. If any portion of this is determined to be unfulfilled, the marriage is said to have never existed in the first place.
You can just skip all of that and not get married in the first place. Would you go on the Red Scare pod?
Misha R. from Jamaica has the following question. She says, can you please elaborate on what is meant by...
I don't know what Red Scare podcast is.
Still being morally obligated after a divorce. Basically, this comes from my understanding of trying to combine and put together all of the statements in scripture on the topic of marriage and divorce. You know, on one hand, you could say any divorce means you're totally free and now you can do whatever you want because every divorce is legitimate. On the other hand, you could say only legitimate reasons for divorce create divorce. This would mean that a lot of people are actually still married. Like they're still actually married, even though they have a legal divorce, even though they haven't been together in 10 years, 20 years, they're still legally, in God's eyes, married. But I think that neither of these options...
This boring Mike Winger.
Given the state of the Catholic Church, it's not just the Arian crisis 2.0 with modernism. 98% of the Church has a neo-Protestant liturgy, the receiving communion on the hand.
The Orthodox will accuse Catholicism of changing their tradition and how they administer the Eucharist, how they administer the sacraments, and they'll say that...
This is boring. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Rebellion, like insulting people over their taste in music and shoplifting, it's clear that doing this works in the same way for him. Eating disgusting, raw, rotten meat on camera is the schizo version of a middle schooler dipping his fries in Coca-Cola and pretending it tastes great to gross his friends out. If I'm being honest, that's probably the root of all of Sv3rige's insanity. Stunted developments that permanently kept him with the mindset of an edgy teenager. Uploads of his from the same time period include The Illuminati Are Your Parents and Water, Healthy or Deadly, Urine Drinking Explained. Need I say more? What's crazy is that at least up until this point, he got very little support and barely had anything to call a community.
BG is a simp, donated $2. Let me see.
I would always hear about like how...
Unfortunately, sudden death from
Elliot Hulse situation. Okay, we'll react to those later. Thanks for the donation, VG.
As he progressively shed more and more of his original followers due to how fringe he'd become. Many people have made the point that lolcows are largely the creation of their trolls, but honestly, I tremble at the thought of how deranged people can actually get when there's no one to mock them for it. And Sv3rige is a perfect example of this. Throughout the majority of his online presence, he got very little attention, negative or otherwise. Yet his lunacy continued to grow by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, in 2017, he finally got in touch with people who not only partook in the same activities, but outdid him. One such person was a YouTuber known as Milkjar, who went to a vegan protest and basically staged a counter protest where he ate a cow's raw heart. The cherry on top is that this video is actually titled Vegan SJW's Triggered. Oh, 2017, How I Long for Thee. Milkjar and Sv3rige were a match made in, well, not exactly heaven, but it was love at first sight, and soon after, they participated in a debate against the infamous vegan bodybuilder, Vegan Gains. The debate was kind of a botch, as it's not even clear exactly what they were debating. Clearly, it was vegans versus carnivores, but the first half was bogged down by the definition of what constituted a nutritious diet, a question where neither party found common ground. The second half, on the other hand, was monopolized by the question of which diet was morally superior, which is obviously very subjective and ultimately pointless when we know that Sv3rige doesn't even subscribe to the concept of morality in the first place. And by the way, I did a video about Vegan Gains where I actually met him in real life, and it was pretty interesting, so feel free to check that out after you're done here. Mind you, this entire thing went on for a whopping 4 hours, and I pity anyone who's actually seen it in its entirety. While the debate itself wasn't anything to write home about, there are a few good highlights coming not from their diet's discussion, but from Milkjar's controversial takes on other topics.
So when we're talking about nature, we're not talking about, are there people out there who think, something natural like rape is good? Okay, well, therefore it's good in that context. Do you actually think rape is good?
Outside of society, yes.
Okay, well,
here's the thing.
Insane position.
You have to put ethics into a social context, because outside of a social context, ethics don't really exist.
It's in a social context.
Sorry?
I am putting it in a social context.
Wait.
Well, no, you said outside society.
Let's just keep it right on the point, which is whether what's natural is what's good. So, I mean, if you guys are willing to... Okay.
There's a saying about not being so open-minded that your brain falls out of your skull, but it might be too late in these fellas' cases. They really made Vegan Gains look like a rational and reasonable party, to the surprise of many. This wasn't a one-man show on Milkjar's part either, as Sv3rige often contributed the best way he could, with incomprehensible rambles.
You're saying you would be for abolishing anti-murder laws, just to be clear?
It's not that simple.
Well, it really is. Are you for the anti-murder laws or not? Do you want them removed or do you want them in place?
If I had a family, of course we would not murder each other because it's the family.
No, but we're not talking about your family.
This debate did little besides making both Sv3rige and Milkjar look like insane buffoons, but it did have the side effect of sending Sv3rige's channel into...
Yeah, that debate was puritanism. That was just insane. They're saying, rape is good. They're pro-murder. It's crazy to me, too, because, they have a fan base. There are crazy fuckers, in the thousands at least, who support these stupid fucking ideas. It's pretty worrying that somebody like this, who's saying, yeah, I'm pro-rape, I'm pro-murder, of human beings, and then they can actually get a fan base.
Into a bit of a growth spurt throughout 2018. He definitely struck while the iron was hot, as he followed the debate up with bangers such as How to Fight Naturally, where he says everyone interested in martial arts has got it wrong, and he figured it out better than they did. His genius solution, instead of punching and kicking, obviously very unnatural and not something primal people do, you have to throw rocks at your opponents until they perish. So what this moron is proposing is using weapons, and I'm no historian, but I have a sneaking suspicion that humanity has already figured that out. Unless you're fighting a homeless man in a forest, you're much better off worrying about getting stabbed or shot than preparing for a Nordic man with hepatitis to Donkey Kong some boulders your way. His second brilliant idea is to jump on your opponent to prevent him from continuing to hit you. Little does he know that wrestling is literally the oldest sport, going back up to 20,000 years ago. But I'm sure it's inferior to Sv3rige foo. Somehow, he also finds a way to sneak his penchant for cannibalism into the instructional video by saying that once you've succeeded in immobilizing your opponent, you should also start biting him for good measure. Again, despite all of his pontificating about what's natural, he can only put his little fight moves in a completely contrived context where he's fighting one of his half-naked cronies one-on-one in a forest. That's because if you tried literally any of these infantile moves on a professional competitive fighter, you'd get turned into a pretzel. His fighting delusions later resurfaced when he made a video reacting to Half-Thor Bjornsson, a 6'9", 400+ strongman behemoth who is trained in boxing. Someone commented on it asking him who would win in a fight between them, to which Sv3rige replied, "Not sure if you're joking, but 100% me. He wouldn't even be able to touch me. He wouldn't stand a chance. I'm so confident I would deathmatch him. No joke. He would never even lay a finger on me." A while after this little play fighting video, like the man-child he is, he started imitating Milkjar's antics and ate a goat's head raw at a vegan festival. This was immediately followed by a video of him eating 100 euros worth of raw Wagyu, flexing on the brokies in the very title. Sv3rige didn't just get more insane, but increasingly confusing, as it wasn't even clear anymore what line of conspiratorial beliefs he held. In one instance, he struck out against extreme right-wingers for being anti-Semitic, and even went against someone he used to respect, Alex Jones, calling him out for saying Sandy Hook was fake, going as far as to accuse him of being a killer. If you haven't noticed yet, it's not really about any particular set of talking points or beliefs, it's just about being the most extreme contrarian he possibly can be. Other gems from this era include cooking food is satanic, nobody is obese, and my personal favorite, school, a prison for deformed slaves. Mighty of him to call other people deformed, but nonetheless, his insanity had gone far past the point of no return. In the middle of 2018, he very tacitly admits the existence of his aforementioned girlfriend, something he made every effort to never do, because in doing so, he also has to admit that her parents are how he affords his lifestyle as an esoteric bum who only eats expensive meats to flex on vegans. The context of this admission is that he'd broken up with her to be with another girl, Luna, whom he met during a subscriber meetup in February of that year. It does beg the question of how long he'd been cheating on his former girlfriend with Luna, since he only announced the breakup in July, but that's not the most important thing here. The only reason he was even talking about this in the first place was because without the money from his former girlfriend's millionaire parents, he could no longer afford his eccentric diet, and now relied on his fans for financial support. Lolcows and professional e-begging just go together, I guess. Fortunately for him, he'd built a fan base of fellow raw meat eaters who necessarily were very well off to be able to afford their diet. This meant that the choir he preached to was rife with whales willing to bankroll his exploits, allowing him to frequently travel to a bunch of different countries and stay in high-end Airbnbs. To add to this growing momentum of YouTube, Sv3rige also began interviews with ex-vegans who were now against the diet and reaction videos. I have to say that these formats were just added to his repertoire, but didn't replace the old-school format, as he continued to put up home runs like 99% of people are retarded and Phoenix and the people who live there. The new formats didn't change his personality either, as he continued to judge people entirely on their diets, insulting anyone who dared to not follow his exact same diet. He wouldn't even spare little kids in these videos. But regardless, while it didn't make him into a huge success, it did acquire a decent sized and reliable audience, with most of his videos, no matter how low the production cost was and repetitive they were, getting tens of thousands of views. Within just months of him openly dating Luna, he posted a video where he claimed she'd been beaten by migrants. It was clearly visible that she was visibly beaten from the video itself, as she has a black eye, and parts of her face are still swollen from the attack. The only thing that's uncertain is if this story about the migrants is true, although it very well could be, considering Sv3rige has already been accused of abusing past partners of his, and went on to do much, much worse.
Nope. It's been proven. Luna spoke out about this. Sv3rige is the one who hit her. She has a story about it on her Patreon.
Thanks to Luna. So a lot of people speculated that he was the true culprit of the attack. In his video, he asked for money from his fans to get her medical treatment, successfully raising 5,000 euros. This is very odd for a variety of reasons. First off, most European countries, which he's proven to be able to afford going to and fro without any issue, have socialized healthcare that definitely could handle Luna's predicament. But this is assuming he'd even need to resort to that, because if his endless trips all over the world show anything, it's that the whales in his audience keep him loaded. So why would he need extra financial aid for treatment? Lastly, supposedly because European medicine was too expensive, they decided to travel to Ukraine, and as usual, stay in an expensive Airbnb, so they were definitely not cutting costs at all in spite of this medical emergency. To make matters worse, one aspect of this story wasn't revealed until Kiwi farm sleuths managed to find Sv3rige's Airbnb account, along with the review section, which included a pretty heated exchange between him and the person who hosted him and Luna during their stay in Ukraine. The host post reads, "Goatis is the worst guest I've ever had. He destroyed my apartment, threw eggs on the walls and windows, spoiled new toilets, broken through all the dishes and kitchen appliances. I had to repaint the walls, buy new windows and towels. I called the cleaning company. To put the apartment in order, I lost 3 days. This is moral and financial damage. He accuses me of some kind of problem, that his girlfriend fell in the window and had a problem with her eye. But during his stay, he did not inform me about any problems. Moreover, when I came by for checkout, he did not wait, but ran away from the apartment, leaving it open. This is not acceptable. After the eviction of Goatis, the neighbors complained to me that his guest had drunken parties every day and was very noisy. I absolutely do not recommend Goatis." Sv3rige replied to this review saying everything the host wrote was a lie and reiterating that Luna's face was hurt by a broken window. He also left his own review expressing this and complained about there being only one roll of toilet paper, which lasted a day. Before we get into more serious issues with this, is it normal for two people to go through a whole roll in a single day? I understand a few days, but 1 day and a whole roll of toilet paper is just gone with the wind. It sounds like the carnivore diet has some unspoken cost here. The host once again responded, saying, "The guest is lying. Every day he had drunken parties. This was reported to me by the neighbors after the checkout. He can't prove that his girlfriend hurt herself and it happened in my apartment. Most likely they were drunk." Now, this raises a lot of questions. It's alleged here that Luna was injured by a broken window, but we know that the very reason they went to Ukraine was to get medical treatment for her injuries caused by the supposed migrant attack on her. Is he using a pre-existing injury of hers to falsely accuse the host of having an unsafe environment? Well, the issue with this is that at this point, enough time would have gone by that at least the most apparent injuries would have already subsided. Also, she clearly had a black eye in the original video and not a cut, which I presume is the kind of injury a broken window would cause. Of course, we have very little in the way of actual evidence, but Sv3rige did do one live stream during a stay in Kiev in which we would catch a glimpse into the state of their relationship. While Luna was present in the room for most of the stream, it's at the tail end of this that things started getting interesting. When asked if he respected his girlfriend, this was his response.
"Do you have respect for a girlfriend? I don't respect anyone."
Not exactly what you'd like to hear from your significant other. But things escalated quickly. After a couple of instances of him turning the camera to face her, prompting her to cover her face, she gets up and leaves the room. As he scoffed at her being annoyed, something unexpected happened.
Whoa, wait, she's freaking out. What did you do?
Well, it's not exactly the clearest image. From what we can see of her face, she doesn't appear to be injured. More concerningly, based on the way they both move as she charged back into the bedroom, it looks like she was holding a knife, which is hardly something that happens in a healthy relationship. A few moments after, Sv3rige is once again laughing at her meltdown and saying that she broke something, possibly the window he mentioned in his review. After a couple of minutes, she can be heard crying and telling him why she was upset. It's hard to make out due to the audio quality, but based on his answers, she's upset because the stream's gone on for longer than they'd agreed to, and she wanted to go sleep because they had something important happening the next day. Despite her clearly distressed emotional state, he continues to laugh.
"Why do you interrupt the stream?"
"Because you said until 9. Why is this wrong for you?"
I didn't even check the fucking time. Like, what the fuck?
Before he ended the stream, he goes out of his way to say that the reason he's shutting down the stream is that he already planned to end it before it hit 2 hours, and definitely not because Luna was freaking out. It's always very illuminating whenever Sv3rige expresses how concerned he is about how he's perceived by others. Despite this public hiccup in their relationship, things resumed as Sv3rige continued to travel around the world on other people's dime. It got to a point that he wasn't even paying for Airbnbs anymore, opting instead to just temporarily live at his subscribers' homes. After a while of aimlessly traveling around the US, Sv3rige made his way to Arizona, but this time, none of his subscribers had the decency to let him and his girlfriend stay in their houses for free. How dare they? After extensively begging for someone to take him in, he decided enough was enough, and that the people of Phoenix were going to get what was coming to them.
What the is wrong with people in Phoenix, Arizona? Are you gonna do a meetup? More people said that. Why the would I do a meetup and look into your egotistical scum eyes and actually meet you? You let us down, and there's no excuse for this. I've stayed in a place that was pretty much as big as these two squares there.
He eventually recanted this, though, as some people were dumb enough to let him stay at their place, even after he blatantly insulted them. After doing his eating raw animal parts in public gimmick a few more times in the US, the next stops on his never-ending crusade against veganism were Australia and Britain, eating things like a pig's head, a squirrel, and wearing a necklace made out of a dead bird. This had a bit of a backfire since UK news outlets quickly figured out he had a criminal record in Latvia for trying to stab his schoolmates. They also found some of his more controversial past utterances. For example, during a stay in Ukraine, he said, "My recent trip to Ukraine made me realize that after 8 years of living in Germany, as a Latvian, I still don't feel at home here. I felt more at home in 3 days of being in Ukraine than I ever did here. Why? It's because 99% of the people I was surrounded by in Ukraine were white, like me." Because of how much traction his stunts got and the fact he was eventually fined 400 pounds for disturbing the peace, he decided it was better for him to leave the UK than continue his activities there. After all, it must be pretty frustrating when you're trying to be a carnivore badass and all the news outlets are reporting on the fact you tried to do a Columbine in your high school. On one hand, he got 4,000 subscribers out of this whole ordeal. On the other, he bluntly admitted that he had to leave the country because he was not going to pay the fine or show up for court, meaning he could never come back to the UK without being instantly apprehended by law enforcement. Of course, this only made the people parasocially obsessed with Sv3rige see him as even more of a martyr. One of them, a man named Ludwig, grew so obsessed he actually sent Sv3rige a vial of his own blood. How this man still has fans is something that escapes my comprehension. Perhaps the most concerning disconcerting part of the story so far is that Sv3rige and Luna had a child. It was eventually revealed that he refused to sign the paternity documents for his child so that Luna could collect financial support for being a single mother. On one hand, it's good that they're getting some extra money, since at this point they were still wholly reliant on people's donations to live. On the other hand, how can you be so devoid of dignity that you continue to brag about being unemployed and unable to support your family, knowing how unstable a position that is? Not long after the baby came along, he thought it was a wise decision to move to Romania and start a commune, inviting his subscribers to join him, undoubtedly so they could pay for everything while he ate rotten food all day for views. While he did succeed in getting some equally insane people to go along with him, the project unsurprisingly crashed and burned in just a few months. He made a live stream announcing this catastrophic failure, though, like always, he didn't take the situation seriously whatsoever. Within minutes, he began laughing as he confessed to an actual crime.
The woman I was renting the house from called the police head boss and accused me of damaging the house. So she was asking for hundreds of euros. It was like a real crime. So I took an Uber to Bulgaria and crossed the border and got out.
Supposedly, the property damage he's referring to here was a broken doorknob, but he mentions being asked for hundreds of euros, which doesn't really fit the bill for just a doorknob. Most likely, he's lying, something he's known to do at this point, especially if it's in his interest to make himself look clever. I'm assuming he didn't take Luna and their child with him, meaning he essentially abandoned them in a different country altogether. He eventually gets around to talking about how the commune failed, and of course, none of it was his fault, as he's never done anything wrong. His explanation for the extremely convenient coincidence that the commune falling apart was entirely other people's fault was that many of his subscribers were ex-vegans, and thus couldn't be trusted in the first place. Overall, he does very little in the way of detailing what exactly it was that they did to cause the commune's failure, mostly just accusing them of being jealous backstabbers who hated him because he had a child and they didn't. It's widely speculated by those who were attentively following the story that part of the reason why things fell apart in Romania was because Luna cheated on him with one of his subscribers. On the other hand, an entirely different narrative eventually sprung up about the situation. One KF user made a few posts alleging that while Luna never cheated on Sv3rige, he frequently cheated on her with his previous girlfriend, whose name is revealed to be Annette. This poster also claims he was on psychiatric medication and was heavily addicted to pornography containing transvestites, incest, and even more extreme themes that aren't specified. Luna eventually corroborated this claim that he was a severe addict, which gives this whole idea more credence. The post also mentioned that Luna was thrown out at knife point during one of Sv3rige's psychotic episodes, along with someone else the poster referred to as Belgian Cedric, who spoke Flemish. Fortunately, the other family that was at the commune housed them until Sv3rige abandoned Luna and his child. While this came years after the Romania trip had happened and has plenty of unbacked claims, this same poster also shared pictures of Sv3rige's ID and an address that supposedly belonged to him, neither of which I'll be showing in this video for obvious reasons. Additionally, the same poster eventually shared a series of emails exchanged between him and a woman he was courting. The alt he's using here is called Paul's Mazrats, which we find out belonged to him later in the story. Regardless, what we can see here is that Sv3rige almost immediately declared his love for this unknown woman. She expressed she wasn't comfortable with this, both because he was with Luna and because he'd previously expressed that interracial couples were unnatural and she was of mixed race. In his replies, Sv3rige partially recanted this view, saying that it was
Genjar Donatillers, please react to the prediction starting at 1333.
Welcome back here, Goldborg. Today I'll be talking about the H-1B visa and mass immigration controversies which exploded across Twitter X in recent days. This is why I'm going to predict it now. And like I said, I've been ahead of the curve on most everything. In coming years, you're going to certainly see random acts of MAGA towards these populations. You may even see organized pogroms at some point. And yes, innocent people will be caught in the crossfire. People that had nothing to do with this kind of being a clown, being mocking, being condescending, but it doesn't matter. At a certain point, you are just, you're going to face a consequence based upon what other people in your group, how the vibes they give off. I mean, back in the day, Care Bears were getting slaughtered who were just trying to survive. They had no part in these mystical plots to kidnap children or to subvert anything. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, you will face that outcome. And so, yeah, it's going to be interesting the years ahead. But what is certainly clear, making appeals to GDP and the economy, bro, they don't seem to really work. Because it's not just disenfranchised white males who can't get jobs, can't form families, have nothing to lose while they watch these unappealing foreigners lording it over them. There was a video not too long ago of a brother in some restaurant screaming at them to get out of his country. I've heard negative sentiments issuing from East Asians, from Latinos, from Middle Eastern folks. There are individuals I've come across who were born in places such as Nepal, and they say, I cannot stand Indians. They're greedy, they're untrustworthy, they stare at you, they act weird. The only demographic I can say consistently has sung the praises of this new coming population would be white boomers. And that's because, oh, I've got an amazing Indian doctor or the like. At the end of the day, though, will that matter? Or are you going to see these acts of violence towards people? You saw that with the Luigi Mangione stuff. Okay, that was a white male, but increasingly these individuals are in executive roles. So they have put themselves front and center as symbols of capitalism, of corruption, of the subversion of the nation state. So where does that lead? Let me know. Are you supportive of mass immigration from South Asia?
This take sounds fucking retarded, dude. This whole MAGA thing and these Trumpites have just created this culture that you saw in like Nazi Germany where they blame all their problems on some sort of ethnic group. You know, it could be like, you know, the Chinese or just immigrants in general or whatever, or Mexicans. But this happens all the fucking time, where when the economy isn't doing so great, people point the finger at something, and people like to point the finger at, like, immigrants or some sort of minority group when, you know, it wasn't really them all along. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you start seeing, like, we're already seeing it, right? Like, people are getting H-1B visas. They're generally people who are very well educated, high skilled, who are going to contribute to the economy. And for the longest time, all of these MAGA tards were saying, we're letting in, you know, uneducated scum that don't have even a high school diploma. They, like, all they can do is, like, maybe patch your roof, and they're gang members and they're psychotic or something. And now they're complaining about H-1B visas. Like, it's, you know, it's clearly just racism and xenophobia that's driving this. So, but thanks for the donation, Jinger. $2, who is the worst of two evils, Russia or Hamas? What is a more detrimental war to humanity, Palestine, Israel, or Russia, Ukraine? There are two very different wars. Cool footage. Well, I mean, Russia's a much bigger problem geopolitically. No one likes Muslims, including Muslims. Like, Muslims even hate other Muslims, which is why, you know, you've got, like, more Arabs have killed Arabs than, you know, Jews have killed Arabs. Like, Muslims even can't stand each other. So the idea that a war between Hamas and Israel would be a bigger issue geopolitically is just fucking stupid. And, like, you know, these terror groups, they don't really have much funding and resources. Like, it's all coming from Iran. And, you know, once Iran is bankrupt or they have a regime change or there's, like, heavy sanctions levied against them, or once Israel finally, you know, does the job, takes them out, like, none of these Muslim militant groups are really a big issue geopolitically. Like, look at the Taliban in Afghanistan. You know, what are they able to do? Nothing. They're pretty easy to contain, and all the member-ing nations around Afghanistan, like, a lot of them have nuclear weapons or at least a stronger military, so they're not really a threat. But, you know, a big nation like Russia invading other neighboring nations, that's a way bigger problem.
We strike missions against North Korean soldiers in the Kursk region.
Whoa, holy shit.
This time, the North Koreans attempted to shoot the drones down with small arms fire, but their efforts failed. According to the Ukrainian SSO, 77 North Korean soldiers were killed by a single Ukrainian Special Operations Forces crew over the span of 3 days in the Kursk region.
Yeah, that's fucked. Thanks for the donation, W.
In fact, natural in this case. He proceeded to call her mom the N-word and ask for pictures of her genitals, which unsurprisingly yielded no results. This could all be fake somehow, but frankly, given Sv3rige's behavior so far, it's also entirely possible that all of this happened. All in all, this Romania situation marks the point in which Sv3rige began to lose control of the narrative of his online presence, as the people he was exposing his true self to weren't just mindless cronies of his that he could easily manipulate. One of the earliest pieces of coverage of the Sv3rige freak show came from Vegan Gains, who released a video about it just a few days after the Romania stream. In it, he tells a pretty similar story to the one told in the KF post. He showed DMs from someone claiming they were kicked out at knife point along with Luna and the baby. And a few months later, another DM is shown, reading, "Luna's back with him. He threatened to take his own life on the next live stream if she didn't come back, and then when she did, he threatened her with a hammer and cut her hair off. She messaged Sv3rige to call the cops, and he did, but when they came, she said everything was fine." It's bad enough to do this to any person, but to do it to the mother of your child, who is less than 1 year old at this point, is a different kind of vile altogether. Also, this story is a much better explanation to him suddenly fleeing Romania without Luna and their son than the idea that he broke a doorknob and didn't want to pay for it. However, unlike the KF poster alleged, Vegan Gains signal boost the story that Luna had cheated on Sv3rige with someone named Yamastili, which supposedly prompted this whole meltdown in the first place. As the story goes, Yamastili met Sv3rige during a subscriber meetup earlier that year. A while before he was supposed to leave for Romania, he reached out to Yamastili in order to ask for accommodations in Germany. Notably, Sv3rige doesn't mention mention Luna or their child to Yamastili at this point, and when asked about them, he says they're not actually coming with him, despite the fact they are his literal family. According to Yamastili, Sv3rige accused Luna of threatening him with a knife just 3 weeks into their relationship, which he found strange. After Sv3rige had already been in Yamastili's place for a couple weeks, Luna and the baby joined them, at which point the idea of the Romanian commune was pitched to Yamastili. Though initially hesitant, he agreed, and the so-called commune turned out to be an Airbnb that cost 900 euros a month, so it wasn't so off the grid after all. After the very first night, Yamastili was awakened by screaming and arguing, as Luna had locked Sv3rige in the bedroom and begged Yamastili to not open it, claiming she was afraid of being attacked. While the fighting eventually ceased, it was clear that the couple had serious problems. Over time, Luna and Yamastili began speaking to each other more often, as they both spoke Dutch, and eventually a few more people joined the commune, including another couple with a child. Where do these people get off putting their kids in these situations? Anyway, Luna and Yamastili being together made Sv3rige jealous, and not wanting to cause any trouble, Yamastili tried to distance himself from the situation. This backfired, as Luna began trying even harder to stay away from Sv3rige, and with Yamastili trying to get further away from the entire situation, this only led Luna to try even harder to be with him. Eventually, the other people in the commune allowed Luna and Yamastili to stay at their motorhome, which eventually culminated in Sv3rige threatening all of them with a knife, trying to get them all to leave the commune. Eventually, they did, but so did Yamastili and Luna, who went to a hotel where she's claimed to have cheated on Sv3rige. A few months later, Sv3rige posted his own video trying to clear things up and defend himself, saying the following.
One of the guys was also hitting on Luna behind my back, or trying to. She obviously rejected him, and he got really mad. When we went to Romania, he said that he wanted to kidnap children, I guess Romanian children, and make snuff films, torture films for the dark web and make money from it. So obviously, after the rejection, he got really mad. We didn't get into a physical fight, but obviously there was a lot of tension. I had made this video, I was trying to edit it, and for 2 hours they were incredibly loud. They got mad at me, especially this one guy got really mad at me for telling them that they are too loud and I can't edit. I said, pack your stuff, within 1 hour, I want you to leave. 50 minutes later, they're still doing their photo shoot, doing nothing whatsoever. So I went upstairs, grabbed their empty bag, completely empty, threw it downstairs. Then 2 of them rushed at me on the stairs. I defended myself, and we almost got into a proper fight. Then they went upstairs, packed the stuff, and they were gone, basically within 10 minutes.
He also lets it slip that the house they were staying in was under surveillance, suggesting that this was because the homeowner had connections to the police and they were mad at him for the broken door handle. Now, I'm no expert on these things, but I think even if you're actually a police officer, you can't set up a surveillance operation on someone for breaking a door handle and not paying. What would believably get you under surveillance is if the cops have reason to believe you're a threat to yourself and those around you, which in Sv3rige's case included at least 2 children, one of them being his own. The real cherry on top is his claim that Yamastili was kidnapping children to make snuff films for the dark web. Few accusations could be as cartoonishly over the top as that one, and the complete lack of evidence provided really seals the deal here. He also changes the story and claims he went to the airport to leave the country, unlike his original story where he crossed the border to Bulgaria in an Uber, afraid he would get caught by the police if he went to an airport. While neither story is ironclad and irrefutable, the sheer amount of people telling the story very differently than Sv3rige makes you wonder what's more likely, that he's insane and other people are normal, or that everyone is crazy except him. But the other people in the commune weren't the only witnesses, as going back to his Airbnb account reveals that the owner of the place they were staying at also addressed his baseless accusations that the police were called over a mere door handle. While her response wasn't written in English, it has been translated. Police came because someone in their group announced on 112, Romania's 911, that a girl in the group was in danger, assaulted, and threatened with death. It was about Goatis' girlfriend, who later contacted me that she was alone with the child in Bucharest because he took her phone, passport, money, and ran away, abandoning them both. The door of the house was destroyed in the fights between them, as well as other goods. They ran away from the police and do not want to identify themselves. I can say and prove many more irregularities, but I never want to have the opportunity to meet them again. Despite them temporarily getting back together, his relationship with Luna soon came to a permanent end, which shocked precisely no one. He released a video on a secondary channel sharing his experience dating Luna, and begins it by immediately blaming her for his lack of productivity since 2019 due to supposedly suffering abuse at her hands.
The main reason I'm doing this video is because I wanted to tell you guys why I haven't been uploading anything since basically November 2019. That's when I really lost the motivation. Also to warn people, and so that you can learn from this about abusive relationships and what to avoid.
It's actually shocking how blatantly he is willing to rewrite the narrative. Before he gets into the abuse he claims to have suffered, he makes sure to mention how she's uglier in real life than on video and that her place was messy. But despite being warned by his friend Jerome against dating her, he did anyway because according to him, he's someone who wants to heal others even if it hurts him.
I have this in me that I want to heal and help people.
Dude, he's like just I don't think I've ever seen an example of somebody who suffers narcissism more severely than fucking Sv3rige. First thing he mentions, yes, I wanted to make this video about how my girlfriend abused me, but the most important thing I want to get out of the way first is that she's actually uglier in person. People say she looks pretty online, but if you actually meet her in person, she's not as pretty. Like, oh my god, dude.
People, even though I had feelings for her, I really fell for her, also really fell for her, also in a bad way. For her act, also in some ways.
The true selfless empath. He goes on to say that she threatened him with a knife 3 months into the relationship, and over the course of the time they were together, she was responsible for ruining many of his relationships with others. About 7 minutes in, he starts going through a laundry list of issues he thinks she had, including but not limited to heavy metal poisoning in the brain from smoking weed, nerve damage, paranoia, superstitious thoughts, and last but not least, an unhealthy appearance, coming from this guy. According to him, all this became significantly worse as she dealt with her pregnancy, but even then, he valiantly stuck with her so that the child could have a dad and mom. The abuse consisted of doing things like calling him a loser and breaking objects around the house during arguments. Arguments he claimed he was never responsible for starting because he was, in his words, a chill guy. In his perspective, all the things he did wrong in the relationship didn't didn't even amount to 20% of what she did. He claims to have attempted to break up with her over 50 times in 2020, but she was always the one to try and keep the relationship from ending. During one fight, he claims it got physical and she nearly blinded him with a nondescript object. But this wasn't the first time it happened, as he adds that she'd cut him with a variety of weapons many times before. Ironically, he complains that she once insulted him in front of his mom, which he begrudged as he felt that it showed how much she didn't respect him. But didn't he just say that he didn't respect her word for word in his live stream from a couple of years prior? His overall conclusion and takeaway from all this is that he cared too much about her, but it just wasn't mutual, and that's why they had to separate, with her keeping their son since he hadn't signed the paternity papers, and also probably because he had no interest in actually taking care of his son. Despite these pretty wild accusations, this entire story seemed like it ended in a whimper instead of a bang. Well, at least it seemed that way, since just a little while after, he made a stream as a follow-up to this video, and things got real ugly real fast.
Her real name is not Luna, of course. Her real name is... That's Luna's real name, and she lives in the Netherlands. That's in... If you can contact the safe home and report her. Also, she hacked my account. She doesn't give a shit about raw meat. If you guys still keep supporting her, I'll probably delete both of my channels anyway, because I can't be bothered to continue with YouTube.
Titled Luna, the worst human I've met in my life, he says...
Fox News donated $2. Let me see.
Exact same thing, but it's coming from people who claim to be part of the MAGA movement. Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, calling American workers lazy and stupid and anti-Indian racists of all things because they are saying no to the selling out of the future of their children. And it is so dispiriting to see this coming from the so-called right. And I think you nailed it, Rachel. These people do not believe in national borders. They don't know what a nation is. They don't know what it means to feel a sense of obligation, not just to our fellow Americans because they are our fellow Americans.
They're like MAGA, they're just all retarded.
President-elect Donald Trump on Saturday sided with Elon Musk in a public dispute over the H-1B visa for foreign tech workers, a program opposed by some of his supporters. Trump, who moved to limit the visa's use during his first presidency, told the New York Post that he was a believer in the, quote, great program. His remarks followed a series of social media.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly sensible.
Triggly Elon Musk lost it over MAGA people.
Unpopular opinion: John Ratnell Truma is bullshit.
In this person's not-so-humble opinion, historical trauma is made-up pseudo-scientific psychology term used by people to justify their existences, concept of an individual being traumatized by something. He or she didn't experience defies logic, live in Hawaii, constantly reminded how it's still traumatizing to what is left of the native population that the evil white man took over the country. Only issue I see with this is that it happened 100 years ago. No one alive was around. How can you be traumatized by an event your parents weren't around for? It's made up bullshit. Yeah, and I'd agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thanks for the membership, Vegan Power grab.
Angry with him that he supports H-1B visas, and he started just banning the hell out of people. Ban, 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 all over Twitter. NBC News reports Elon Musk accused of censoring conservatives on X who disagree with him about immigration. Is that the free
Wow, what a surprise. The free speech activist.
Speech that Elon promised he would bring to Twitter when he bought it and made it X? At least 14 conservative accounts said that they had been revoked their blue verification badge, cutting them off from a variety of features. The accounts were still active, but without access to monetization. Others say that they have been banned altogether. For example, Politico reports far-right activist Laura Loomer claims she was suspended on X by Elon Musk. The provocateur said the Republican Party needs to have an honest conversation about big tech influence over MAGA. There is an anti-technocratic wing of MAGA. Laura Loomer is part of it, so are many others. They don't like the idea that technocrat, tech billionaire Elon Musk is going to show up and all of a sudden upend what they thought Trump was going to do. And so they have gone to war. But Laura Loomer says, they banned me. Elon suspended me. This is a reminder about principles.
Yeah, I mean,
let's talk
I don't know why any of them are surprised.
A little bit about billionaires. I want to talk about, in general, the outsized influence that billionaires are having on the forthcoming Trump administration. And then I want to talk a little bit more specifically about Elon Musk. Billionaires have really seized the reins of the Trump machine. And it's time we talk about how this is really shaping Donald Trump's push here for what he's going to do in his second term. When you follow the money, the story becomes really clear. The people bankrolling Trump are buying control over his decisions. And it's even more blatant this time around. I know many of you say, David, money has always influenced politics. Yes, but it's doing it in a particularly visible and pernicious way. Let's break it down. Trump raised hundreds of millions of dollars during his previous campaigns. But the real power doesn't come from everyday donors. It's the ultra wealthy. It's the billionaires with the corporate interests that really hold the keys. These donors write the checks big enough to influence not just policy, but Donald Trump's entire platform. And for his potential
I haven't played Ready or Not.
Term, they are really doubling down. Elon Musk is an example. We'll talk more about him later. Musk has cozied up to Trump. He's leveraged influence through social media and financial backing. His recent control over platforms like X gives him a lot of sway in shaping public narratives. And Musk's interests are, of course, deregulation, government contracts, what's best for his various companies. And this really generally aligns well with Trump's plan to strip away what's left of federal oversight. It's not a coincidence that Trump's companies benefited from Trump-era policies, and now he's investing, that's what it is, to get more of the same. We'll get back to Musk. You've got Warren Stevens, Linda McMahon, Jared Isaacman, Howard Lutnick, billionaires who are going to be part of Trump's incoming administration. You've got people who are close to being billionaires, but they're not. Vivek Ramaswamy, Stephen Witkoff, Doug Burgum. Doug Burgum is a billionaire? Actually, I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. Super rich guy. And then you've got Trump's actual further choices. You know, people like Peter Thiel or Steven Schwartzman. Are they going to have a role? What sort of role are they going to have? These are not public servants. These are not people getting involved with the forthcoming Trump administration to help people. These are business moguls with a direct financial stake in policies that would favor their industries. So this second Trump term is looking like it's going to be run by billionaires. This extends to Trump's donor base. During the first term, he had Sheldon Adelson and Robert Mercer, and the list is growing and growing into this coalition of ultra-wealthy people who want to protect wealth and power. These are not people just funding Trump's campaign the way you might donate $50. They are buying seats at the table. And they're
Yep.
Low-income Trump voters are now panicking, realizing, wait a second, this prick's going to slash my benefits. That's right. Here we go again. We've got a story that is becoming all too familiar. It's a classic case of Trump voters realizing they may have been sold a bill of goods, and this time it's happening before Donald Trump is even sworn in. There's a very good piece in the Washington Post by Tim Craig called, After Backing Trump, Low-Income Voters Hope He Doesn't Slash Their Benefits. Voters in the struggling Pennsylvania city of Newcastle backed Trump, hoping he'd curb inflation, but the incoming president will be under pressure to cut spending. So a bunch of examples in this article. Lori Mazura is one such example. A single mom from Newcastle, Pennsylvania, lives on $1,200 a month from Social Security plus food stamps. Her situation is so dire, she bikes to the grocery store because she doesn't have the money to fix her truck. She voted for Trump, and she voted for Trump because she thought he would be a champion for working class Americans. She said, I think he knows it's the poor.
Yeah, definitely want to vote Republican when you're living off of Social Security. Brilliant.
People that got him elected. So I think Trump is going to do more to help us. Now, we all know that this isn't true, right? Trump's new team, Elon Musk, Vivek, they want to cut $2.5 trillion from the federal budget. You can't do that, really, without cutting from food stamps, Medicaid, the very lifelines that folks like Lori depend on. Lori isn't alone. They interviewed other people from Newcastle. Newcastle is one of these kind of prototypical struggling industrial hubs. It flipped for Trump this election. It's the first time the city voted Republican in nearly 70 years. And a lot of it is because low-income voters who are struggling and have been struggling for a long time under Biden, previously under Trump, they want a change. They want relief. And so Trump says, well, I'll cut inflation and this and that. They said, sounds good to me. Now, there's a couple things that I think are important to talk about here. Of course, it's easy to say these people are just ignorant. Anyone who understands tariffs knows.
Well, they're all chimps. They're all retarded chimps. What do you expect? Like, a lot of people don't like hearing this, but there's a reason why there's these poor people. And it's not just the fact that, you know, there's poor economic planning and shit like that, and big corporations like hold you down. That is an aspect of it, but if you were actually mentally competent, you would at least be able to elevate yourself out of poverty and have a fairly comfortable amount of living. These people stay poor because they're dumb. And it's not their fault. Like, you can't choose to be smart, but like, they're just dumb. They don't make good decisions. They're not smart. They can't really figure out how to do things. So then, yeah, they end up voting fucking Republican because they're fucking stupid. And, you know, that's just a small microcosm of, you know, them just being born dumb, and they just end up staying poor. And, like, yeah, it leads to them being poor, voting Republican when it would clearly not benefit them.
Then why do SJWs act like it's genetic and is passed down those generations though DNA with bullshit articles like this?
I have no idea, dude. I know stress can create epigenetic changes, but I don't, like, there's no evidence whatsoever that, you know, it alters your genes in a way where you're also more prone to, like, I don't know, PTSD or some shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Ugh. All right. God damn it, I forgot my sweater. Oh, man.
Return the slab. On this night you will be visited by 3 plagues, each one worse than the last. Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
Okay, well, thank you for the warning. Appreciate the donation. Curse of King Ramses.
Says he's called CPS on her because he claims she's been abusing their son. This begs the question, if they've been separated for a few months now and he no longer sees either of them, how does he even know this? Well, he answers that question by claiming that this has been happening since the day the child was born. He then asks himself the obvious question, why didn't he do anything earlier to stop that if he knew it was happening? Again, he answers his own question, saying it was because he had no reason to do it. I actually have no idea what he meant by this, but it sounds horrible nevertheless. Simultaneously, he expresses being flabbergasted as to why CPS hasn't followed up on his tips yet, so he asks his subscribers to mass report her to the CPS to see if they'll do something. He claims that she's been begging for money as a way to deride her, as if he didn't live on people's donations, crashing in their homes, all the while getting as much government money as possible so that he doesn't have to work a job. Then he goes on to say that she dropped their child on his head and then he nearly choked to death, followed by an accusation that she hacked into his email account. He closes off by asking all of his supporters once again to report her, saying that to support her in any way is an attack on his channel and his diet. It's hard to pass judgment on broken relationships since they often contain a lot of details third parties are better off not getting involved in. However, in this case, Sv3rige was openly weaponizing his audience to separate Luna from their son, despite having no evidence for any of his claims as to why it should happen. Fortunately, even his own audience had now grown skeptical of the tall tales he recklessly spun every time he mentioned Luna. Not only did they ignore his call to action, but the stream chat was extremely negative while he went on this diatribe, showing a significant change in the tides. Eventually, Luna responded through her Patreon, saying Sv3rige was very mad that she had one, but clarifying that, unlike he'd alluded to in his video, none of them are confused or mistakenly supporting her while thinking that they were somehow supporting raw carnivores. She made it very clear that support for her Patreon meant helping her against the barrage of attacks she'd suffered from him. She also revealed that Sv3rige was already in another relationship and had plans of marrying his new partner, which came as a bit of a shock to people at the time. Eventually, Luna did delete her Patreon, though she had already disclaimed that if it were to happen, it was certainly because she'd been blackmailed to do so. Sv3rige also had his 2 cents to add on this, demanding no one pester him about Luna anymore, and clarifying that he hasn't been with just one woman, but a total of 3 since his relationship with Luna ended, and he wasn't in plans to marry someone, but he'd already done it. Between a few new accusations about Luna being obsessed with him and insane, he goes on a tangent about Luna's parents, claiming they were severe alcoholics and that her father was a hypnotherapist who molested her for an unspecified number of years. This is the 3rd person Sv3rige is accused of being a creep without any evidence to back it up so far. After claiming she'd been physically abused by one of her exes, he showed a picture of her face without makeup and said she looked like a demon. I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove or who he's trying to convince here, especially since he's remained staunchly against any kind of superstition or religious belief for years, but he once again claims she's been harming their son, but this time he acts like he'd never made the call to action for subscribers to report her to the CPS, saying that the CPS would have already taken the kid away if they heard about it. I don't know if this is him trying to rewrite the narrative to make it out as if he's never antagonized Luna or doxed her, or if he's just so reckless about how he handles these situations that he genuinely forgot, but at this point his own community had disowned him and turned against him. Meanwhile, other content creators in the same sphere began speaking out about who Sv3rige really was behind the scenes. One of them, Lady May, posted a video claiming that Sv3rige was not who he seemed. According to her, she hosted him and Luna a couple of years prior when they were in San Francisco, during which he revealed himself to be a mooch who will do pretty much anything to pressure you into giving him free food and a place to stay, with no concern of giving anything to return, not even a thank you. This was particularly revolting for May since she wasn't very wealthy and didn't make a lot of money, meaning that her allowing them to stay was extraordinarily charitable. Luna, on the other hand, is described as grateful and polite. May recalls one instance where Luna made a joke about eating pizza, to which May reacted positively, but Sv3rige gave them a scolding death stare, as if, despite hosting them for free, May shouldn't engage with Luna on topics he didn't approve of. May also made some interesting revelations, such as Sv3rige having really bad skin, specifically a lot of body acne on his arms, chest, and back, but that he frequently used filters on his videos to conceal it and look healthier. She points out the obvious hypocrisy of always commenting on people's looks and saying they're unhealthy, and using people's skin issues as a way to deride vegan diets, yet he is completely covered in acne. Additionally, May claims that Sv3rige secretly ate potato chips, which completely contradicted his entire message and philosophy, as not only is it a vegetable, but a root vegetable, which in Sv3rige's view is full of anti-nutrients and things that make you sick. A minor point here, but one that's ultimately still relevant, is that the diet Sv3rige claims he was responsible for creating, consisting of raw animal parts, blood, and rotten meat, was actually created by someone else. Nearly every element of Sv3rige's online presence had been thoroughly and consistently faked, with the sole purpose of creating another identity, not juvenile, acne-ridden, and abusive Goatis, but the stoic and steel-clad Sv3rige, who stuck to his beliefs no matter what and never faltered. This is who he presented himself to be to the teenagers in his old RuneScape IRC chat, and this is who he continued to pretend to be well into his late 20s on his YouTube channel. It's pretty freaky that someone lived this long behaving in such an immature way and lying about who they are. In the comments, May was also asked if she noticed anything else about the nature of the relationship. She hesitated, saying it wasn't appropriate for her to comment on it, but later she answered the question, mentioning she did know that Luna had a rather large bruise in her leg during her time there, which obviously
Got to love when Jason Jennifer gets yelled at by Big Richard for his mustard diet. Skip to 5 minutes 35 seconds.
Mother bought you a condo.
Yeah.
So you moved from where, Delray to Boynton?
Yeah.
What's this diet you're on? It's the book those fucking guys are reading, okay? I could go pro if I wanted to. I never had a diet like that. That's bullshit. You feel like shit because of that fucking diet they put you on. I don't care what the fuck they say. They don't know what the fuck they're talking.
Do you take any multivitamins?
Yeah, I take
You do?
It's ridiculous. I can see you eating a lot of protein, but not sticking to what you're doing, okay? Your problem is you got to work out a lot, and you can't eat. You got to eat constantly, but small amounts every few hours.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter what it is. You just got to eat it.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's got to be a lot of protein.
Yeah.
And you need complex carbs. This diet they got you on that's specifically just a few items, that's bullshit. You don't have to eat just those fucking items.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Jason can't really stick to a diet. So it doesn't really matter what you tell him, he's just gonna eat whatever he wants. Thanks for the donation though, Big Richard Delray Misfits.
obviously fed into all the allegations that Sv3rige physically abused her. Shockingly, this wasn't the most concerning thing in Lady May's video's comment section. Another user made the following post. I dated him in 2009. I was 13, he was 19. My brother let me talk to him, which is what started it all. He was like a god to me. We fantasized about marriage, and he said that he would take my name because he hated his father so much. Goatis then grew increasingly unstable. He told me he quit his job, I now believe he was fired, and started to be very demanding to me. He watched movies a lot, and demanded we download movies and shows to watch together. He always got upset with me and threatened to hurt himself if I did not comply, so I felt I had no choice. I once fell sick, so I was home alone. He gave me a video to download. It was 18+. I told him I didn't like the nude scenes. I cried so much, and told him I didn't want to see this, and I'd stopped the video and deleted it from my computer. He told me it's what people in love do, and if I loved him, I would understand.
Well made, Johnny Tiller's low classic. Also, does your house seem empty now that Jasmine moved out? Not really. Like, so, you know, she's gone most of the day anyway at work. And then by the time I start streaming, like, I'm in the basement when she comes home, so it's not that different. It is a little weird, like, not having anybody here, like, ever, but, you know, I've got Gum Gum, I've got the rabbits, so it's not like the house feels empty. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
Return the slab.
What?
Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
What's your offer?
This night you will be visited by 3 plagues, each worse than the last. Return the slab.
Ha! Nice try, Professor.
I never watched Courage the Cowardly Dog. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
Forgave him until he grew demanding in other ways, asking for photos of my body. And that's when I understood it more and blocked him everywhere. He kicked my brother from the clan and my brother beat me over it. I found out later that he had used my family name as his own online name for years after I blocked him. As horrible as this wasn't the only allegation about Sv3rige's past coming back to haunt him. Around the same time all this drama was erupting, his infamy was making the rounds on the usual sites, one of them being 4chan. During their discussion of him, this clip surfaced.
Funny thing happened 2 days ago. I was walking in the park in the forest, and some woman was walking, and I see something like dripping. I get closer and closer, and I see she has no underwear on, and her pussy is really wet and dripping all over the ground. So I like say, hey miss, do you need help with this, or what is it? And I kill her, so I buried her in the forest, and that's why I escaped Sofia. I should go to bed. Good night, guys.
If you didn't catch that, Sofia isn't a person, but instead is the name of the city in Bulgaria that he recently left. As people from 4chan got to sleuthing, they found an article about a 14-year-old girl who had recently gone missing in a park while coming home from school, in roughly the same location Sv3rige was at the time. Now this is a big stretch, and
Catholic donated $2, let me see.
And she also forced me to get no vaccines as a kid, so I would play strategy games for 4 hours a day. My mother had raped me over 40 times. Oh God, I'm just so tired of this bullshit.
How about stop supporting Hamas or suffer the Pharaoh's curse?
Yeah, I wish I could put a Pharaoh's curse on Hamas supporters. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And my father had crippling mercury poisoning when he inseminated me. My mom was kicked in the head by a horse. God told me it was my duty to found a religion, and my school was mostly gay and Chinese people. Odin intervened in the game.
Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of the best cartoons ever made.
Courage the Cowardly Dog is my favorite.
I hate Penguin Zero. I can't stand listening to him, dude. I might start watching it on my spare time, like when I'm doing cardio or something. Thanks for the donation, Courage fan.
And he said, hey kid, if you write a list of every girl you masturbate to, I will solve every issue in your life.
I don't know who that guy is, but he sounds retarded.
And there's really not a lot of proof for this allegation. But given what we've learned about this man's deeds so far, I think mentioning that people talked about it is at least worthwhile. After all, sometimes people like Sv3rige do commit insane crimes. All of this coincided with Sv3rige going on a copyright takedown and content deletion spree, I assume to eliminate any virtual footprint that made him look worse than he already did, and to keep up appearances for the raw meat diet. But simultaneous with this PR sanitation campaign came the creation of a channel called Flat Chest Luna that proceeded to upload several candid videos of Luna that were clearly recorded by Sv3rige. The videos ranged anywhere from mild not safe for work stuff to the full legal name of Luna's parents. Based on the name of the channel, an insult he'd previously levied at Luna, and what it was uploading, it's very easy to deduce that Luna must have not complied with one of his blackmailing tactics, and he followed through on his threats, posting these videos of her. At the same time, he uploaded a video to his channel called Never Forgive Anyone. In it, he rejects the existence of forgiveness as a concept, claiming that it was created by people too weak to get revenge, which he considers is the only appropriate answer to being wronged. Besides the occasional video of him making fun of another vegan on YouTube, his online presence was worn thin, and a lot of speculation was being drummed up about who his new wife was. He never made an effort to hide Luna from his audience. The only time he'd previously done that was with his ex-girlfriend, a middle-aged handicapped person he was supposed to be taking care of. When people noticed he was intent on hiding his new wife, a concern arose about just what was going on behind the scenes. In May of
Dodo Night Tellers, or better yet, a curse that turns them into bugs or rats or such. Yeah, hopefully something like fruit flies, because they don't live very long. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Laura donated $2, let me see.
I'm half Canadian and I partially grew up there, and hearing Americans talk about the country always left me conflicted. Until a couple years ago, Americans and Europeans, largely of a left-leaning persuasion, treated Canada as if it was a land of milk and honey, some left-wing post-racial paradise. However, I knew that wasn't true. Now Canadians and Americans, more on the right, treat Canada like it's some horrifying Maoist state, which also isn't true. With this whole business with the truckers and its reaction to the COVID pandemic in general, we see the tension that have existed in Canada the whole time. Thus, I think it's timely to talk about a potential future that Americans and Canadians rarely think about.
I think I'm gonna have to react to that one later. It's 22 minutes. Thanks for the donation, though, Laura. Bend over to $2. Let me see. Elon Musk's new X profile complete his evolution as far-right troll. Oh yeah, Pepe. Walmart, McDonald's are among top employers of Medicaid and food stamp beneficiaries. Yes, the cashier. Wait. It's wild that people somehow think that certain jobs don't require a living wage. Work is work. Time spent at work is time can't spend elsewhere. Blah, blah. Yes, the cashier at Target should be able to afford rent, groceries, and bills with their paychecks alone. That's what jobs are for. Yeah, I mean, Cyberpunk kind of touched on this sort of thing. You know, there's this... Like, there's a clear issue with communism and these kind of planned economies, and we know exactly what happens. Like, everyone becomes poor. There's no way for, you know, a ruling class of people to efficiently make a planned economy and crap, and then you get mass starvation, and, like, there's also aristocrats that end up being born and crap like that. There is a similar thing that is happening with capitalism. And, like, once you reach a certain amount of wealth, it is so easy to just keep getting wealthier and wealthier and wealthier. And, you know, these massive corporations, and, like, again, we know this can happen because there's laws against monopolies. And those monopoly laws are trying to prevent that exact scenario from happening, where you have just a super rich, super powerful, elite ruling class who steals all the wealth and just keeps everybody poor. And then you have, like, practically everybody just working these shitty menial jobs at, like, Walmart on food stamps and crap, and then you just have, like, you know, this rich elite class. That's what's clearly happening. And the solution, the only solution that I've been able to see is, like, yeah, obviously break up monopolies, but better yet, just put massive fucking taxes against anybody who makes over a certain amount of income. So, like, you know, if you have an individual making over, like, 30 million a year, tax them like 90% on anything, you know, they make over that. That would solve the issue, because then they could never generate that ridiculous amount of wealth where they're so wealthy they can, you know, just buy everything and just generate more wealth off the wealth they already have, because anything they do is just going to get siphoned away, and then you can put that into, like, Social Security, healthcare, you know, just redistribute it whatever fucking way you want. But, you know, that's never going to happen because they have their claws sunk too deep. United Healthcare just denied a claim on one of my patients in the ICU with brain hemorrhage, in a coma, ventilator, heart failure, because I haven't proven to them that caring for her in hospital was medically necessary. Well, that sounds exactly like something, you know, a private insurer would do.
Why'd you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir?
I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. And we need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
But sir, you said...
Knows the system better than me. I know the H-1B, I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me. I know the H-1B very well, and it's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it. Very, very bad for workers.
As we speak, we're finalizing H-1B regulations so that no American worker is replaced ever again. H-1Bs should be used for top, highly paid talent to create American jobs, not as inexpensive labor program to destroy American jobs.
Why did you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir?
I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people.
From 2016 to 2020, there was a big shift, but otherwise hasn't really changed. Like, Trump is kind of an idiot who can't think for himself, so a lot of what he says is just coming from people who've talked to him last.
You broke up with Jasmine? She moved out? What happened? Is she tired of you looking at other asses? Is that why you're red-pilled now? Who was cooking and cleaning more?
Ugh. Well, yeah, we broke up. She moved out. Pretty sure it wasn't because I was looking at other butts. But, you know, reasons we just didn't work out. Thanks for the donation, VG is a simp.
About that the chances are very good that Canada
2021, a girl that went by Jazz the physicist, or simply Jasmine, came forward claiming to be his fiancé. And though she only ever did so over Discord messages, it quickly made waves in the community of people now vigilantly following Sv3rige. As they looked into her online presence, they found...
No, I can't bench 405 right this moment. I haven't really been able to train for like a while. I've been able to have a few workouts here and there, but I've had weird injuries and gotten sick over and over again, so I haven't really been able to do much consistent training.
YouTube videos of hers where she told her story. And though her original account has since been taken down, a summary of her life story has been archived, and it's pretty fitting for Sv3rige. According to her video, she went from a normal person who was good at writing and had even gotten awards and scholarships through it to a rabid conspiracy theorist who believed Kendrick Lamar's music was conditioning the public to the coming of the 2020 pandemic. Unrelated to this were her many relationships with men prior to Sv3rige. A German man whom she was a dominatrix for, an Irishman with whom she cheated on the German with, a homeless drug addict she fed raw meat to cure his schizophrenia, a guy who wore a plastic bag as a condom once, and multiple anonymous Redditors since she speed dated on Reddit, which I didn't even know was a thing, but Godspeed. Speaking of Reddit, she actually hosted a podcast about physics and metaphysics based on the TV show Rick and Morty, which...
Intermittent fasting doesn't seem to have any health benefits whatsoever, and it doesn't seem to have any benefits with weight loss. So as long as you control for calories, there's no benefit to intermittent fasting. You may personally like intermittent fasting, just because for some people it reduces appetite, so it might make diet adherence better, but again, assuming you can control for calories, there's no benefit to intermittent fasting.
She charges $112 for on Bandcamp. Besides having tried pretty much every narcotic available in the Western Hemisphere, she also dealt with intense psychological issues related to her hormones, some of which fueled her TikTok videos, which developed a bit of a following due to how unhinged they were. However, most, if not all, the things being referred to here are no longer up online, as the few remaining pieces of her online presence are her Instagram, her blog, and a YouTube channel consisting of videos of her pole dancing. It's worth mentioning here that Jasmine is clearly a black woman, something that definitely would not bode well, as Sv3rige had expressed his beliefs in white supremacy a few times in the past. He eventually replied to a patron message about it, tactically avoiding even addressing it and simply claiming that Jasmine was mentally ill. Jasmine didn't give up and proceeded to say she was inside his home and was going to pull some kind of stunt while he streamed to prove she was actually there. Well, it doesn't seem this ever happened. Sv3rige went out of his way to remove her from any content she ever appeared in, such as his South Florida subscriber meetup. She only was visible for a few seconds, but regardless, they were a few seconds too many for him. It gets even stranger when Jasmine begins telling people on Discord that she's been trying to convince him not to do something drastic about a situation with Luna, as she continued to get donations and tell people about what he did during the relationship. This isn't much of a stretch at all, since Sv3rige had previously mentioned that he was going to go after Luna if she didn't delete her Patreon, purposely keeping it vague as to what that actually meant. The strange nature of Jazz and Sv3rige's relationship was eventually explained when she made a video on it, explaining that though she did become infatuated with him, she eventually realized he was staying with her for money, a place to stay, and residency in the United States. Now, this next part isn't particularly relevant to the story, but while this was going down, Sv3rige pulled another scam where he told a story about having lost his camera to ask for donations, and when he got $4,000, $3,000 of which came from a single donor, he claimed that the police conveniently found his camera. Later on in May, he did a stream announcing he was severely depressed because a girl he wanted to be with had left him, and Jasmine immediately made it clear that the stream wasn't about her, but someone else. Some Canadian girl, supposedly. But only a fraction of her feelings were expressed through her comments. Later on, Jasmine uploaded an audio of herself letting it all out.
Who f***ing does that, Goatis? You f***ing piece of shit! What the f*** is wrong with you? How are you so f***ing insecure? You were f***ing engaged to get married! And you don't want love, you want worship, you want fans, you want followers, and you want admirers. You want your cult following. I can't stand your blue bright blue icy eyes. I can't stand the way your body looks when you're naked. I can't stand the way you me from the back. I can't stand the way your hair looks. I can't stand the way you listen to music and sunbathe. I hate you. I hate you.
The unknown Canadian girl was eventually revealed to be Catherine, who dropped out of college, gave up her apartment and car, all to marry Sv3rige. With all the talk about leaving the drama behind and moving on with his life, one could be fooled into thinking that this moment was going to mark a transition into a more monotonous Sv3rige era. As his uploads, though sparse, once again became regular, he posted a video with Catherine claiming that they were in Canada because they got sick of Europe. Except, they're lying. Once again, using his public Airbnb account, it was easy to see that the very house they recorded that video in was located not in Canada, but in the Netherlands, the same country Luna lived in. Him being in the Netherlands and actively lying about it is a huge red flag, given his many threats towards Luna. Shortly after, he privated his Airbnb account, but it was too late, and people were onto him. He decided to revisit the Luna situation publicly in a video titled, "Please Help Me See My Son," trying to get people's pity and really hamming it up this time. He went as far as to say that the 2 years he spent with her were comparable to torture from the Saw movies, and that he's done everything to escape the grasps of the demon that is Luna, but has been unsuccessful. He tries to make it out as if his plight has something to do with his son, but judging from how little he's cared about him so far, this is definitely just another way to get at Luna. He concludes with a request to receive donations so he can afford to pay for all the legal proceedings, which he estimates may cost anywhere between 3,000 to 5,000 euros. This is clearly another grift since he just recently burned through $6,000 dicking around with Catherine and traveling, so he definitely didn't need the money. He specifically promised that he would keep a tally of all the money donated to him in order to keep things transparent. Unsurprisingly, he didn't stick to his promise, as just a few hours after the video had been uploaded, he received a Bitcoin donation valued at around $7,000, which he withdrew immediately without updating the tally for several weeks. Just a week later, he uploaded a video thanking his viewers for all the donations and promising to leave YouTube, but he didn't carry out this promise either, as just a week later, he released a video titled, "I'm done."
I just literally have nothing. It's just everything is black. There's nothing anymore.
Seems like the emo kid in him never really left. He goes on to explain that he's upset because Luna ghosted him after saying he could see his son, and right around the same time, Catherine just left. Most of this video is uneventful as he's just pitying himself and lamenting about no one loving him, but of course, no candid moment with Sv3rige is complete without him going on the offense. He claims that, due to her previous relationships, Catherine is a sociopath. But regardless, being the empath that he is, he gave her all of his love to try and fix her. What's interesting to note is that he clearly expresses being more upset about Catherine leaving him than he is about the situation with his son, which is confusing since one of the reasons he cites for his attachment to Catherine is her having said she'd have his children. If children were really the point, wouldn't he be more upset about the kid he already has and can't see? That is, unless having kids is really just an elaborate method of controlling the women he targets, which is actually quite the common theme in abusive relationships. Very strangely, within a day of when his supposed breakup with Catherine happened, a channel called Kathy the Great was created, with its first upload being a short video of her dancing and what looked to be her pajamas and generally behaving in a very weird, childish manner. Her next upload consisted of her talking about her experience.
In case you didn't see yet, this Black Pill channel made a documentary on Frank's ruining his face.
It's all a matter of perspective.
We have a lot of shit to watch. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch this tonight, but I'll leave this in my list of tabs. Probably we can get through it tomorrow or something, but I'll try to get through everything tonight. Thanks for the donation, Real Vegan Gains.
Experience in college, but it's not the video itself that matters, it's the context. One commenter claimed this video was much older than it.
Nah, I don't have any Bitcoin. I really need to open up a Bitcoin wallet. I know there have been a few people who said they'd donate to me if I had a Bitcoin wallet. Or a crypto wallet.
Appeared, essentially suggesting that she wasn't the one in charge of the channel, but that the uploads were being made on her behalf by Sv3rige. This added up for a few reasons, such as her hair looking different from the video she'd recently appeared in, and the channel description being very robotic and clinical, saying things like, "I like to sing and watch videos. I have been suffering from depression because I grew up in an inhospitable climate. I developed a lot of mental issues because of the lack of sunlight and bad food, which I am trying to heal now." While this didn't blend in well with Kathy's more expressive and off-the-cuff speech pattern, it fit perfectly with Sv3rige's pretentious yet syntactically broken English. While these won't be mentioned here for obvious reasons, the description docks Catherine's hometown, and the college video docks her full name, both of which Sv3rige also did to Luna when they broke up. As comments pointing out how strange the channel was got deleted, this very much looked like a sequel to the flat chest Luna channel, this time targeting Catherine, whom Sv3rige claimed had left him. In a comment, Sv3rige claimed she was out of his reach and didn't want contact, as she was probably back in Canada. With this in mind, it's quite possible that the Kathy the Great channel was created as a way to lure her out and get her to engage with him online once again. For a brief period, Jasmine forced her way back into the story by claiming Sv3rige had previously confessed his intentions to kill Luna, his son, and Catherine, speculating that her not being active online was a sign he'd done the unthinkable. However, with this much attention on them and the fact that we know Kathy as a family, who continued to care for and stay in contact with her after she left to be with Sv3rige, this was a big stretch from the get-go. What I'm about to cover is from a while after, but just so that we can close this sequence of events revolving Luna, I'll skip ahead a bit to when Sv3rige reappears, head shaved, completely bald, in a bizarre video where he addresses his son.
It's your daddy, or maybe you would call me your dad now, because I assume that you will only see this video when you are 16, maybe 20, 30, but I hope that my subscribers will be able to show it to you one day when you are able to make your own.
Oh, dude, you know what's funny? I had some dumb, retarded fucking friend way long ago. He was a fucking moron. He was a dude in my Call of Duty clan back in the day. And he is one of those people who would watch Alex Jones unironically. He literally believed Sandy Hook was some government psyop so that, like he thought the government killed those kids so that they could ban guns. And he'd flip-flop back and forth between it being staged, nobody died, and, oh, the government killed the kids. You know, to, like, try to ban guns or something so that there could be some sort of totalitarian takeover. He believed a lot of crazy, insane shit like that. He was also a UFO conspiracy theorist who thought aliens are like in control of the government or something. That idiot told me to buy Bitcoin, and I think back then it wasn't worth much. I think it was still like only a few dollars per coin. And I should have listened to that fucking moron who didn't know jack shit about anything, because I could be a billionaire by now. VG is a simp, donated $2. Let me see.
So after months of all the Wes Watson drama and people calling him out and him calling people out and posting the address to the gym where he trains people and works out, there's finally been an incident involving him where he ended up beating a guy down. Reports right now are that
apparently this guy is mentally disabled, so he literally beat up Jason Genova Tard.
Guy had autism or something, maybe Asperger's, who knows, I'm not sure. Either way, this is the type of thing that happens when you continuously call people out, tell people to pull up, post the address of the place where you train people, where you work out.
Wes Watson is the one who gave away the gym's address.
I've said it before, I've made plenty of videos. If you invite the devil to dance.
But if you want, you can come down to that address and get your served.
I know it was my place. It was self-defense. It was self-defense.
Yeah, that is clearly not self-defense. He's going to get charged with assault and battery. Guaranteed. I don't know if I'm going to bother watching the Greg video.
So we had to wait.
I have a fear of fat people.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of this off stream. That's not a good video. Thanks for the donation though, VG is simp.
Own choices.
For the most part, this video is a reiteration of everything he said about Luna so far, with one noticeable new addition.
Right after that, she had actually hired somebody to come and beat us up, me and the subscriber.
This is undoubtedly a lie, since according to his story, he and a subscriber went to the cops, told them about Luna being a mentally ill schizophrenic, which the cops seemingly agreed to, and that they suffered an assault with a deadly weapon. But somehow the cops couldn't do anything about it. He continued to decidedly not address anything people were talking about because he knew he couldn't muster a proper defense. Coincidentally, he found himself in the same exact situation with Catherine, as after their breakup, he decided she too was a sociopath, and to blame for all of the problems in their relationship. Little side note here, in this video, he is in Paris, meaning he's already given up his mission to stay in the Netherlands until he gets to see his son. In his video, Sv3rige gets right into explaining to his audience how Kathy has BPD and was mentally ill. His proof of this? A video he evidently forced her to record as she sat in silence and cleared discomfort while he goaded her to tell the camera what mental illnesses she supposedly had.
You basically admitted that you're a sociopath, that you manipulate news people, and that's why you tried to manipulate me to like you. You were actually just using me.
Not only is this very strange in nature, and it's like a hostage video basically, it suggests that this sudden reinterpretation of their relationship was something that Sv3rige had planned to head for. Otherwise, why record your loved one talking about what conditions they have as if they were confessing to a crime? It's such a contrived thing to do for no reason that the only sensible explanation is premeditation. Considering he'd already thoroughly blackmailed Luna, this time around, he was already planning to do the same to Kathy all along. Sv3rige himself admits this interview clip was something Kathy didn't want to do, but goes on to use it as evidence against her anyway. Much like he did with Luna, he begins roping Kathy's family in, claiming that her mental issues are their fault, accusing her sister of being jealous of her bigger breasts and youth, and that her father is the exact opposite of him, which as far as I'm concerned, it means that her dad was probably a normal guy. What's funny is that he frames this indictment of her entire
Toby donate $2. Are you afraid of dying alone, and how long do you wish to live? No. There's a big difference between being alone and being lonely. And, I'm not afraid of being alone. But thanks for the donation, Toby. And how long do I wish to live? As long as I want.
entire family is not an attack on his part, but an attempt to heal them from their familial issues by bringing them to light. One pretty interesting thing mentioned in this video is that the trip to Canada that we know was a complete sham was planned so that Sv3rige could fight her dad. He proceeds to claim that he flirted with his daughters, and that his proof of this is a recording of some messages he sent her that look completely normal. Not only that, but he claims that Kathy attested to this, and that there was some kind of vague intention to make it more than flirting, which Sv3rige not so subtly suggests. When he actually shows something to prove that Kathy had a bad relationship with her dad, he once again can be seen scrolling through things she wrote, consisting mostly of a contention about the direction of her life and not wanting to go to college. Nothing about incest, abuse, or anything of the sort. Another thing worth pointing out is that it's clearly Sv3rige scrolling through the phone, meaning that he somehow continued to have access to her DMs and notes, or even her phone, well after she...
Insert money, donate $2. If you had to pick one conspiracy theory, which one do you think is most likely to be true? I don't know all of them, but probably the Epstein thing. like Epstein didn't kill himself. There's evidence suggesting he did kill himself, though. It was a conspiracy theory, but it was proven true. The Iran-Contra thing, where the U.S. government would buy cocaine from the Contras to give them money, and they got the money to buy the cocaine by selling Iran missiles. That actually turned out to be true, though. Thanks for the donation, insert money.
She left, or that he once again premeditated that the messages would be useful once she inevitably broke up with him. All in all, he only ever provides proof that her dad was a cranberry farmer who was concerned.
Second try, $20. Have you and Jasmine considered giving it another shot before divorce, or is it 100% over?
Do people who really wanted
yeah, it's over.
to get divorced ever come back around and regret it? There's a lot of reels and TikTok videos out there about, oh, the ex always comes back. I think many times exes will come back around. They'll realize the grass wasn't greener. But you have to remember, wherever you go, there you are. So if you were a miserable person inside a marriage, you're going to be a miserable person outside the marriage. People do not change unless they put the work in to be different.
Jew advice.
Why do people get divorced? And later on, they have charata. I'll tell you, mamish, this is murdered. People get divorced, I think, I don't know, I'm not a psychologist, they get divorced because 10% of what that other person does, the mamish makes them crazy. Drives them crazy. So they focus on the 10%, and they can't, 10%, so they get divorced. And then, after they get divorced, they say, wait a minute, what about the 90%? They forget about the 10%, and the 90% becomes, they're missing the 90%. She's good cook, good this, good wife, good everything. Okay, 10%. So they forget about the 10%, they want the 90%. That's what happened there. Before you get divorced, think about.
Well, that's exactly the problem that most women have. There's data supporting this too. Women hyperfixate on shit that literally does not matter. And, lesbian marriages have a way fucking higher rate of divorce compared to gay or heterosexual marriages. And it's because women just love to bitch and complain and focus on negative shit and make a big deal out of nothing. So yeah, thanks for that donation, second try.
Concerned for his daughter going to live in another country with some Latvian freak who eats raw meat. He proceeds to gratuitously reveal yet another medical issue she had, talking about her possibly being infertile, right before he claims she regularly got on Omegle and exposed herself to strangers. It's crystal clear that the one and only purpose of videos like these is to besmirch and defame everyone he's got a grudge against. Near the end of the video, he plays a recording Kathy had made herself, where she acknowledges that she has an issue with needing attention, and that it hurts those around her.
This is horrible because I hurt the people around me 24/7. There's nothing else in this world if nobody's paying attention to you.
What Sv3rige fails to realize is that this clip undoes the narrative he's been constructing the entire video. In Kathy's clip, she talks about having a few $1,000s saved while being in university, meaning this is definitely before their relationship, and she's quite well spoken and self-aware about her issues, very much unlike the dronish personality she adopted after getting with him. Additionally, her acknowledging her personality disorders is much more than Sv3rige could ever muster in the way of self-awareness. So all this really shows is that he took someone who was already damaged and manipulated her beyond recognition, separating her from her family and alienating her completely.
Resonate, donators, does this resonate with you?
There is a world-renowned marriage counselor named John Gottman. And John Gottman has been studying marriages his entire career. That's all he does, is study marriages. He has a whole team of people that studies them. And he claims that he can predict whether or not a couple is going to get divorced with a 91% accuracy rate within the first 10 minutes of meeting them if they show the signs of fruitless fighting. Do you want to know what those signs are? It's scientifically proven that if you show all these signs, your marriage is in trouble. Well, the first sign is what we call harsh startup. Harsh startup means we need to talk. The harsh startup is you did it again. The harsh startup is beginning the conversation already abruptly, already negatively, and already with a hostile attitude. Well, the next sign is actually four things. Gottman calls it the 4 horsemen. It's defensiveness, contempt, which we've already talked about, criticism, and stonewalling. Those are the 4 horsemen that together make up the next sign of divorce. Now, what is stonewalling? Stonewalling, which is when one person in the couple is just not responding. Stonewalling is, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Maybe looking out the window, you're having a conversation, but they're not looking at you. They're not really telling you how they feel. You don't really know what's going on inside of them. Appears like that person doesn't even care. The next sign is very much related to the previous 4. It's called flooding. Flooding is when you have so many feelings that you can't even speak them. So they're so flooded with feelings, they can't tell you how they feel. It's not that they don't have a feeling. They've got so many, they can't pick one. And flooding is very dangerous because it leads to the next sign. The next sign is physiological distress. If you've been allowing the conflict in your marriage to go on for so long, the anger to not get resolved for so long, you're going to start having physical problems. You're going to start having ulcers, backaches, neck aches. You're going to start drinking more. You're going to start having physiological problems. You're going to start failing from the inside. The last 2 signs of marriages that are in distress that leads towards divorce are bad memories and failed repair attempts. What does bad memories mean? What it means is you interpret history negatively. You're only remembering the negative things from the past. It's like, yeah, I remember our wedding. Yeah, he was late. He was late to that. He's still late today. You forget all the good things and you remember all the bad things. You're reinterpreting history negatively. Bad memory.
Women are perfect at that. Yeah, it's most of these issues are things that just women are more prone to doing.
Bad sign leading to bad things in your relationship. And the last thing is failed repair attempts. This is really critical. Everybody fights. Even good marriages fight. Fighting in a marriage is not a problem. The problem is, what are you going to do about it? And the really critical thing is to be able to repair what you did. Fighting isn't a problem. Not being able to repair it is. And repair attempts can be simple. It can be as simple as coming to a common understanding. It can be as simple as communicating that you're on the same side. But you've got to have the ability to get back on the beam. You've got to have the ability to get back on track again. You've got to have the ability.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Resonate.
Completely. Last but definitely not least, while this video was still up, someone parodying Sv3rige's channel name left a comment which read, "Hi, Mr. Sv3rige.
Oh, I'm not a Stonewaller.
Everything you said about her family is absolutely false. Do your fans know that you cannot enter Canada and the US because you beat her up in Northampton, Massachusetts, and the US Customs flagged your passport? That's why you were stuck in the airport a couple of months ago and couldn't enter Canada. Do your fans know that you never went to Canada? In your Arrived in Canada video, you were in Macedonia. Do your fans know that you made her a hostage on a Skype call with her parents to get money from them? Do they know that the German police are looking for you because you stole her passport and cell phone? Along with many other things that will be exposed soon. Do they know that she escaped from you last week and filed a police report because of what you did to her with a knife? Again, it's good to take all this with a grain of salt since they are allegations, but given the history of equally deranged things we've already established, that grain of salt is very rapidly eroding. Another very disturbing element of this story is that despite her radio silence online, the Kathy the Great account was leaving comments supporting Sv3rige and claiming he was right, making it very clear that he was the one operating it. If that wasn't clear yet, another video was eventually uploaded to the account that showed Kathy twerking, which is obviously not something she'd willingly post amid all of this. In the comments of the video, someone requested her OnlyFans, to which the account replied that they'd be seeing a lot more of her, suggesting that he already had more vulnerable imagery of Kathy that he intended to release. At this point, Lady May chimed in on this issue over at Kiwi Farms. In her post, she pointed out that the Kathy the Great account was a repurposed alt which Sv3rige had already used to comment on her video. Also on Kiwi Farms, she, along with someone else who met him in real life, revealed that he didn't bathe or brush his teeth and thus stank terribly bad. Judging by the comments on Kathy the Great's uploads, everyone knew that Sv3rige was behind the videos. Not that he was trying really hard to hide it anyway. Eventually, the channel got struck down soon after for impersonation. About a month later, a new character entered the picture, a small carnivorous YouTuber by the name of Primal Bell. People noticed that she had made a few comments going down the same rabbit hole her predecessors did, thinking that Sv3rige was misunderstood and believing that he'd been abused and needed to be nurtured. Eventually, she outright claimed he was now her boyfriend, and his real account commented on one of her videos, complimenting her hands and effectively confirming that they were together.
She has a daughter who is so mentally ill she couldn't actually stand trial after the attempted assassination against Luna. So, yeah, I guess like minds find each other. Pedersen donated $2, JP Spittin.
Partly from reading Jung, he believed that you couldn't make a marriage work without the commitment, the real full-out commitment, because you can just run away from each other then. You can't solve your problems if you can run away, if the door's open. Because at some point, you'll encounter a marriage problem that looks like the problem is worse than getting divorced. Like, that'll happen. And so, if divorce is an option, you just won't solve the problem. And the problem is that there's a problem of that size in virtually every relationship. I mean, that's the problem of Satan fundamentally.
That's just such an insanely retarded idea, dude. This is assuming your partner is reasonable enough to actually resolve a problem. Like, there are a lot of fucking incredibly unreasonable people who are fucking deranged, have some sort of personality disorder, are delusional, fucking crazy, are just permanently trapped in like a fucking child's mind where they always have to have it their way. Like, no, I totally disagree. That's just idiotic. Thoughts? Let me see.
I've had clients who had partners that really couldn't be negotiated with. The whole idea of negotiation wasn't negotiable. And I didn't see they really had any choice to either maintain the millstone around their neck and drown or to leave. It's an awful choice, but that doesn't mean that marriage is a prison that no one should ever enter. It just means that things are complicated.
That is so stupid. What a stupid thing to fucking say. Give me one single benefit to being married. Just one. You can come up with benefits for women. Oh, well, you can steal his money after you break up if the marriage doesn't work out. Oh, you can keep the house that you didn't fucking pay for. Oh, it's easier to argue for child custody and crap like that. Like, yeah, you can list off reasons why marriage is beneficial for women. Name one for men. Name one. You can't. It is nothing but a fucking liability. It's just retarded. Based, question
There's some
mark.
additional problems with divorce that people don't really grasp when they're young. Like the idea that you can be divorced once you have children, that's kind of a stupid idea, because you can't. You can find a limited substitute for your... There's some additional problems with divorce that people don't really grasp when they're young. Like the idea that you can be divorced once you have children, that's kind of a stupid idea, because you can't. You can find a limited substitute for your initial freedom. But if you have kids and you try to get divorced, the probability that that's going to demolish your life is very, very high. First of all, it's incredibly expensive. So one or both of you is going to come out of that poor, and your market value has declined. Let's say
Yes, so don't get married.
you're the woman who takes the kids. Your market value has declined radically. You're going to be poorer. The man, he's just as screwed, because he is now an indentured servant, and there's no escape from it. So it's not...
Yes, and this is why younger men aren't getting married. This is why younger people aren't having kids, because we all know the stupid fucking game. The internet exists. You know, everybody can share these fucking stories, and people are smart enough to realize it's just a stupid fucking game with no benefit.
so bad if you can negotiate a peaceful separation, and some people can, but lots of times if you have a terrible relationship, it's not like negotiating a peaceful separation is all that easy. But if you're at each other's throats, good luck to you. It is not pleasant.
Well, thanks for the donation, Peterson.
Not much later, a picture surfaced of Sv3rige and his fifth victim. It's also worth mentioning that this is when people began speculating about him possibly getting a hair transplant, which would be financially viable since during his time in the Netherlands, he grifted a motherload of cash off his followers by claiming he'd started a lawsuit to get his son back, only to quietly drop the issue and keep the money. On the 1st of April 2022, Sv3rige posted a video titled A Woman's Purpose. In it, he explains to women how, despite how things like diet, exercise, and plastic surgery can be meaningful interventions to improve their appearance, the one true solution is much simpler.
There's one solution to all of your problems. Pregnancy.
This medical genius says the only reason giving birth is painful is because women are doing it 15 years late and that they should be doing it as soon as they get their first period. He immediately goes on to say that you have to be mentally ill not to find a 15-year-old girl attractive, and he then claims that they become more attractive during pregnancy because it makes them more womanly.
Yeah, I like the Hitman games. I liked Absolution, and I also liked, you know, the new series 1, 2, and 3.
Given how he's repeatedly demeaned his previous girlfriends over the size of their breasts, it's pretty safe to say that this is one of his obsessions. To top it off, he says that the age of consent is unnaturally high, and then argues it could hypothetically be as low as 7. Sv3rige goes on to explain that the New World Order has apparently artificially raised the age of consent to destroy the family unit, which is ironic since he single-handedly destroyed his own family by doing what he did to Luna. In the aftermath of its release, even the remaining loyal fans of his turned on him on account of his obviously disgusting take on the age of consent. In the comments, he engaged in many arguments with people objecting to his stance. In one exchange, a woman who gave birth at 18 said that it was very painful for her despite her young age, to which Sv3rige replied saying 18 was not only late, but very late. The commenter pointed out his hypocrisy since Bella was obviously much older than 18, yet he seemed comfortable being with her in spite of her extremely advanced age per his standards. He responded by saying that not having your children within the first couple of years after puberty, 14 to 16, is a mental illness, adding that women should have 20 children. The most downright dumb aspect of what he's saying here is that if a woman is to have 20 kids, necessarily the majority of those kids will be born after the mom has already turned 18. After repeatedly evading questions, he settles for calling the commenter brain damaged, a true intellect of our age. But commenters weren't the only people pushing back against his insanity. YouTuber Noah Samson caught wind of this and covered it in one of his videos, giving Sv3rige one of his largest infamy boosts since his first videos eating raw meat and
No, Samson's a fucking dipshit.
vegan protests. Within the same month of this video's release, Sv3rige goes back to his full-time profession, begging for money from strangers online, like the primal stigma his ancestors would smile upon. This time, the donations were made so that he could make it to a vegan protest to do the usual shenanigans. And as usual, someone was demented enough to send him money, and not just any money, but one entire Bitcoin, which at the time was valued at around $40,000. He made a video thanking the donor and talking about how important this donation was. And a week later, he went right back to e-begging, telling a tall tale about having gotten robbed in Kazakhstan. Sadly for him, but fortunately for the rest of the planet at large, this was the last video he uploaded to his channel, as he announced on the Goatis channel that the Sv3rige account had been banned. In the very next upload, he is once again begging for donations, but this time with a lot more ambition, claiming he's going to try to put up a lawsuit against Google to reclaim his channel. He asks for €500,000 from his subscribers. Notwithstanding, he also asked his subs to create a website on his behalf detailing whatever this legal dispute was going to turn into. However, it doesn't seem like this ever materialized, and he just switched over to hosting his older videos on Telegram. The rest of 2022 is relatively uneventful, with a few new pieces of information coming out about Belle. For one, in an Instagram post, she admitted to having been physically abused by a previous partner of hers. This was also the case with Luna, which isn't really surprising since abusers tend to go for people who have already been damaged in some way because it's easier to take advantage of them. In November, someone managed to speak directly to Belle, trying to talk some sense into her about the things he'd done to his previous girlfriends and the vile things things he'd said in his videos. However, this yielded no real results since she just waved everything off as jokes. Even the time Sv3rige said serial killers were heroes and that humans were biologically meant to impregnate teens. Does it get any worse than this? Unfortunately, yes. As 2022 came to an end and 2023 began, Sv3rige started to stream on his remaining channel, and people immediately noticed he miraculously regained the hair he never had. Not only did he suddenly have a lot of thick hair, but his hairline had moved much more forward than it ever had been, even before he was balding. Now we stand at a forked road. Either eating raw meat and rotten food has finally shown its miraculous results after years of having no effect whatsoever, as he continued to be an acne-ridden baldy, or he spent the money he got from one of his innumerable grifts to give himself hair plugs. Which one do you think it is? Well, it's obviously not.
Yeah, it's not a hair transplant, it's a hair system.
Not a crime to get a cosmetic procedure. This obviously flies in the face of this whole all-natural philosophy. But at this point, we know that he's more than willing to suspend his belief system whenever it's convenient for him to do so. Meanwhile, over on the Primal Belle side of things, she grew increasingly absent from her previously hyperactive online presence. Eventually, she posted a photo to her Instagram announcing that she was pregnant, using this as an explanation for her inactivity. The thing is, this photo looked really weird. People began wondering if it was photoshopped or edited in some way, and as soon as they started digging into it, they found that the beach background in it was artificially added in post by getting a current picture of the same beach that revealed that the hill in the background now featured Arabic writing that was noticeably absent in Belle's post. For some unexplainable reason, Belle and Sv3rige replaced the original background of her photo with a years-old image of a Moroccan beach. While this is obviously small potatoes compared to everything else, it's just disturbing the lengths these people are willing to go to falsify things, seemingly for no reason whatsoever. But it's been speculated there was a darker reason here. Perhaps it was so that their real location was kept secret. But then again, Sv3rige has never cared at all about protecting.
Peterson donate $2 lol.
How come even when I help her around the house, she's still not grateful? This is a great question, and there's a lot.
Oh boy. Oh. Why is your wife not grateful if you help her around the house? It's because she never wanted help around the house. Women just fucking complain.
How come even when I help her around the house, she's still not grateful? This is a great question, and there's a lot that could be going on here, but first, we have to stop saying we're helping her. I know you probably didn't mean.
VG, you are now free. You have your pets which tie you down, but that's it. You can work from anywhere and have no properties. Have you thought about getting out there and traveling the world?
I might end up doing some traveling in the future. Probably a lot with a good friend of mine. But yeah, you know, it all worked out. Makes things easier now that, you know, Jasmine and I are broken up. Thanks for the donation, Smegma.
Mean it in that context, and I always say we should have a culture of appreciation in our relationships, but be careful thinking you deserve gratitude for doing the dishes. Be careful thinking you're owed a thank you because you did your laundry or put your clothes in the hamper. That's not how this thing works. I would encourage you to try to see it from her perspective.
Oh wow, this guy's a simp.
See, in this culture, the man is expected to go to work, maybe fix some things around the house, and that's the bar. If you do those things, society says, well done. The woman's job is everything else. The dishes, the laundry, the cleaning, the shopping, the meal prepping, the cooking, the scheduling, making sure the kids don't die, making sure they all get to their sports.
Okay, this guy is a massive fucking simp. What a pussy. Okay, so one, this guy's a bitch. He's trying to make it seem as though women have more to do than men do. Get fucked, dude. Like, yeah, right. The idea that, you know, doing housework and taking care of kids is more work than going to a fucking job you hate so that you can pay the bills, get fucked. You're a fucking simp-ass loser. The reason why women aren't as career-driven as men, the reason why they're not, you know, doing this, like, red pill alpha male grind set shit, you know, where they're busting their ass at work and just trying to make as much money, it's because they don't want that life, okay? They want to take the easy road. They want a guy who makes enough money so that they can be a stay-at-home mom and shit and do whatever the fuck chicks do when they're alone. So, no, it's easier. Get fucked. It's easier being a stay-at-home mom than it is, like, actually fucking doing any useful, productive work. And secondly, the reason why women will fucking complain and shit and say, you don't do enough work around the house, I have to do all the cooking and cleaning and da-da-da, and then when you do it, they still act bitchy and naggy to you, is because they never fucking wanted you to do the dishes or clean this or clean that. They just wanted to fucking complain. And if you give in to the stupid complaining and horse shit, guess what happens? You look like a fucking bitch, okay? They're shit testing you to see if you're gonna lay down the law and be a man and say, no, that's your job, you do it. I'm the one paying the fucking bills around here. If you want to play your stupid, dumb little housewife game, you can fucking do the cooking and cleaning and all that shit. So, like that's what they're fucking... I don't know if they consciously do this or if it's just hardwired in their fucking DNA to do this crap, but that's what they're fucking doing. And then when you give in and do the dishes and cooking and cleaning... like, they're still going to act like a fucking cunt. And then they're also, on top of that, going to lose respect for you because you didn't lay down the law.
Or their doctor's appointments, making sure the homework gets done, making sure the kids are turning into decent human beings. She is the project manager and the project executor of everything that goes on in the home. Now, this isn't about competing over whose job is harder. I know what your pushback is. You're saying, hey, I do some of those things with her too. Absolutely you do, because you're a good guy who understands not everything is her job. So yes, you're...
This guy has some of the worst relationship advice I think I've ever fucking seen, dude. I don't know if this dude has an Instagram. I just want to see, like, his wife or whatever, and... This guy is a fucking beta male simp bitch, dude. Yeah, it looks like he doesn't upload any videos with his wife. It's a photo of her.
You're contributing. Most of you are being considerate. But remember, when you contribute, society praises you for going above and beyond your bar. See, when I take my kids to the grocery store, I can almost guarantee someone will say, way to help mom out. I get attaboys. I get told, what a good dad I am. I can bet you when my wife goes to the grocery store, nobody has once said, you're a good mom. And even if you stopped contributing altogether and she did...
No one does that. Have any of you ever gone to the grocery store and saw a dude with his kids picking up groceries and felt the need to say, wow, you're a good dad. You get groceries with your kid. Like, he's just fucking lying.
Did everything by herself, which would be extremely overwhelming. Nobody would even notice. And worse, if God forbid she complained about...
Oh my God. Imagine taking care of kids, how overwhelming that is. Oh boy. Oh, poor women. Oh, how is a woman supposed to be expected to control a 5-year-old that they can literally manhandle and force them to do whatever the fuck they want? Oh, it's so overwhelming not having to work and just, do some dishes and clean clothes. Oh, women just have it so hard. What a fucking beta male.
About the mental and physical load to her mom or grandmother, they would just tell her, suck it up, buttercup, because this is the job you signed up for. Serving, pouring from an empty cup, making yourself uncomfortable so others stay comfortable. They would tell her, that's the job of wife or mom. So we have to keep that in mind. We have to be careful with our words that we're not labeling it all as her job, right? It's our jobs. We're all in this together. Neither of us should want the other to feel...
This guy's a beta male fucking cuck, dude.
...completely overwhelmed or burdened or neglected, right? When you come home from your work job, work isn't over. You just start your home job. You start your relationship job. And one of the most attractive things for her is when you care about what needs to get done around there.
Oh my God. Yeah. Getting up at 6 a.m. so you can get to fucking work, then after working for fucking 8 hours, you're supposed to get home and do her chores. Okay, fuck you, dude. Wow.
And you take initiative without being asked. That's sexy. I don't exactly know how that fit into everything, but I just thought I'd throw in that tidbit for you.
This guy is such a fucking loser. Holy shit. If you follow this guy's relationship advice... Your fucking chick is gonna lose any and all respect for you and then start fucking like other dudes on the side. Like, my God, what a loser.
Protecting him or other people's privacy. A few weeks later, things got even more dire and concerning as people noticed Primal Bell's channel had been scrubbed of the content it originally had up, and that she hadn't live streamed in a good while. While Bell was going silent, Catherine resurfaced seemingly unharmed, much to the joy of the people following the situation in fear that he'd done something to her. The first video she posted was a critique of Sv3rige and other channels like his, who grandstand about their lifestyle and admonish others for not following it.
Oh, I don't care about traditional gender roles. That's not what I'm talking about. what I'm saying is tasks have to be divided fairly, okay? If you have a, traditional nuclear family where the dude goes and works all day, and then you have a stay-at-home mom situation, okay, if the guy is working for fucking 8 hours doing a shitty job he wouldn't otherwise want to fucking do, and he's paying for all the bills, then it's not his fucking job to take care of the fucking house. Like, get fucked. Like this bullshit that you hear from women. You don't understand how hard it is taking care of the kids and doing all the housework. Women try every fucking chance they get to get dudes to just do more and more and more for them. Women are just more fucking lazy. They want to just do as little as they fucking can. Again, that's why women work fewer fucking hours in every fucking profession. You can even look at doctors and lawyers. Women work fewer fucking hours compared to men, and it's because women just don't want to work as much as men do. So they will find any fucking ways to cut corners, get other people to do shit, and, like, complain about fucking crap, like, oh, this is too hard, you gotta help me with this. They just try to chip away at any kind of fucking work they can do and get other people to fucking do it. So if you're in this traditional, relationship role, dad goes to work, mom's stay-at-home mom, and you start seeing this fucking bullshit where, oh, you gotta help me with some of the housework, it's getting overwhelming. Put that bitch in her fucking place and tell her, no, it's not. If I have to fucking get up at 6 a.m. to go to fucking work in 8 hours, 8 hours a fucking day, you want to fucking take care of that? I'd be more than happy for you to go to work and I can just stay at home and do the fucking laundry. It's not like the 18 fucking hundreds where everything took like 10 hours to do and you had to multitask. We have fucking washing machines. You literally throw the clothes in, press a button, it's done for you. It's not like the old days where you have to fucking scrub every single fucking garment and then, like, hang it up to dry. Everything is done for you. Same with fucking food. Like, women complain about having to make dinner. Have you ever heard of a fucking Instant Pot? You literally just throw food in, put water, set the timer, it's done. Like, no. Stay-at-home mom shit is not fucking hard. And especially once kids are old enough to, like, go to school. What are fucking women doing all day long? Give me a fucking break. None of this takes much effort. So, yeah, if you're in a traditional relationship like that, and you start hearing from your woman, oh, you gotta kind of help me when I'm at home, oh, doing all this is getting hard, tell her to suck it the fuck up. You have to put women in their place when they're doing shit like that. If it's a different circumstance where you're both making roughly the same amount of money, you're both working, and you kind of have to, that's different, right? So it kind of makes sense to divvy up tasks roughly equally. Like, okay, this week I'll do the dishes, and then I'll do the laundry and maybe scrub the bathroom or something. That makes sense, right? But you have to have a recognition of what is and isn't fair. When you start getting into this fucking pattern where you're busting your fucking ass and then you have a chick who's just staying at home doing like just mundane chores, complaining that it's overwhelming, tell her to go fuck herself. And that goes for any relationship. Like, I don't know what it is, but we live in like a simp society where women are infantilized and like, oh, women are fucking weak. And like, when you have a chick who's like a full-grown fucking adult saying, oh, I can't move the groceries from the car and it only weighs like 10 or 20 pounds. Like, it's just a dead giveaway that they're fucking bullshitting you. And they're just trying to get away with seeing how much, they can force you to do things while doing nothing themselves. Like, when you start hearing horseshit from a full-grown fucking woman saying, the groceries are a little too heavy, can you get them for me? And they only weigh 10 or 20 fucking pounds, give me a fucking break. An adult woman can move a 20-pound bag of fucking groceries. If you go to fucking Africa, you'll see women literally carrying 100-pound fucking jugs of water on their fucking head. You'll see women carrying like 300 fucking pounds worth of fucking like tinder and horse shit. African women carrying shit on head. Like, these are, like, by the way, this shit is fucking heavy. You have fucking women in Africa and other countries too. Like, you can go to mainland China and crap. Some of the shit is fucking heavy. Like, they're carrying crap on their head that weighs, here's a great one. Like, this shit weighs, like, 100 fucking pounds. So you have women in other fucking countries that are doing hard fucking manual labor where they have to walk for miles with 100-pound fucking sacks on their fucking head. And then you have American women saying, "Oh, honey, can you get the groceries? The bag's too heavy and it only weighs 20 fucking pounds." Fuck right off. Okay, so, like, women will always try to cheat and make you do more and more and more and chip away at things. Like, don't ever give them an opportunity to, like, complain and say things are too hard. Like, just be realistic. Like, okay, can a fucking grown woman not lift a 20-pound bag? Is, just stuffing clothes in the washing machine really that fucking hard? No, it's not. So just always keep, that in mind, that women are going to try to take advantage of you any chance they fucking can. I don't know if it's hardwired into their DNA or if it has some weird thing to do with, like, feminism and our modern culture of infantilizing women, and they've grown up to think they're, like, princesses where everybody should do things for them. But, divvy up tasks fairly, regardless of the relationship, and don't let them, like, gaslight and bullshit you into thinking, "Oh, it's too hard."
VG, as a girl myself, I get so annoyed when other girls say being a mom is the hardest job in the world. Being a stay-at-home mom is so easy. It's much harder having to go into work and answer to a boss every day. Not trying to be a pick-me, just venting.
Well, yeah. If it were the hardest, if it truly was harder being a stay-at-home mom than actually going out and getting a job, no women would be having kids. None whatsoever. Women, and I mean, it makes sense. Why would you want a difficult life, right? Like, yeah, the way women choose to live makes logical sense. I'm going to try to do everything the easiest way I fucking can and have more free time. It makes logical sense. But yeah, they just gaslight and bullshit people. So, and that's just one of their fucking tactics to get other people to do things for them. "Oh, being a mom is so hard. Can you help me with this and that?" Like, it's a gaslighting tactic to just convince other people to do things for them, so they have to work less and less and less and less. So yeah. Thanks for the donation though, Random Gal.
This based take of yours on how women bitch and complain about housework reminded me of this.
Hey, Mom, where the hell's dinner? I'm starving.
Oh, man. Can you imagine the disaster she's gonna walk out here with? She has no idea how hard it is to cook.
Yeah, I bet she comes out with just like a poop on a plate, right?
Poop on a plate would be good, because at least there'd be traces of my food still in there.
Oh, snap, snap, snap.
Hey, guys, give her a fucking chance, all right?
Here it is, gang. Seared ají tostadas, grilled asparagus, couscous, and for dessert, molten chocolate lava cake.
Wait a minute. Meg, when did you find the time to do all this?
Oh, I had all day to do this.
Oh my God, this is delicious.
What do you mean all day? What about all the housework?
I did it in like an hour. I don't understand why you're such a freaking martyr all the time. It's a house. It's a finite area. I'm not cleaning a town.
Hey, family, I'm home. Ooh, that smells fantastic.
Hey, buddy, how was your first day in the real world?
It was actually really great. And Angela even told me I might get a raise for doing such a good job.
Wow, guys, you hear that? A raise. Interesting. Seems like the kids.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Ben.
This beta man disagrees, lol.
Instagram deleted this video. Men are meant to be submissive. Yeah, that's why we have testosterone.
Men are not meant to be dominant. Men are meant to be submissive. They're meant to be worker ants. They're supposed to listen to women. You are a queen. They are worker ants. That's how the system is supposed to go. Because the men do not have the ability to think for themselves. They don't. They don't have higher intellect. Women have to guide men to higher intellect. Because men are fucking stupid. We women must take charge. They are useless without.
Is this person a woman? I thought it was like some really gay dude or something.
They can't do nothing. They're the ones supposed to provide, cook, clean, and do everything after they come home from
Maybe they're trans, I don't know.
work. Because that's just how it's supposed to be. I don't know why everybody's trying to change the dynamic. Men
This could just be a skit.
are motherfucking submissive. Women are dominant. I'm dominant. I'm not gonna be submissive or a little bitch. Feminism all the way.
No. Thanks for the donation, Xanax.
This is you after beating Jasmine's ass on the daily. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not watching that, but thanks for the donation, Verdant Jedi.
Not acknowledging how difficult it is to pursue living in such an unusual way. While she doesn't touch on how her personal experience with Sv3rige changed a lot of the beliefs she held during the relationship, she noticeably had changed her stance on certain things. For example, most of the video is articulating the points that if you preach about the benefits of alternative health and dieting, but you don't provide accessible ways to put them in practice, you're really just doing it to become an influencer, not to change anything about the status quo or help people transcend the system. Something Sv3rige repeatedly harped on as if he was doing charity work. Soon after, she posted a few videos, this time going deeper into her relationship with Sv3rige, though it was far from a scathing tell-all expose. She admitted to having started her relationship with him for personal gain because she wanted the same attention Luna got. However, she proceeds to explain how the dynamic changed as he began trying to control every aspect of her life, culminating in her leaving him suddenly and him posting videos of her online, trying to humiliate her. She largely blamed herself for getting in the situation and doesn't consider herself a victim. Given how aware she seems about his manipulation tactics, this is probably why he never succeeded in fully cutting her out from her family and further abusing her. On some level, it's likely he knew he wouldn't get away with it like he'd done to the other girls. This is a bit of a bittersweet conclusion, since Kathy was one of the most capable people so far to deal with Sv3rige. But unfortunately, she didn't seem interested in highlighting the kind of person he was and just wanted to be done with him altogether, which is fair. The channel to which he uploaded these videos was taken down soon after, and it's unknown if this was done of her own volition or if this is another instance of Sv3rige blackmailing his exes. Regardless of what the case was there, Sv3rige himself goes out of his way to make something of a response to her speaking out about him. He posted a Skype call he had with her from months prior, where the two talked about the psychological condition she'd been diagnosed with. Funnily enough, in this video itself, she can be heard asking him to keep this conversation private.
Yeah, for the brain scan, like I just really don't want it to be online.
While her diagnoses are just being strategically used by Sv3rige to further drag her name through the mud, another interesting tidbit comes from a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, aren't worker ants female? What gender are they? Yeah, the workers are female. Even though the worker ants are female, the queen is the only one that can lay eggs. They have highly evolved social systems. Queens, males, workers. The workers are female, but cannot reproduce. So yeah, that's even more stupid. Worker ants are fucking female.
It's in. When Kathy is saying Sv3rige never did any drugs or drank alcohol, even in high school. We know this is probably false since his old story of molesting another girl while she was passed out happened when they were both drunk. Unless he wasn't drunk at all and took advantage of an unconscious girl while he was fully sober. But Kathy's story wasn't the only thing that resurfaced in 2023, as another horrible allegation against him came to light. In May of 2022, a Dutch news article reported an acid attack against an unidentified woman in the middle of the night, right by her home. No suspects or possible motives were mentioned in the article. About 6 months later, in January 2023, that same unidentified woman had her house burned down. This time, 2 suspects were arrested, a 33-year-old man and a teenage girl. The article about the arson added, according to local residents, the victim lived a withdrawn life and may have had problems with an ex. She would also be threatened. Several neighbors heard the woman calling for help on
VG. Another thing that's annoying is when girls say how they are the queen and men have to work for their attention. Like, shouldn't a relationship be a partnership and not so one-sided?
Well, it's funny how women say that when you can just look at the way they dress. Like, women's fashion for all of human history has been made to get male attention. The whole reason women have breasts is so that women look attractive from the front. So, no. Women do everything to get a man's attention, And yeah, like this is the stupid feminist psychotic, delusion where, oh, women are the prize and the queen and this and that. Like, all these women who think like this, they're all fucking single or they're dating losers, right? So only some loser fucking bitch beta male is going to stay with some chick with that sort of mindset. All the, like, actual masculine men who don't put up with nonsense, they're just going to find a girl who is actually sensible and appreciative. But yeah, all these women who are like, I'm the queen, I'm the prize, men need to do everything for me, like, they're either single or they're dating fucking losers who they don't even have any interest in just to get some money from them. And then they end up, like, being the ones who, when they turn, like, 35 and they realize they're going menopausal, they start crying and, like, I could never find a good man and I always wanted to be a mother, but I don't know what happened. The right man just didn't come along. Like, yeah, Thanks for the donation, though, random gal.
I have 3 women in my life that act like this. It's shocking how you've been pointing out their exact behavior. I have a friend, no job/school, and constantly complains when we hang because I'm not giving her free money. This is a childhood friend, BTW.
Yeah. I'm not saying all women are like that. Like, your friend's probably crazy. It's not normal for a chick to demand money from a platonic friend they're seeing. But yeah, for some reason, it's really popped off in the last, like, 5 to 10 years. There's just a huge amount of fucking women who, just think they should be handed everything, like, and dudes should just give them money. I don't know where that came from, but it's probably some weird, leftist feminist bullcrap. Who the fuck knows? Thanks for the donation, though, Johnston. Hypergamy donated $2. Thoughts? Let me see.
They have girls with PhDs and masters on previous episodes. Also, took out a bachelor's of economics. Destiny, the smart one, just talk less for some reason. Yeah, but even having a PhD doesn't necessarily mean you're not, like, a Miami girl. Like, I remember I got into an argument with a girl. God, Melina just tries to trigger the fuck out of me. Melina has a friend that's here, and this woman has a master's in nursing. So she's gone through, like, that's a decent amount of schooling. I think she's, like, a registered nurse. Decent amount of schooling. And she works at one of these fucking IV vitamin infusion clinics in Miami. So it's like you go in and you pay like $600 for them to, like, inject some vitamins in you for like an hour, just like dumb shit. And I heard them arguing because I was in the bedroom and I heard them arguing. I knew Melina was trying to trigger the fuck out of me. And eventually she called. She's like, Steven, you should come talk to my friend about this. And it was like the classic woman argument. Melina was like, I think Melina was asking, would you ever date a guy that makes less than?
No, I didn't cry. I was happy about the breakup.
Money than you. And she's like, no, I don't think so. Like, I need a guy that's making more money. And this woman's like an RN working in fucking Miami. It's like, you make a ton of money. Why do you need a guy that's making more money than you? And she's like, well, what if I get sick and I need somebody to take care of me? And, I just come from a traditional background. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, your cabin's so hard. Jesus Christ. I remember there was a girl that I was seeing in LA who,
look, this is a very common thing in Asia, and there's probably women who do this too. There are women who end up getting pretty good, well-paying jobs. They're making at least 6 figures, and they're still obsessed with getting a relationship with a man that makes significantly more money than them. And I would bet you a lot of women end up becoming nurses, doctors, lawyers, crap like this, not because they actually have a genuine interest in the profession and have an interest in actually, making good money for themselves, but it's to get access to men in their profession who either make as much or more than them. because, like, yeah, if you're a nurse, you're going to be around doctors all day, right? Like, that's what a lot of women in Asia do. They end up becoming nurses or even, like, become doctors, lawyers, crap like that, so that they're around men who make that kind of money, and then they can get a relationship with them, and then they can, like, basically retire because the dude is just making all this money. So this is what this chick is like. They'll never say it out loud, and I don't know if it's because they don't even realize what they're doing, like they're just doing it subconsciously, or they feel too ashamed to admit it. But a lot of these chicks who are making good fucking money as it is, they're making over 6 figures, and they still want a dude who makes more money than them. Like, oh, I can't date a guy who makes, like, less money than me, even though they're making, like, 200 grand a year. It's because they want to be able to retire, and they want a guy who can give them the same lifestyle they have now, you know, without having to, like, while being able to quit their job. That's what it really is.
She, very smart girl, comes from a very rich family and is currently going to a top 5 law school. I'll say that. And I remember when I was talking to her, and she told me she only swipes on doctors on Tinder. And I'm like, why are you only trying to date a doctor? And she's like, well, you know, I'm just like a little bit nervous about health stuff. So I feel like if I had like a doctor husband, it would like make me feel better about that. It's like, what?
Yeah, right.
What the fuck are you talking about? There's no shot you actually believe this. Like, do you believe this? Like, it's the biggest cap in the world. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all capping. First of all, I donate $2. Fuck, man, I can't even get sheed in this goddamn economy. All they gosh damn niggers and spics and hajis fucking should around them up and nuke them. So some Jason Blaha shit.
Popped right there already. There we go, guys.
They sent their retarded child with, like, hydrancephaly or something to get a chiropractic adjustment? Okay, that's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Versified.
Right, cause women should just STFU and be devalued as humans, while men steals ideas and inventions from women and clean them as their own, in order to keep upholding the patriarchy. This is why I can't take men's mental health awareness seriously, lol.
Yeah, well, we all know you're gay. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf. Son Goku donated $2. Let me
Have
see.
you ever wondered why the fight between Kenpachi Zaraki and Unohana Retsu was necessary? This battle shakes the Soul Society to its core. Kenpachi Zaraki is incredibly strong but holds back his full potential to enjoy battles longer. Unohana Retsu, the first Kenpachi, knows this, and aims to awaken Zaraki's true power. Their fight isn't just physical, it's essential for Zaraki's growth. Unohana's experience and strength push Zaraki to confront his fears and unleash his full potential. Her sacrifice teaches him to fight without holding back. This battle is crucial, not only for Zaraki, but also for the Soul Society's survival against powerful enemies.
I don't know what any of this shit is, so I'd have to either read or watch Bleach. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Are there any drugs that can make you see the world for how it truly is?
The only one I've personally taken is magic mushrooms. I don't know how the average person would really, you know, I don't know if the average person would really benefit from the exact mushroom trip I had. The reality of this world is pretty fucked. So I think you need a certain mindset to, you know, just come to terms with it and accept it for what it is. But, you know, we all think these dumb little things are important, like, you know, having a good relationship, making a certain amount of money so you don't go broke, and keeping up with the Joneses and having nice things. Like, it's all just bullshit. We're all playing stupid, pointless fucking game, and you know, it is just pure nonsense that I can't even describe into words. All the shit we care about is just so fucking pointless, and you don't even realize how pointless it is. But thanks for the donation, William.
May 22nd. Police are investigating whether there was a connection between last year's incidents and the arson. Remember when Sv3rige asked for and got a massive Bitcoin donation to attend a vegan protest? Well, the protest never happened, leading many to wonder what exactly he went on to do with that Bitcoin. In early 2023, YouTuber Ethan Bishop posted a short video in which he says he recently spoke to Catherine, who confided in him that during her stay with Sv3rige, he let her know in no uncertain terms that he paid someone to do an acid attack on Luna, and later on hired someone to burn her house down. She apparently added that he was currently hiding out in Thailand, which would explain Belle's fake picture in Morocco. This announcement from Ethan continued to be unverified for quite a while, leading many people to doubt the story. Eventually, he made a community post promising that he'd make a longer video covering the topic and showing receipts for his claims. But as far as I can tell, it never materialized. In the comments, a very interesting exchange happened between Catherine and Mario, a friend of Luna's who went by deep down the rabbit hole on YouTube. First, Catherine commented under Ethan's community post asking why he's lying about where he got the information about the attacks on Luna, to which Mario replied saying, because he wants to hide the identity of whoever contacted him about the news articles. If he pretends you gave the info, it will sound more credible, and it will force you to make jumps like you're doing now, because you've been playing some sketchy double role, it seems. Kathy responded saying she doesn't care about Sv3rige's other partners and expresses her disinterest in exposing him, essentially claiming that if they were dumb enough to be with Sv3rige, they deserved whatever they got. When she asked why Mario cared, he added, you went to the Netherlands to harm or kill Luna. You are complicit to everything and there was an arrest warrant out for you. Good luck ever traveling to a Schnagen country again. I care because
Riley donated $2. Ebony Gandalf, I gave a genuine question for you. You say male supremacy is wrong, and I agree with you, but aren't you also defending the idea of a Muslim state? Sounds like a contradiction. Well, he's a retarded cuck, so it's all gonna go in one ear, out the other. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Because Luna seemed to have been disappeared from the face of the earth. She didn't choose to be permanently scarred with acid on her face and her house burned down. While the community was disappointed at Ethan for not providing more info and at Kathy for not realizing how egregious Sv3rige's actions were, they kept digging into what seemed to be nothing. I mean, Sv3rige is a manipulative guy. He wouldn't be so downright stupid to actually tie himself to these crimes, right? Well, as they investigated the matter, they quickly noticed that the article about the Dutch woman whose house was burned down revealed its address. Then they scavenged through the period shortly after they'd separated and found a video he posted back in November 2021 where he was in an altercation with someone.
He just hit me several times.
I don't know why he was allowing himself to get beat up when at any moment he could have just activated his primal fighting mode and destroyed his attacker by biting him or whatever. This clip was recorded during the time period in which Sv3rige was with Kathy and lying about being in Canada, while actually being in the Netherlands, precisely in the same province Luna lived. The presumed context here is that an acquaintance of Luna's intervened and smoked him a little bit to let him know what time it was. In Sv3rige's video where he creepily addressed his son, he retold the story a bit differently, claiming that she'd hired some professional thug to get him, but that he only succeeded in beating up a subscriber of his, which I guess is his way of protecting his reputation as a master martial artist. A user by the name of Mortadella, like the lunch meat, managed to geolocate the footage of Goatis running within basically just a few hundred feet of where the acid attack took place. This correlated with yet another comment left by someone named Ben, who claimed to be close with Luna, who said Luna trusted someone online and gave her address, and that someone probably betrayed her and gave it to Sv3rige, which then resulted in the first murder attempt. I don't have an exact date, but fortunately it was stopped by a male friend of Luna, who by the way recorded himself beating up Sv3rige, who ran away like a bitch from Luna's place. When he found out he couldn't do it himself, he got somebody else to do the
Death of a Rabbit donated $2. I agree with a lot of your claims about women, but some of it is a little extreme and it only happen in extreme cases, yet situations like you describe happen. I don't think they happen generally, but yes, women do complain bitch so goddamn much. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Like, there's degrees in which, like, any one individual woman is gonna do shit like this. But, this is, like, almost universally true. Like, 99% of fucking women behave in that manner where they'll just complain about stupid, nonsensical bullshit, try to, like, get you to do more things for them. They try to back out of doing, you know, just easy fucking chores that they really should be doing. Like, obviously there's degrees to which they do this, but no, like, I don't think I'm going full red pill retard where, oh, all women are fucking retarded psychos who are gonna try to steal all your money. Like, I'm not saying that, but yeah, it's nearly universally true where I don't think it's a stretch to say 99% of women will start stupid, pointless fights for no fucking reason. It's either because they're neurotic and crazy or they're trying to test you to see what they can get away with. They practically all fucking do that. Thanks for the donation, Death Rabbit.
The acid attack. The plot was thickening at a very fast rate. Mortadella went on to post a video covering these most recent developments, and after this, it seemed Kathy changed her mind about exposing him and started piling on accusations.
I just wanted to make a quick video. I can tell you that when we were together, Goatis often talked about wanting to throw acid in
My sis was talking about how she got terrible back pain and she can't sleep and will be crying in the night, and then she talks about her last chiropractor appointment going well. How much of an idiot do you have to be?
Pretty fucking stupid. And, women exaggerate the amount of pain they're in all the fucking time. They are so full of shit, it's unreal. So, yeah, whenever, like, a chick is saying they're... And I mean, you can pick up on it. Like, they'll say, oh, my back is hurting so much, you're gonna have to do this and that, and then you'll see them, like, you know, doing something that just doesn't add up with the, like, back pain or whatever they're in. So, I don't know, if she went to one chiropractor appointment and she's like, oh yeah, I'm feeling way better, then she's probably full of shit. She might have some mild back pain, but it's not a big fucking deal. And if you go to a chiropractor and you think it's fixed, it probably wasn't a big deal in the first place. Because chiropractic is just horse shit. Thanks for the donation though, Nut Muffin.
In Luna's phase, she often talked about wanting to put her house on fire. And then I was in the Netherlands and her house was there and we found her house basically, but I left after that. But I can confirm that in the 2 articles, it is indeed Luna's house. Goatis also hit me several times and he threatened me with a knife while putting glue inside of my vagina. He's such a funny guy.
In other uploads, she said she was constantly threatened to keep her from leaving him, and whenever she had to go anywhere outside of the house, she had to leave her passport and phone with him, knowing that if she didn't do this and he found her, her life would be in danger. In one instance, he caught her trying to escape with her phone and proceeded to shave her head like he did to Luna. To prove this, Kathy puts up a picture of her passport photo that shows her head was shaved and the date to prove that it came from when she was still with him. Kathy also...
At Riley. Better a Muslim state than an illegal genocidal apartheid CO settlement and call it Israel. At least Arabs believe sexualism while Zios want land grabbing. Peas. I'm happily married 15 years and have a son that's almost in middle school.
You're, genuinely fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf.
Fuck the patriarchy. Women had more world-changing achievements than men destroying it.
I'm pretty sure that's, not true. Thanks for the donation, though, Radical Vegan.
Would you date militant vegan?
I have no idea. If she were single and lived in Canada, I'd go on a date with her, but I have no idea if we'd work out, you know, romantically. I didn't feel any romantic chemistry when I was talking to her. But she's cool. Thanks for the donation, Horny Vegan, or
So
Horny
exchanged
VG.
with Belle, trying to tell her about Sv3rige, but she was responding very strangely and not really acknowledging the things being said. This was speculated to be due to Sv3rige overseeing her communications. Echoing what happened to Luna, perhaps most concerningly, Kathy claims that Sv3rige has alluded to killing his baby with Belle. As the first video came close to an end, she mentions that even after their breakup, she continued to seek his approval and communicate with him regularly. That is, until she mentioned his hair. Multiple screenshots of their conversation are shown on screen, displaying Sv3rige repeatedly avoiding the question of whether or not he got a hair transplant or is using a hair system, which is basically when you glue a wig to your head. In her second video, she claims that Sv3rige talked about killing Luna constantly during their relationship, and though she denies that she had a part in the attack, she admits to having been with Sv3rige and a third person referred to as Carnivore German, driving around in a van and looking for her address to kidnap and eliminate her. She claims that her involvement in the premeditation of kidnapping Luna and throwing a gas keg into her house to blow it up is probably enough to get her arrested, whether or not people believe she didn't take part in the acid attack. But regardless, she goes on to apologize to Luna for her involvement with Sv3rige's plans. Ultimately, while we ought to take everything she says with a grain of salt, plenty of this information checks out. It's at this point Sv3rige decided he was going to go full throttle on Catherine, as he made an announcement on his channel.
If you're a regular viewer of this channel, then ignore this video. This is not for you. This is only for my hard die fans, if you understand what I mean. Somebody messaged me that they have very important information which will be released about Caroline, if you understand who I mean. The comments for this video will be turned off because there's nothing to discuss here. There will be a link in the description of this video of a Telegram channel, and everything is going to be revealed there.
He proceeded to fill the Telegram channel up with names of all of her family members, nudes of hers, and a copy of her passport, along with a text file in which he suggested his followers should pay her family members a visit, obviously trying to get someone to commit a violent crime. After this development, she once again took her videos down, which we can safely chalk up to Sv3rige's blackmail. However, in a few comments, she could still be seen.
Frankie One Eye donated $2. Let me see. If women were like, if the human species were only made up of women, it's entirely possible that we would have never developed things like electricity and shit. Might have taken us way longer, but like only men are willing to be like retarded and driven and autistic enough to like really push, you know, scientific advancement and crap. And a lot of scientific advancements have come from just going to war with other people. Would we have developed gunpowder, you know, if we didn't have to kill anybody? Like the invention of, you know, all these vehicles we have too, like would it really have advanced if we weren't at war? Like being able to have a mechanized military that can like transport troops very quickly, we might not have ever really... So it might have happened, but it probably would have just taken a lot longer. Because yeah, there are fewer women who are insane, ridiculous geniuses. You know, all the like crazy, super, super hyper intelligent people have mostly been men. Like Sir Isaac Newton, he literally invented calculus. You know, Albert Einstein, like all these really famous mathematicians and shit, they're almost all men. So you would have fewer insane, crazy geniuses. And again, women just don't want to put in the kind of work and effort and crap like that men do. They kind of want more balanced lives. So the amount of women who would be willing to work like, you know, 18-hour fucking days and sleep at work just trying to figure out, you know, how to make, you know, some weird piece of technology works. So yeah, scientific advancement and everything would probably be much slower if we only had women. Yes, men are kind of better at sports. The ducks do not like the cold. They say no. We're going back inside. Oh, it's a pig. Oh my god, that's a nice piggy. Look at that big winker. Oh, he's eating his lettuce. That's a good pig.
Trust me, brother, you'll look back on your relationship with Jasmine and be so glad she's out of your life. You could get a way better romantic partner in life, whether it be man, woman, or miscellaneous. Inshallah, my brother. I recommend an African woman.
I don't really care too much about the race of my partner. I generally find like big-nosed women attractive. So, you know, a lot of white, Jewish, Middle Eastern girls. I tend to find them the most attractive. I also like Asians. But yeah, I really fucking love big noses. Big noses are the fucking best. Thanks for the donation, Abdullah bin Kumar.
Talking about him, speculating that he's probably in a Muslim country since she heard Islamic chants many times during their calls. When someone asks how Sv3rige is keeping Belle with him against her will, Catherine explains that not only is she in the middle of a foreign country with no control of her finances and pregnant, but Sv3rige is willing to go as far as physically tying people up with a piece of cloth to keep them from moving, which she claims he had done to her. Things stayed relatively quiet until Belle came back online, posting pictures of her child, which very fortunately was unharmed.
Gross.
Just as things looked like they were going to slow down for the first time in a long time, a CCTV video was released that showed the acid attack on Luna. Nothing gruesome appears in the video itself, but her screams can be heard in the background near the end. This came along with a new article that told the story of the attacks on Luna as a cohesive narrative, now that they had finally identified the suspect suspects. The translated article revealed the person who committed the attack was a man named Ilyas, who along with his teen daughter claimed they did it because they had been threatened themselves. Here's where it gets interesting. Ilyas identified the person who threatened him as Luna's former partner, who he said was an avid vlogger. Additionally, he said that this avid vlogger was now in a relationship with his ex, meaning Ilyas was Belle's ex-partner, whom she had accused of domestic violence so egregious she had to surgically reconstruct her nose. These new pieces of info also included pictures of the consequences of the attack on Luna, and as gruesome as these are, just remember, this is the mother of a toddler. What would have happened if she had walked outside that night holding her kid in her arms? Belle continued to act as if none of this were true, deflecting criticisms without addressing anything. A while after the initial shock that came as a consequence of this news, an account popped up on Kiwi Farms that seemed to be Catherine, but it was defending Sv3rige and attacking Luna. It's unknown if
Happy Singlehood VG donated $2. Let me see.
I'm going to show you two problems that men and women cannot solve equally. First problem, the shape on the left can only be rotated into one of the shapes on the right, which
I'm assuming men are better at this because men generally have better spatial sense. Me love noses donate $2. Do you think Immortal Technique is an anti-vaxxer or COVID conspiratorist? I know he's a fucking retard. I heard a rap song that he made about veganism, which was fucking retarded. He's like an anti-vegan dipshit. I just don't want to take an untested government vaccine. Yeah, he's fucking retard. Don't think the war in Iraq, Syria, Libya was to bring people freedom. Did you? Oh my god. Why are people mad that I question this government no matter what? He's just a fucking retard. He's just a dumbass, you know, typical brain dead fucking conservative. Thanks for the donation, Mel.
Which one? Second problem, naming as many words starting with the letter A as you can in 60 seconds.
Which one of these objects has the same shape as the one on the left? I'd imagine it's A. I'm pretty sure. Name as many words as you can starting with the letter A in 60 seconds. Women might be better at that in general.
The answer to the first problem is C.
Oh, C.
Men perform better than women at this type of problem. As for the second...
Let me go back. It's hard to see on my screen.
Who needs women? Focus on science and politics and grind constantly. Don't let them waste your time.
Oh, yeah.
Take over the world tonight or don't wake up tomorrow. Also eat Oreos.
Oh, okay, this block has 2 squares. This one only has 1. That's what I missed. I don't want Oreos anymore. I used to really be big into Oreos, but I just don't want Oreos anymore. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Words starting with the letter A as you can in 60 seconds. The answer to the first problem is C. Men perform better than women at this type of problem. As for the second problem, there are many possible answers, of course. A typical adult is able to name about 14 words, and women perform better at this task. But why? Is there a sex with a smarter brain? Is there a difference?
Well, women have a weird, jumbled up mess inside their head, so when you ask them to make word associations, they just end up seeing shit fly around their brain constantly.
At all. Cognitive differences between genders are a controversial topic. Before the comment section of this video turns into a battlefield, I would like to ask everyone to keep the discussion respectful, and I would like to talk about the complexity of this topic. Even the scientists researching it acknowledge that this is a sensitive and political topic. On one hand, their research is often misused to promote a sexist narrative of male superiority and wrong gender stereotypes. On the other hand, legitimate studies showing differences between genders can sometimes be dismissed as sexist. But researchers argue that there are reasons for us to care about this topic. Learning about gender differences can help us understand the source of inequalities, understand how students learn to make sure we choose the right education policies, and arguably it can help us fight prejudice. The research for this video was mostly based on these 3 books, and I was able to get an interview with a
I might watch the rest of that later.
If this is a consequence of pure mental issues or if she's being blackmailed once again, but regardless, none of the things she said during this episode were backed up by much. After a few developments in Ilya's court case, during which he maintained a story that implicated Sv3rige as the conspirator behind the crime, Mortadella made an update video to the whole situation. In it, it's revealed that Kathy had sent a letter containing her written statement to the court, adding new details such as how she, Sv3rige, and carnivore German tried to gift Luna a teddy bear with a tracker inside. She also specified that he had hit her 3 times, threatened her with a knife, tried to make her infertile by inserting glue into her, and once choked her until she screamed before threatening to hit her over the head with a metal towel holder. She adds that when she finally succeeded in escaping his grasp, he continued to have her followed by German carnivore, and when she tried to contact Belle to warn her about what Sv3rige had done, Belle revealed she also wanted to leave but couldn't since she was being financially controlled, and Sv3rige had been threatening to end her life if she tried. While this was very concerning info to add to the whole situation, Luna eventually resurfaced in a TikTok called No More Silence, as well as a YouTube channel, both of which were eventually renamed to Lundy Forest.
I would just like to say that the news is true, and I have in fact been attacked with acid, and our home was set on fire in an attempt to kill me and my son.
Many of her communications were done through community posts, where she expressed skepticism toward the notion that Primal Belle was a victim of Sv3rige, speculating that she was much more of an accomplice. She continued to cover the ongoing court case over her community posts, which eventually resulted in a prison sentence for Ilyas and 60,000 euros for Luna. Despite this being technically a positive result in Luna's favor, this is obviously far from over. After a long period of radio silence on her YouTube page, Belle returned to try and clear up the rumors of her involvement with the acid attack, but her response is strange and flimsy to say the least. Belle was very careful legally, leaving out names and strategically avoiding to even mention what exactly the crime that took place was. She also didn't even acknowledge that her ex-husband had committed it. Instead, she just shows her passport with stamps that supposedly prove she couldn't have been present at the scene when it happened. The thing is, that's never been the accusation. The claim is that she aided Sv3rige in blackmailing and hiring the 2 people who actually committed the crime, something she could have done from anywhere on the globe. A while after, she made another upload claiming that someone had been blackmailing her, not Sv3rige, with photos of her in the nude, though they're clearly not that, and instead a professional photo shoot of hers that are suggestive. I'm not sure what the exact objective of this was, maybe making Sv3rige's detractors look bad by accusing them of what he's known for doing. Meanwhile, Sv3rige continued to be as active as ever on his channel, now with a new, religious kind of outlook.
Millions of people on this earth right now are waiting for the return of Jesus Christ. I know that a lot of you already figured it out over the years, but for the ones who still haven't, hello, it's me, Jesus.
Despite his resumed activity, he
Does you and Jazz splitting means 24/7 steams? Did you watch the new Frank? What are you gaming today?
I don't know if we're gonna be gaming. People sent me a lot of fucking video links and shit, so I'm thinking of just trying to get through as much of that tonight as I can, and then gaming tomorrow. Might do like an afternoon stream or something where we game tomorrow and then at night react to shit in game. But yeah, I mean, we could do a 24/7 stream. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Will Mage, $92. Mortal Technique is definitely not conservative. He blames Bush for 9/11. There's a lot of conservatives who do that. He's just more of a conspiracy theorist, calls himself revolutionary, but yeah, he now sounds unhinged looking back at it now. There's a lot of conservatives who were against... there's a lot of conservatives who believe Bush was behind 9/11 and crap like that, so that doesn't mean anything. And there's a lot of conservatives who are against the Iraq War, so... But no, when I start hearing, oh, I'm against the vaccines, I'm against U.S. support in Syria, like that reeks of, you know, modern conservative, retarded, like just retarded horse shit, like American isolationism and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Will Mage. Kid Boo donated $2, let me see.
$380? We're rising up. $250. Let's get 1,000 in this bitch. Let's fucking prove Julon Singh Musk, right? Let's fucking cook his ass. Like this shit right fucking now. Let's let this fucking faggot know.
He's probably gonna get banned from X.
That no, we're not gonna sit here and have you come in and say, oh, well, I get to pick free speech. I'm gonna let this fucking fat Malaysian faggot, right? Sit here, this bitch ass nigga, who always says racist shit, by the way.
Ian Miles Chong is a fucking jackass.
Go ahead and let him fucking run the shit and say what he wants. No, fuck that. We're fighting back. Me and Nick Fuentes are gonna fucking ratio this faggot. Let's go. Did we just beat him? Let's fucking go. Legless.
Myron is not going to be around online for very long. He's become way too fucking racist and anti-Semitic. Like, the days are numbered for him. So it's only a matter of time before YouTube bans him and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
He continues to do his best to keep his location a secret, though people were able to find out that he attempted to enter Australia and had been geolocated twice, once in Kazakhstan and another time in Thailand. He's also been copyright striking content creators who try to document his ever-growing list of crimes, though I find it hard to believe he's actually ever going to engage in a lawsuit with any of them over something like defamation or copyright, since in order to do this, he'd have to situate himself somewhere he can actually attend court proceedings, and he obviously doesn't want to go to any country he's already been to because they all want him for crimes he committed there. It's hard to even say how many countries he's a wanted man in, and based on his traveling patterns, I'd say he's being more careful than ever to avoid getting arrested because he knows it could happen. Usually, when I talk about weird internet people, I'm covering those who have already had an extensive history documented online on YouTube, and people that the law has some kind of grasp on. In this case, the governments of a dozen different European countries completely failed in preventing him from continuing his unending crime spree, abusing multiple different women, defrauding his donors, evading arrest, and probably a laundry list of other stuff he's done. I just hope someone catches him before he does something extreme to Belle or one of his other exes. Better yet, I hope he tries fighting Hafthor Bjornsson, as that would probably be a much more appropriate end than prison.
Well, that was a good documentary. Glad he finally did it on Sv3rige.
A couple of experts. I did my best to understand the research, and all sources will be listed on screen. I encourage you to explore them yourself. Keeping in mind that this is a nuanced topic, let's dive in. Starting with the size of our brains, women's brains weigh on average about 1.2 kilos. Men's brains are 8 to 13% bigger in volume.
Well, there you go. Men are smarter. We have bigger brains.
Does that mean men have an advantage? For centuries, this was the held belief. In the late 18th century, a controversial field emerged, phrenology. This study tried to figure out how the size
Sona Goku donated is Rurouni Kenshin any good? Also, what about Sailor Moon?
But if you want, you can come down.
I've never watched Rurouni Kenshin. The guy who created it was arrested for sex crimes. I think he did something with an underage girl. So he's not a great dude. But I've heard it's good. I really loved Sailor Moon, the original anime series. That was great. Yeah, and somebody already sent me this. I don't know if I'm going to bother reacting to it because it's kind of a boring story, but basically Wes Watson challenged anybody to fight him in the gym he goes to, and then some mentally disabled autistic guy came and met him, and then Wes Watson just savagely beat him, and he's probably going to get charged with battery because he clearly wasn't defending himself. Thanks for the donation, though, Sona Goku.
And shape of the skull relates to mental abilities. Early brain scientists believed that women were intellectually inferior due to their smaller and lighter brains, a phenomenon that came to be known among the public as the missing 5 ounces of the female brain. Phrenology was used to reinforce gender roles, and it was later dismissed as a pseudoscience. A larger brain size doesn't necessarily make you smarter. An elephant's brain is about 3 to 4 times bigger than humans, and they're not smarter than us. A major reason why men tend to have larger...
I don't know. I think elephants might actually be smarter than your average person.
brains in women is likely because they have larger bodies on average, though the exact relationship is still debated. Nowadays, scientists have more sophisticated technologies to measure brain activity. Let's look at the differences they found. This study looked at over 1,000 brain scans and argues that we don't actually have entirely male or female brains. Instead, the paper suggests each brain is a unique mosaic of features, with some traits more common in women, some more common in men, and many shared by both. Given that all the research I'm about to show you divides participants in male and female groups, keep in mind that some of the individual differences may be overlooked. Now, let's look inside our brain. A meta-analysis of over 100 scientific studies summarizes sex differences with these images. Blue areas indicate higher gray matter volume in male brains, while red areas show higher volume in female brains. On average, female brains show a larger planum temporale and insula, while male brains show a larger amygdala and hippocampus. You can pause the video if you want to read more about these parts of the brain. However, keep in mind that having more volume in certain regions doesn't necessarily indicate better performance, and scientists still don't know exactly how this impacts our abilities. There are also sex differences in the neural connections of the brain. Men tend to show stronger connections within the same hemisphere of the brain, whereas women...
Riley, donate $2. Would you ever put together a 24/7 live stream for your community so we can always chat in a live chat and like just calm music in the background? Also, have you had an Andrew Tate arc? Lol JK. Also, are these the start of the rants we're about to see? Well, I don't think I'd ever do a live stream that lasts for 7 days straight. That seems a little too annoying. I could do like a 24-hour stream or 48-hour stream, but 7 days just seems like too much. But thanks for the donation, Riley.
Have stronger connections between the opposite hemispheres. The results suggest that male brains may be optimized for quicker reactions with a more direct connection between perception and coordinated action. In contrast, female brains appear to show better connections between analytical thinking and intuition, possibly allowing for a more balanced and well-rounded way of processing information. But once again, this is speculative, and scientists don't know for sure the impact of these differences on our cognitive abilities. So, if we can't measure it from brain scans, how do we know if someone is smart? we've seen it's definitely not just about the brain size. We now know the answer is complex and nuanced. The even smarter answer? Smart people use Odoo, the sponsor of this video. Instead of watching YouTube videos trying to figure out how smart you are, rephrase already. So these differences in the brain could be biological differences, but they could also be explained by the environment we grow up in. This is known as the nature versus nurture debate. However, these two factors interact with each other. You might be born with a genetic predisposition for certain skills, like reading, and that might attract you to choose certain activities, and as a result, develop your abilities differently from other people. But because of neuroplasticity, that life experience changes the structure of neurons, therefore changing your biology. We can't separate genetics from the environment, which makes it hard to know which one has a bigger impact. If it's the environment, then that would suggest that men and women are probably not so different from each other. This is Janet Hyde, a psychologist with a background in mathematics known for her research on gender differences.
I'm the author of something called the Gender Similarities Hypothesis. 37 different meta-analyses went into that article, and it's just a review that shows that by and large, gender differences are small or even non-existent.
Janet argues that the gender cognitive differences are mostly caused by social factors rather.
You should join FaZe Clan and start Earl streams and bring hoes over to the crib and acting like a tard for mad clips, brother.
Not really too familiar with FaZe Clan. I also hate being around people, so I don't know if I'd really like that. Thanks for the donation though, dumbass.
Than biology. Other researchers, however, put more emphasis on the biological differences, arguing that
no, Tate's going to trial in Romania. There was misinformation spread about, oh, the case is going to be thrown out. They had to throw out, like, I think roughly a paragraph's worth of testimony, and they had to change the wording in one of the charges that were made against him, and it may have been just due to some kind of translation error.
Genetic differences between men and women are key. This is David Geary, a psychologist known for his work on mathematical cognition and the evolution of sex differences.
There is biological and social influences, but a lot of the social experiential influences are actually driven by biological factors.
I think I was quite lucky because I was able to interview two experts who seem to lean towards opposite sides of the debate. They don't agree on everything.
For cognitive gender differences, I don't think those biological differences are relevant.
I think there are a lot of people in academia, particularly the humanities and social sciences, who wish to believe that human beings are kind of a blank slate.
Some people already had their minds in evolutionary theory, and I think that some of them tried to bend the evidence to look within that evolutionary framework.
Fortunately for this video, most researchers do agree on some.
I don't even know why he's interviewing a woman on this. She has a smaller, more inferior brain. Obviously, she's not going to know what she's talking about. But, yeah, I think it's pretty fucking clear, the nature versus nurture thing. Nature plays a way fucking stronger role on, like, intelligence and behavior than nurture.
Some gender differences, so let's get to them. There are different areas of intelligence, so we need to organize them first. Some people think that if you're good in one cognitive ability, like reading, then that means you're probably worse at other areas like math. But research indicates the opposite. Many researchers now agree that the areas of intelligence are correlated and feed into a general intelligence known as a G factor. We're going to look at the difference in specific cognitive abilities, and then we'll talk about the differences in general intelligence. The three traditional categories for cognitive abilities are visual spatial, verbal, and quantitative abilities. Let's start with visual spatial abilities. This includes mental rotation, the ability to imagine objects from different angles, like the task from the beginning of this video.
What did I miss? Did you break up with Jasmine? Is the MGTOW movement right about female hypergamy? It refers to the idea that women tend to seek romantic or marital partners who are of higher social, financial, or status standing than themselves.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with why we're breaking up. But yeah, we broke up. She moved out. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Then there's spatial perception and spatial visualization. Spatial perception is the ability to understand and interpret spatial relationships between objects in an environment. Which of these glasses has a true horizontal water level?
A.
The answer is A. Spatial visualization is related to mental rotation, but it also includes imagining how an object would look like if altered, folded, or rearranged. If we fold this paper, hole punch it here, and unfold it again, which of the following shapes do we get?
I don't know.
The answer is D. Men show an advantage in all of these skills. That doesn't mean all men perform better than all women. It means that, for example, the average man performs better at mentally rotating objects than about 61 to 70% of women, and that the average woman performs better than around 30 to 39% of men, according to this analysis. Finally, there's spatial location memory, the ability to remember the location of objects in a physical space. Can you memorize the order in which the boxes turn blue? Here, the trend is the opposite, with women showing a small advantage. A possible evolutionary explanation is that ancestral women would forage more often for fruits and vegetables over large geographical regions. In general, men perform better than women in visual spatial skills. But why is that? On the nature side of the argument, differences in mental rotation already show up in 6-month babies, which suggests they're linked to biological differences. Some researchers like David also point to evolutionary models to explain this.
Males of some species are better at visual spatial if those males have to expand their territory to search for mates in large-scale ecologies.
But other researchers find that evolutionary explanations lack evidence and give more emphasis to the nurture side of the debate.
Yes, on spatial ability, but it's a result of environmental experiences, and
Yeah, that's bullshit. This woman's a fucking idiot. The thing that I think completely defeats this is survivability of these sorts of beneficial traits. So if you have, a trait that could either come from your genes or it could come from your social environment, what is more likely to end up being passed down from the next generation? It would be genes. Because if something's social, then you might not get the benefit of, being socialized for that beneficial trait, or you weren't socialized long enough, or the person carrying that trait that can only be passed down socially ends up dying or moving to a different tribe, or, there's so many different ways in which that trait won't get passed down if it's social. But if it's genetic, as long as you're fucking, it's going to get passed down and it's going to survive, and it's going to be more likely to survive because it has, survival advantage. So it just ends up getting passed down more and more and more through genes. Whereas something that's entirely social, it can just be lost in a fucking instant if the wrong thing happens. Like if somebody dies, or it's not like socially acceptable. So violence, for instance, you could live in a society where violence is really, really frowned upon. But if you end up getting into an environment where violence gives you a survival advantage, well, if there's that violence gene inside of you, and regardless of how, society is set up, people with that gene that are prone to violence will immediately just have no fucking problem. But if all these things were social and you were raised in a society where violence was really frowned upon, well, then everyone's going to fucking die because they're not willing to commit acts of violence that will guarantee survival. So, I think she's a fucking moron. It sounds like, it's this dumb left-wing hippie shit where, oh, it's all how you were raised and it's not your fault. No, it's genes. It's always genes.
Did you give Jasmine one last poke with that fat brown poop-shaped cock of yours? Did you give her the whole thing, not just the purple hat tip? I hope you left a pint of hot Negro spunk in her pale European anus. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We didn't have any goodbye sex. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop. You think there actually is a violence gene? Yeah, there's genes that do control for propensity to commit violence. Absolutely. So if you have psychopathy or something, you're way more likely to commit violence. And there's also genes that, affect aggression. Elias donated $2. Women destroy this man's life, or destroyed this man's life. Let me see.
I have been married for 51 years. Got 2 sons, 42 and 40. Damn deadbeats. I'm still supporting the little boogers. Needed to take a test to see if any of us had a kidney good enough for my brother. Found out something interesting. They ain't my kids. There's somebody else's.
Well, yep. That's why it's always a good idea to get a genetic test on your kids. So you never know. And again, women do this, and I'd say women do this more than men. If you have a bad fight and she says, well, okay, then I guess I'm gonna leave, storms out the door, you have no fucking idea what they're doing. When women get emotional, they can do really stupid shit, and like on the spot, they can think, "Oh, I'm gonna go meet up with Steven because he's gonna be my boyfriend now because at least he listens to me," and then they'll fuck, and then the next day they'll get over it, and then all those dumb emotions go away, and they realize how stupid they were being, and then they get back with you, and then, you know, it turns out it's not your kid. So, yeah, it's always a good idea if you're having kids to get a paternity test, because you never fucking know. Like, why risk it, right? Like, do you really want to throw your entire fucking life away, like taking care of some other person's fucking kids? So, yeah, even if you trust, you know, the woman you're with, like, get a fucking genetic test. Like, why not? Thanks for the donation, Elias.
How would you react if Jasmine left you for some gay little beta wimp like Destiny's girl did?
I wouldn't give a shit. Yeah, go. He can be your problem now, so... Yeah, I could not fucking care less. Why would I give a shit and get frustrated, upset, hurt, heartbroken, spend any kind of mental, like, energy giving two fucking shits if, you know, she cheated on me or left me for some other guy? Cool. You're, like, she's your fucking problem now. I don't care. There's plenty of other fucking women I can date. It's not like I have to be with fucking Jasmine. Why give a shit? Thanks for the donation, VG. You're making me hard. I actually have a funny story. Back when I was doing, like, group training for hockey teams, there was a girl on one of these hockey teams who went to a Catholic school. Her friend was dating a guy, and they ended up having a bad fight at a party, and she ended up meeting some other dude at that party, and basically to get revenge on her boyfriend, ended up fucking this dude without a condom. She got pregnant, and then this beta male fucking simp apologized to her after she's the one who fucking cheated, and he said, "I still love you. I'm going to take care of the baby. I don't care if it's mine because I love you and I'm going to support you." Imagine being that much of a fucking beta male simp. Like, holy shit. That was the funniest story I've ever heard.
I have the ultimate non-cookie cutter approach to not having kids. Get a vasectomy. Can't trap me with "I'm pregnant."
Yeah. If you're a dude, you should get a vasectomy. Like, why in the hell would you want to roll the dice every time you have sex? It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
You could narrow that gender difference. You can train kids in how to mentally rotate, how to see from a different perspective what something looks like, and so on. So we need to put those in the schools.
Some research suggests the differences could be in part explained by the fact that boys tend to play more games that involve hand-eye coordination, like throwing and catching balls, and that they immerse themselves more often in video games that require them to navigate 3D environments. And now, the verbal differences. These can be divided in 5.
Well, this isn't really a good explanation either, because, one, why are boys playing those, like, why are these more male-dominated activities to begin with? It's very likely that men play these sports and play these games more often because they're just better at them, and they're more fun because they have those skills, like, more inherently than women. And two, these cognitive tests have been conducted, like, before video games existed. So that doesn't even make sense.
5 categories. Vocabulary is straightforward, it's your knowledge of words. Here, there are no significant differences between genders. Verbal fluency is the ability to generate words, that's the task from the beginning of this video. Reading comprehension is the ability to understand text, and writing is the ability to express ideas through text. Women perform better in all of these 3 skills. There's only one.
Reading comprehension? Women are actually better at that? And verbal reasoning. That's actually remarkably surprising, especially considering, like, most big name authors and, like, really well-known works of literature are almost entirely, like, written by men. Like, you have the Harry Potter books, but I mean, most of them suck. So, like, what? The first book and maybe the third book were good. Like, the other ones were pretty fucking boring and droning and stupid. But yeah, I mean, you have, like, Shakespeare, Mark Twain, and all this shit. That's actually a little surprising.
Non-verbal ability where men show an advantage, and that's verbal reasoning. Verbal reasoning is the ability to understand and analyze concepts usually tested with analogies or word problems. For example, if Bob is taller than Juan, and Juan is taller than Marcus, which person is the shortest of the three? A theory on why men might find these tasks easier is because they can be solved with visual spatial processing, where men show an advantage. If you picture Bob as being taller than Juan, and Juan being taller than Marcus, you get your answer. Overall, women show a small advantage over men in verbal ability. And if you look at the data, we see that girls outperform boys in reading exams in every country. Women also show some advantages in other cognitive areas related to interacting with people. Research indicates women are better at picking up nonverbal emotion signals.
Well, books are for gay people anyway.
They seem to have more complex emotion knowledge, and overall, they score higher than men on measures of emotional intelligence. And finally,
emotional intelligence? What the fuck even is that?
Women also show some advantages in other cognitive areas related to interacting with people. Research indicates women are better at picking up nonverbal emotion signals. They seem to have more complex emotion knowledge, and overall, they score higher than men on measures of emotional intelligence.
What in the fuck is emotional intelligence? I don't even understand how the fuck some of the shit can be quantified. Because like we know you can literally inject a woman with testosterone and some of their like weird emotional erratic behavior kind of goes down. They end up becoming less neurotic, more confident, and their mood is a bit more stable. So if you don't have these like crazy wacko up and down mood swings and have like PMS and like that time of the month and shit, like what does it mean to be more aware of your emotions? Like if you just feel okay and you're asked like, how do you feel about this and that? You know, it's fine. It's okay. Like, I guess it kind of sucks, but it's not that bad. Oh, you're not as emotionally aware as a woman. Like, that sounds fucking stupid.
And finally, quantitative abilities. In other words, math. Here, I'm not going to show all the details because most researchers agree that the differences between genders are minimal.
Certainly there's a stereotype that men are better than women at math, but that stereotype turns out to be false.
But wait a minute, if we look at the EU data of the people who graduated in science, tech, engineering, or mathematics, also known as STEM, there are only 33% of women. Why do we see so few women in STEM if there are no differences in their math abilities?
When we say that women are...
Yeah, there's probably a divergence when you're talking about like the top 1% of you know, like mathematicians, so, or people who are capable at math. So on the aggregate, men and women might be roughly even, but then when you're talking about like really high level PhD math, there's just more men who are really good at high level PhD math.
Low on some of these abilities that are necessary, we keep them out of those jobs.
From a young age, girls face negative stereotypes about their aptitude with math, and research shows that being reminded of a stereotype can affect your performance.
I don't buy this. So I know for a fact there definitely is a weird social stigma with women who go in higher education. There was the woman, and this might vary from country to country too. There was an Italian woman who ended up, I think she founded or was a co-founder of the company Energica. Oh my god, my fucking keyboard. They went bankrupt recently. I think they're getting a buyout or something, so I think they're going to start production again eventually. But the woman who was the CEO and I think founder of Energica, this woman, she was the one who founded this Energica motor company. She actually has an engineering degree. And she was telling a story when she was in school for engineering. She had a sexist professor, and she was one of only, I think, 2 or 3 women in the class, and everyone else was male. And the professor would literally stop, you know, every so often during a lecture and ask, Are you women understanding what I'm saying? Can I move on to the next thing? And then they'd be like, yeah. And then he'd, continue with the lecture for like 10, 20 minutes. And then he'd stop and say, are you women understanding everything? I know this is hard for women to understand, but are you getting it? Like, there's that sort of stuff that happens. But, I mean, this visual representation of a fucking, 10-year-old girl in, grade 5 or something? Like, how many, are there any women in chat where you were in, the 5th grade where it's like, girls shouldn't learn math. Math is for men. Does that go on? That sounds a little fucking hard for me to believe. Will Mage $2. She probably agrees with you, and this is coming from an OnlyFans sex worker. Let me see.
Girl, no man wants to come home to a house full of negativity after working 40, 50 hours a week, okay? He wants that house clean. He wants dinner on the table. He wants some kids simmered the fuck down. And then he wants you to get down on your knees without him having to ask you to. Men have way too much of a rough life to have a bitch and wife. It's simple. Baby girl, no.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the ideal sort of relationship structure that a man wants if, assuming there's this, stay-at-home wife dynamic. So, yeah, and it is true, regardless of, if both of you are working and shit, women do just like to create problems and start fights, and they don't realize how fucking annoying it is. There's no need for it, and they start fights and bullshit for no fucking reason. And then they wonder why, the relationship failed and crap like that. And then they blame it on the dude and then say, he wasn't there for me, he wasn't doing this and that, and everything would have been fine if he just listened to me. And then when the dude listens, they still bitch and complain, and then, Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Parents show lower expectations for their daughter's math success than for their sons. Girls have more negative attitudes towards math than boys. And even at an adult stage, they show less confidence in their scientific reasoning abilities than men, despite being...
Yeah, the reason why women show less confidence is because they're more neurotic. They're prone to having less confidence, and it's because they have lower testosterone and more estrogen. I think it's mostly a hormonal thing. There might also be a weird brain thing, but yeah, women have... So, okay, parents show lower math expectations for girls. I think parents just have lower expectations for girls, period. Which, I don't know why that would necessarily be a bad thing. Boys are more likely to actually get physically beaten by their parents. So when you have expectations for children, that can very easily lead to abuse. So, I don't know why that's necessarily a bad thing. In some ways, having expectations is good because it can push a kid, forward to, do more and push themselves, but expectations are kind of also a double sword, because if you don't meet the parents' expectations, well, now you feel shitty about yourself. Your self-esteem can go lower, and if you have crazy abusive parents, they might hit you, abuse you in some ways. Either it might be verbal or physical abuse. Girls have more negative attitudes towards math. Yeah, it's probably because it's hard. And women show less confidence in their scientific reasoning abilities. Women show less confidence in fucking everything. How many fucking, if you've ever driven with a fucking woman and they have to park, how fucking often do you hear a girl, oh god, I hope I don't hit the car, am I too close, it's always women. Women just have less confidence in everything, period. Why do you think they fucking, hyperfixate on how they look? And why do you think more women are anorexic? It's because they just have less confidence in fucking general. So I don't know why you'd think this is like some weird systemic societal issue where women are discriminated against in math. Like, I'd love to hear the stories of like girls in the 5th grade being told by their teacher or other classmates, it's okay if you don't do the answer right because you're just a dumb girl. Like, I've never seen anything like that.
Did you already explain in detail why you broke up with her? Why did she broke up the first? Because you were not spiritual enough. Is she still into shamanism? Also, Happy New Year.
I haven't gone into detail about why we broke up because I'm just not interested in sharing. Well, I guess that's what happens when you are a alcoholic, homeless drug addict. You can't do your skate moves anymore. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Being equally competent. In STEM fields, women face sexism while studying, although research actually showed more.
Yeah, my parents did hit me occasionally. Like my mom slapped me a fair number of times. Wasn't a regular thing, it was just when she was in a bad mood and, something happened. And my grandfather hit me once really fucking hard.
More of what is called benevolent sexism, like people assuming you need extra assistance because you're women. They face sexism when getting hired, being less likely to be selected for certain positions, although there's also some research showing discrimination against men in some cases, so this always depends on the specific context. And they face discrimination after they're hired. And by the time women reach their 30s, they work fewer hours than men due to increased family obligations. In certain areas of the world, women have less access to education.
That's bullshit. Women work fewer hours, not just because of family obligations. You can track the data. Women who do not have kids also work lower hours.
And that also makes a big difference. Research indicates that differences in math performance correlate with gender equality. So I decided to explore some data myself. First, I found this dataset in the World Bank website with the percentage of female graduates in STEM per country. Then I combined that data with the global gender gap index by country. If we plot the data and add a trend line, we see that as gender equality increases, the percentage of female graduates in STEM goes down. Just when I thought I was starting to understand gender differences, things get more complicated. It turns out there's something called the gender equality paradox. That's how I found David. He's one of the co-authors of the paper that introduced this hypothesis.
And we found that as wealth of the society and gender equality increased, proportionally fewer women went into these inorganic fields.
Yeah, you know why? It's because they can more easily find a man who makes more money so that they don't have to work. That's why. So yeah, in poorer countries with less gender equality, women are going to be more motivated to actually work and get a better education and make a better living, because that's a more realistic pathway towards, more financial success and freedom. Whereas when there's more gender equality and more people are making good money, women don't have to go into STEM fields and, become like a rich doctor or anything. They can just find a dude who will do that for them.
The theory is that in less gender equal countries, where job opportunities are usually not as good, women might choose STEM careers as a safe path to improve their quality of life, even if gender equality is low. But in richer countries, women have more freedom to choose the careers they prefer. The paper faced some controversy.
I didn't think it was that big of a deal, frankly, because I wasn't that surprised by it. But yeah, it came out and...
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's so funny how these social sciences are indoctrinated into this, like, bullshit feminist ideology crap. It's like, what do you fucking expect? Like, yeah, that's what women do.
Got a lot of media attention. We got a lot of negative emails and a lot of social media. There was a BuzzFeed article, for example, trying to discredit it, not on a scientific basis, but basically their activists didn't like the results.
Yeah.
The paper also led to critiques from other researchers on the methods used and a counter-reply from David and his colleague. But now, some reports from the UN...
Yeah, dude, that's so fucking hilarious. Like, what do you expect when there's more rich men? Obviously, women are going to choose to work less.
And already acknowledge this paradox. Some research suggests that women tend to prefer jobs that emphasize interactions with others and require interpersonal skills, and that they might not see STEM careers as an opportunity to achieve these goals. But then again, because of the whole nature versus nurture debate, these preferences could be explained by the gender stereotypes of our society. This study indicates that the stereotype associating math to men is stronger in more gender-equal countries. It's an ongoing debate.
Where is the wheel you wanted? What are you talking about?
That divides researchers. So these are the differences in specific areas of cognitive abilities. And now, for general intelligence, most research indicates the differences are small and don't consistently favor any particular sex. Even though there are no significant differences in the average intelligence, there's a debate about differences in the variability. This is called the greater male variability hypothesis, and the idea is that even though men and women show the same average level of intelligence, men seem to be overrepresented on both the high end and the low end of the intelligence distribution. That means the top scorers of many cognitive abilities are more likely to be male, but so are the lowest scorers, and there are more boys and girls being diagnosed with learning disabilities and developmental disorders. But since researchers don't fully agree on this hypothesis yet, I'm not going to dive into it, and you can read the source in the description if you want to learn more. In short, current research indicates that there are no significant differences in overall intelligence, but there are some sex differences in visual, spatial, and verbal skills, even though experts don't fully agree on why. And when even experts disagree on the answers, there's no way I have strong opinions after making this video. I do think we should try to separate science from politics, so I sympathize with David here. Ignoring science because we don't like the answers seems like a bad way to fight prejudice, and the findings can help us make sure boys and girls don't fall behind in certain areas. But I also think this data can easily be misunderstood and used to create harmful gender stereotypes, so we should really be careful when discussing it. In 1966, women represented 31% of the biology graduates in the US. By 2012, that number had almost doubled to 59%. Genetics don't change that fast, so society definitely has an impact on the differences we see, and that includes the stereotypes we create. That's my take, but let me know what you think. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, it's a decent video. Let's see. I think... Yeah, there's the Sam Hyde video. Let's watch the Joey one first.
I really don't like making these videos, but it has to be done. You know, I really don't like asking for help. I like to do things on my own or with my own team, and you know, it is really difficult for me to ask for the help of my viewers and followers and supporters. But at the same time, it has to be done, and I know that a lot of you guys out there are always willing to support, and I really don't leverage that enough. And it's mainly because I do feel a little bit, I guess a little bit insecure about asking for help. So could this be the end of Joey Carbstrong as we know it? Well, it quite possibly could be if I don't, you know, create a little bit more financial security for my small organization. Now, this video here is me trying to ensure that me and my team can continue to do the work that we do into the future. I just want to start by sharing like a little bit of my personal story about how I got into activism. And
what do you think of French President Macron? I don't know too much about him. I know he has base takes on Ukraine, but I think he's a fucking retard when it comes to the Israel-Gaza conflict. So I don't really have a very strong opinion on him.
When things really changed for me. So a lot of people know about my life, my background. I was in gangs and got into drug use, and then I got arrested, locked up for 6 months for carrying a gun. I got out, become sober, become vegan, right? Then I become an activist, you know, and I've been on YouTube. This will be my 10th year. This will be my trying to contribute, and I really wanted to inspire people to change their lives to reach. And I just felt like this was splitting my commitment to the animals. And it was actually a good friend of mine at the time actually said to me, like, you won't ask people for help because your ego won't allow you to. So therefore, you're choosing your ego over the animals when you don't ask for help. And then it made me think, like, you know, stuffly, we do want to support you. We do want to support your work. We think what you do is really valuable. And overnight, I was able to quit my job.
This kind of reeks of manipulation. Like, we're almost, what, 5 minutes into the fucking video, and he's not explaining what the fuck he wants or why he wants donations or anything like that. Like, just say it.
And do activism full time. And ever since then in 2017, I have not stopped. I have not stopped. Whether it was by
like,
myself,
remember during the adpocalypse when, like, I literally got, like, 0 fucking ad money, and I said, look, if this situation doesn't improve very soon, I'm gonna have to get a real job, and then I won't be able to make as many videos. So, like, support me on Patreon if you want me to just keep uploading, and, you know, we can get through this. I didn't go on some long spiel about how, you know, I'm trying to help animals and like... Aaron P. donated $2. I have fat fetish. It's contagious, and if you read this donation, you will catch it too. I don't think that's how that works, but thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Harry Income worked with me in 2019, and she's been with me every step of the way since 2019. And, you know, I remember actually before I met Tari, and I was sleeping on the office floor in a cheap office basement in London. Here's the picture here, just to save money and rent. You know, so I was sleeping on that floor for 6 months, but I don't think you're allowed to, so I don't know if that wrong, but, you know, I would get up, go to the gym and shower at the gym, and yeah, that's what I did in order to save money by being, you know, working in London as an activist and getting as much content as I could out. Ever since I've become a full-time activist and have had financial help, I've been able to achieve so much more over the years. And a lot of you who've been following me for a decade, nearly a decade, will know that I haven't stopped and have actually progressed and have actually got so much more done. The more kind of support I have, the more I'm able to do. So I think by now everyone knows what my commitment to this movement is. And right now, I'm in a position where in order for this to be sustainable longer term, in order for us to continue doing what we're doing at this level, I need to pull some of my weight financially. So we do make a bit from DonorBox and Patreon, but we also have great donors. And one of our donors is willing to do matching donations. So what they are proposing is that for every one of my supporters who donates, they will match their donation. They're an exceptional human being, a generous donor, really committed to the animals. They're anonymous.
He's talking about the big Mega Millionaire, what do you call it? He basically trades stocks. I know who he's talking about. That same guy gave me money one time, and he's a fucking dipshit. I know who he's talking about, though. Death of Rabbit donated $2. No gay allegations. All Wally, please.
Out with a nice mass builder. We're gonna head over here to the Smith machine, and we're gonna bang out some wide sumo squats. This is such a great exercise for the whole glutes, man. It's such a big.
I'll take his word for it. Guy's got some good glutes.
But when it comes to a Palestinian, you have no issue killing us.
I am from fucking Ohio.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty jacked. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
But they are willing to match all of your donations. So when you donate to us, to my small team, very small, modest team, we have, you can just stop your support and because we've shut it down. So basically, I conducted this investigation before me help.
Okay, so he wants more money for an unspecified reason. All right. Where's the thing I was about to watch? There was something. Oh yeah, Sam Hyde.
Glad I caught you. Glad I got you there. Elon Musk. By the way, please don't watch.
Sengoku donated $2. Can you please, after the stream, watch at least 3 episodes of Bleach, and then afterwards tell me if you like it. If you hate it, then hey, so be it. I don't know if I can do that tonight, but eventually, at some point in time, I might watch Bleach. But probably not tonight. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. I gotta take another fucking piss. Yeah, I'll just go take a piss right now. I'll be right back. Okay. Alawali donated $2. Is it okay to get non-vegan items from reduced section at grocery store? That's going into the trash if you don't buy it. Maybe sweet corn or something. Sweet corn is vegan. And no, if there's meat in the grocery store, you cannot buy it as a vegan. Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali.
If you're not Elon Musk, okay? This is a one-off video that we're doing. This is private, personal. I put this in his email. I don't know how you got this, unless you're on the Asmongold Discord server, in which case you know my every move, okay? Me and Asmongold have been planning this for a while now. Moist Critical's involved, and yeah, I guess if you're on the Moist Critical Discord server, you would have access to this file. So kudos to you, hacker. I don't think Elon's gonna watch this. And listen, I know as a comedian, first and foremost, I don't expect people to take me seriously, but it is a fact that shit posting and public opinion are now intermingled permanently, and it's not going anywhere. And that's just the way it is. I get all my news from memes, basically. That's how I get my news. Is that how you get your news? How would you even get the news if you weren't looking at memes? You watch a show? That's even more fucking retarded. We turn that off. It's a smart thermostat, so it's gonna take 15 minutes to figure out how that fucking thing works. It's very intuitive. I don't know why the Nest thermostat is taking you so long to learn and intuit. Okay, a toddler could figure this out. A toddler on an iPad could figure out how to use the Nest thermostat. That's Chris Lynch, by the way, Elon. Do not hire him, okay? He's leaving this job very soon. See, he's white, he's too lazy. Chris, you're so lazy and white. Well, yeah. You guys should have studied violin harder as kids. I swear to God, Vivek would have figured this out by now. I want to believe that Elon is one of the great men of our age, and that he has what it takes to become a 21st century Andrew Carnegie. I think it's important to have great men to look up to. Trump, Joe Rogan, oh, there it goes. Elon, Tucker. And it's not necessarily important that our great men are perfect, but they're symbols of what we could be. I think if Ron Paul took steroids, he would be my number one. I'll be my number one guy. You agree? Yeah. I'd like to offer you an escape, an exit from this hole you've been digging.
Yeah, none of those are good people.
Maui is extremely handsome.
Oh my God, he is handsome. Jesus Christ, what a handsome kitty. Oh my God. That's a good Maui. Thanks for the donation, Lee, then now.
You are a beloved figure. Anytime you do anything remotely based, people lose it. Oh my God, he's based! Yo! He just said that woke liberals aren't cool. Our great men are perfect, but they're symbols of what we could be. I think if Ron Paul remotely based for the guy who's the free speech guy, and not only that.
Able to donate $2. Hey VG, hope you're having a great new year. Been going through some stuff, but your streams have been making me feel better. Well, that's good to hear, dude. And I shouldn't be taking any more, like, multiple day breaks from streaming. Unless the epididymitis I have gets really fucking bad, but... you know. Glad I could help you out. Thanks for the donation, Abel. Dodo donated $2. Is it okay to steal non-vegan items from grocery store and donate to a homeless shelter, or secretly cut small holes in the packaging and leave it in the store? No, because then the store is going to have to replace that product, which is going to lead to more animals being killed. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's up, man? Heard the news, hate to say I told you so like I did 2 years ago, but I told you so. Anywho, up or down, keep supporting the cause and we hold you down, dog, real talk. Why do you squabble up like this?
I don't know what the hell was going on there, but thanks for the donation, Moist Vagina.
But the reasoning from first principles guy, the logical fallacy guy, the Reddit guy, good faith argue with everybody, you know, whatever. All that shit. Blanket banning groypers, taking away blue checks, changing the algorithm of the site because 100 people ratioed you, because there's fucking 50,000 posts. They're all organic, by the way. This is not some Russian bot farm. It's not some nefarious behind the scenes, let's mess with Elon, we're gonna fuck with him. That's not what it is. It's you.
But Joey is just next level.
Oh my god. Yes, Joey is the most handsomest. Oh my god, you can see the sentience right in his eyes. Right there, that's where the sentience is. Oh my god. What a handsome boy. I love Joey. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Tapped into a moist critical? You tapped into a moist critical, and we're back to moist critical. Mainline concern for the American people. And you treated it in a way that was glib and dismissive. You just became a Republican 3 months ago, and you're talking about removing a big portion of regular people, root and stem. No. People fucking love you. They will forgive you. Nobody is trying to get you to become turbo base pilled, full Pat Buchanan immigration policy. People broadly understand that you are a San Francisco, tech, California, international immigrant. If you want to be a regular tech guy, that's fine. You can do that. You can be Larry Ellison. You can go play on the boat. Nobody's going to give a fuck. Realize what you're fighting for. If you're going to be the tech king, if you've courted the MAGA base, you want these people on your side. They're ready to be on your side. But you have to fight not for Ben Shapiro's idea of the country of America. The notion of America as this collection of ideas. That's not what it is. It's Americans. That's who you have to fight for. If you're in America, doing business in America, you want to be the man in America.
He means whites, by the way. He can't say what he actually wants to say, but he means white people.
You have to fight for the American people. You're not fighting for a paragraph. You're not fighting for a set of ideas, man. It's the American people who need your help. That's fundamentally why I think people are pissed off here. And it's an easy fix. Just don't call them retards. Elon, have you met Chris? He's on Asmongold. He's streaming all the time. He's just checking out, playing these games.
Lil Vegan Dicky $20. Is this like that time you ate gummies on stream at Halloween and got super faded?
A track about smoking weed, man. Every rapper got a track about smoking weed. So yo's a Bill 9. Tell me that this jam isn't still fly.
Yo, check this out.
Not really. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And stuff is amazing what the kid does with video games. I can't believe it. People didn't suddenly have a flare-up of India hate. I've been monitoring the Indian hate websites for a while. It's actually set to my homepage. I've been checking these websites out. I watch what these people do. There were very few overt Indian haters spewing their nonsensical filth everywhere 72 hours ago. What happened? Okay, 72 hours ago, most people in the MAGA base looked at Vivek Ramaswamy with some notion of admiration or, hey, that guy says cool stuff every once in a while. Hey, you know what? I think I like that guy. Now, he's got to be deported. Sucks, man. And he's not being deported because of the color of his skin. He's being deported for the content of his character. And I think that truly was a mask-off moment where we saw...
No, he's getting deported for the color of his skin.
...that Vivek Ramaswamy really is just a fucking nerd who needs to go back. I think that what you did is different. I think it's everybody spurgs out. I'm spurging out right now. I'm going to spurg out later, okay? On Chris, Lynch. And also, Indians do cool stuff every once in a while. They got the chest slapping, wrestling. You guys watch that action movies. He's shooting a bullet out of the air with a gun. He's flipping over the Indian clubs, shoulder rehab, exercise, fantastic. The hate, it's irrational hate. It's just racism. It's just a nonsensical racism. The hate and racism and anti-Indian sentiment, it's there to the extent that Indians are being used to replace white people. That's it. We have to stop playing pretend. We're not talking about exceptional Indians here. And that's why this is sort of spreading like wildfire, people sharing these H-1B lists of what the jobs are. You are not in Calcutta scouting for the next Indian Einstein. You're not. We have to make it to outer space and invent new computers. Let's get to India and get the next Nikola Tesla. That's not what's happening. We're talking about people at fucking gas stations. You bring them over, you put them in a fucking gas station, and then we'll go around all the gas stations in the USA and find the next genius. Well, what if he's not in India? What if he's working at a gas station in North Carolina? He might be there. We don't know. Why don't we bring everybody here, and then we can look for everybody? That's actually a fucking genius idea. We bring fucking everybody here, and then, like a needle in a haystack, we find the one man who can invent electrical computer. That sounds fucking retarded, and it's not true. You have to at least say that the H-1B program is being scammed. If you don't admit that, then as far as like any type of discussion that goes anywhere is concerned, it's over. It's over. This is a direct quote from Moist Critical.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't get an H-1B visa working at a gas station.
I'm speaking on his behalf. He was too busy streaming Marvel Rivals to talk to you. So I'm here on his behalf, giving you opinions that he approved, okay? Nobody's expecting you to go full Steve Bannon here. You're a tech bro, we get it. Immigrant. But if you are on Team America, and by Team America, I don't mean Ben Shapiro's collection of ideas. America's not a collection of ideas. America.
By the way, this is just all lying, gaslighting bullshit. Wasn't,
Can you tell Thin then now to shut the fuck up? She's always going on and on about her cats, they aren't even that attractive lol. I only moderately want fuck them. If her stupid fucking cats are as pretty as she said, I'd have come buckets by now, idiot.
Well, you are wrong, Dodo. Her cats are beautiful, especially Joey, and I love them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, so this is just all a gaslighting tactic. One of the guys who is a world-leading researcher on artificial intelligence, he works in the US, and he's an Indian guy. The whole MAGA crowd was saying we should deport him. He's a fucking immigrant. Are you going to trust, some high-level security thing to an Indian? So if their whole argument against the H-1B visas is they're handing them out like candy to low-skill level workers, then why are they attacking extremely high-skill workers, in these tech fields who are here via H-1B visas? It's just ethno-nationalism. That's all it is.
America is a people, Americans. If you are Team America, then the most prominent talking points need to be the immediate deportation of illegals and the end of the abuse of the American worker by programs like this H-1B, the gamification of stuff like this that's set up to benefit people who aren't us. Nobody wants to solve the Japanese birth rate problem by turning Japan into India. That's preposterous. That only would work in a computer simulation where you can just change the code and make a Japanese person. I've tried it! It can't be done. In my laboratory, okay, where Asmongold is right now, down in the basement, I have tried over 150 times to turn an Indian into a Japanese man. And the only thing I was able to accomplish was boiling them, all right? If you think, Elon, or Asmongold if you're watching this, if you think you can turn an Indian person into a Japanese person by boiling them, not gonna happen, okay? Go down to my basement and talk to the 150 Indians that I already tried that on. Doesn't work. Nobody wants to solve the American birth rate problem. What's gonna happen? We're gonna run out of people. Oh, the stock prices are gonna go down. Oh, that's a problem for the All In podcast to figure out. It's David Sachs. Sachs of what? Sachs of gold? Just start calling yourself David Sachs of gold. What's the other guy, Jason Sachs? Asmongold? Asmongold. David Sachs should change his name to Asmongold. The branding is already set up for you. Asmongold wants to himself. You can replace his body and become the top streamer in America. I shouldn't say Asmongold wants to himself. I love Asmongold. That guy's classic. He's ultimate. He's the best streamer. Is he good? I think he's good. I've never watched.
Asmongold's a fucktard. I don't understand how, all of these big streamers are fucking morons, boring, stupid, dumbass opinions. They just suck. I don't get it.
Watch him. I just know his name's Asmongold. The only people who want to fix the American birth rate problem by turning America into India are fuckers. People are not interchangeable economic units. If they're not more than that, then that's just an extension of antinatalism. That's just nihilism. That's just people don't matter. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the universe doesn't care. Shit. The universe cares. That's why we're here. It's understandable why a computer guy, why an engineer would think that or would want to think that, because it would make solving problems so much easier. We have hardwired group preferences. We have genetic memory.
Do you remember when Sv3rige tried to run to be the president in the US? He's fucking retarded. Did he forget being born in the US is a requirement to be president? Considering he wasn't born in the US and tried to run, I'd say he's retarded.
Yeah, he's out of his fucking mind, and his argument for it was so fucking stupid, too. He was like, oh, well, he tried to play some, dumb word game where, it doesn't explicitly say in the Constitution that immigrants can't be president, or some stupid shit like that. There are very obvious practical reasons why you wouldn't ever want an immigrant to be president, and the biggest one is just national security. You could have a foreign operative working for another government who immigrates, and then end up becoming the president, and then leaking everything, fucking up the country deliberately. He's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo. Dodo donate $2. You know what would be funny if you had a keffia around you instead of that blanket, by the way? Would you say most cases of depression are curable or go away? I don't know. Really don't know. Or what do you think, should some people just kill themselves if they've been depressed for years? It really doesn't matter if anybody lives or dies. Like, there's no should you do this, should you do that. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, we're all dead anyway, right? So you could have the most amazing, wonderful, magical life, and you're gonna die. Well, what then? Are you... There's no afterlife, you know? There's no reminiscing about the good times you've had. You're just dead. All of that is just gone. So whether somebody wants to kill themselves or not, it's entirely up to them. Yeah, you might be able to get out of the depression and then enjoy the rest of your life. You might not, and just be miserable for the rest of your life. You might find some kind of middle ground where you go in and out of depression, but you're dead at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't matter. So, it's entirely up to the individual whether they want to kill themselves or not, or get help and, you know, try to get some treatment or cure or whatever. But there's no right or wrong answer. At the end of the day, your life doesn't matter, so it's entirely up to you. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. What big streamer you find interesting and entertaining with smart opinion, don't name Destiny? Probably nobody.
We have culture. This is not learned stuff. It's so deeply embedded in us that it carries on for thousands of years. Thinking of people as interchangeable units, while it would be useful in a simulation or in an economic theorem, it strips them of their humanity. And by the way, it's one of the first steps towards any authoritarian dictatorship type system. It's one of the first steps towards Marxism.
By the way, this is a guy who's a Nazi who idolizes Hitler.
Marxism is thinking of people as just labor. It's a very gross, anti-human thing to think, just to appeal to the Redditor in you. That's middle brain shit. Stupid people at the bottom of the spectrum know that everybody is special. Everybody's special. Everybody's different and has their own thing. Retards know this. Geniuses understand that everybody is a unique product by and for their zeitgeist, or Zeitgeist if you want to go with the most critical pronunciation. Everybody is uniquely a product of their time and location and has their place in space and time. The smart people know this, the stupid people know this. It's people in the middle with 110 IQ, which is the worst IQ to have, who think that people can just be pushed around and moved around and changed. They can't. No hate towards Hispanics, okay? But that's why the room that I'm sitting in is covered in dust, is because the general contractor I hired used Hispanic labor. I didn't know. They laid down masonry cement. When I said I wanted polished concrete floors, masonry cement, you can't polish it. They left board marks and footprints in it. And I had to pay another crew of black people, okay, shout out to Greg, to come in here with jackhammers and get this shit dumpstered out of here. I went and hired my own blacks. I went in the ghetto and hired them by hand. That's how you need to hire blacks for SpaceX. And what you get is you get lower quality construction. You get lower wages for the blue collar workers who are here and fighting. You realize that people are fucking up against the wall fighting to make ends meet? Do you understand that the American people are on the ropes right now? Your people and not the world, okay? It's the American people. That's where this shit is popping off. That's where you came to do business. The American people are your problem now, to the extent that you want people to pay attention to your opinion. And by people, I mean actual people, not Patrick Bet-David, not Ian Miles Chong, Scott Adams, not these fucking f***its that'll walk around sucking your ass because you have money and because you made an electric car. But to the extent that you want that, you have to protect the American people. You're all about being pro-natalism and increasing the birth rate. Why is the average dude gonna want to have kids when he can barely afford to live by himself and eat Domino's? Hey, why isn't China importing Infinity Indians right now? If it's such a huge economic advantage, why isn't China doing it? We need to do a naval blockade of China to make sure they don't get any of these amazing Indians. Every Indian.
They just might. For a very long time, the Communist Party was actually really terrified of overpopulation in China. Part of that was driven by the massive amount of deaths that occurred under communism, like the mass starvations. And they instituted the whole one-child policy thing. Now they're going back on it. A lot of experts are thinking in the next few decades, China's actually going to have a massive population decline where they're going to lose like at least 2 billion people. China may start actually bringing in immigrants because that's literally the only way to keep their economy afloat and get in enough skilled labor. So they might. They just haven't had to do that yet. And the same thing's happening with Japan. They, despite, the numbers, they don't let in a lot of like permanent residents. They do have a fuck ton of temporary foreign workers.
Why does he mention Moist Critical and Asmongold so much? Does he want to appear cool to the youngsters? Does he think that makes him more believable?
No, I think it's a joke because Asmongold and Moist Critical hate him. Thanks for the donation though, David.
That makes his way into China is a threat because China will use their genius to get one over on us. That's the biggest threat this country's facing. I think we need to go nuclear. I think we need to say, if China imports enough Indians, it's like diamonds. It's like nanotechnology. Indians are like nanotechnology. We have to be willing to use nuclear weapons to keep China from getting these precious Indians. That's step one. Sounds retarded, right? Because it is. It's retarded. It's subtarded. Ever hear of a subtard? By the way, Moist Critical coined that term, subtard. Competing with China in what sense? GDP? Making a number go up? Having software companies that are valued more highly? Competing with China in what sense? And at what cost? If the cost is making America look like Calcutta, that's not worth it. That's not a price that we're willing to pay. People keep posting these aerial drone display videos of drones.
I am not so sure if this is the case in the US. Probably isn't. I do know this is the case in the UK, and I know this is the case in Canada. This big drive to push mass immigration, it was done deliberately to just make money for big corporations. So you'll see like a lot of these figures where, GDP is very steadily increasing, but like costs are going up. There's more people in poverty. Like there's more people asking for like food and social assistance. And you can also look at like the income gap. Like the increase in GDP, even though it's like very small and steady, it's entirely benefiting like the top 1% of earners. So people making like hundreds of millions or in the billions. So there isn't really any real increase in GDP or like per capita GDP. It's really just massively rich corporations making a ton of fucking money off of really cheap foreign labor, crowded labor market so that they can, basically bargain for lower wages. And then there's like the like housing and shit like that are also able to like fuck everybody over with prices. And, you've got these big corporations that are buying up these rental properties and single family homes too. So I don't know if that's happening in the US so much. I know immigration in the US is like pretty fucking strict. But I know for a fact the UK has done that and Canada has done that, and they might be doing that in
Have
other...
you heard about this case? I really wonder how life would feel this way. Fear is a lot less useful than it was before. And she can still understand things are dangerous and avoid them.
So SM is one of the most famous case studies in all of affect.
I'll take a look at that. That sounds interesting. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Yeah, so when some of these like politicians like Justin Trudeau, he talks about immigration being our strength and it's going to help strengthen the economy. What they're really talking about is just benefiting, the richest corporations in the country and them, making money off of it, and then everybody else gets fucked over. But there's a lot of stuff that's happening in the US that has the same result, but it doesn't have anything to do with fucking immigration.
Neuroscience. She's a woman who is currently, I think, in her 40s. And as far as we can tell, the destruction of her amygdala has left her essentially fearless to at least external stimuli. And to test whether SM is in fact fearless, the researchers who worked with her took her to a couple of the most frightening places that they could think of in the local area. So one was an exotic pet store, and they offered her exotic snakes to hold in the store, even though she says she's afraid of snakes. Many people would hesitate to hold a snake right up to their face and touch its tongue and inspect its face really closely, but SM had no problem.
That's just bullshit. Like, why wouldn't you just get a gun filled with blanks and shoot at her and then see how she reacts?
Doing that. They also took her to a place that's it is at least called the most haunted house in the United States, and they decorated it for Halloween, and they have people, the staff, dressing up as monsters and things to try to scare people. And the researchers in SM went through with just a regular group, and all the other people who were in the group, as soon as they were in this haunted house, it was apparently very spooky, were huddling together, and they were really slow to go around corners. And SM was taking the lead and saying, "Come on, guys, follow me!" And she would be the first around the corners. And when the monsters jumped out and tried to scare her, apparently she would scare them sometimes because she had no fear response to them, which they were not expecting. And so, what was really interesting about this is that SM is not emotionless. She experienced a lot of curiosity and excitement, which we think are governed by other regions of the brain predominantly, but she just doesn't seem to have any normal anticipatory fear response. But her lack of a fear response gets her in trouble, so she apparently walks home in the evenings through sort of a vacant lot, and she was mugged there at one point, and I think at knife point. And most people, when something scary like that happens to you and you are at risk of getting hurt, you have a normal fear response when you're approaching that same place that would send you avoiding it. I mean, that's what the fear response is all about, avoid things that might hurt you. And she doesn't have that response, so she continues to take that same route home every night by herself. Yeah.
Well, thanks for the donation, Elias. I think I've heard of her before. They were able to generate a fear response. I don't know if it was with her specifically, but there was somebody who had a damaged amygdala, and they were able to generate a fear response with CO2 gas. So basically suffocating them. And with that research, they actually found that the need for oxygen was so biologically useful for survival that there's another part of your brain that actually deals with fear from suffocation. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
Shaped like a dragon. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's something that a bright high schooler could do on a smaller scale, is it not? Making drones move around in 3D space? How is that an impressive problem to anybody except boneheads who are mystified by drones in the first place? Look at this aerial drone display. It's a ballet of killer drones. How do we compete with that? That's what drones do. They move around in coordinate space. Who gives a fuck? It's the low-hanging fruit of robotics that mystifies people. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't we have more impressive shit in the 80s? Isn't this more impressive?
One, cover. With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested.
Why do we need to compete with them? Can't we just kick their spies out and tell them to fuck off? When do I get some Chinese pussy? Okay, am I not a big enough media figure that the CCP, is it the CCP, Chinese Communist Party? Why aren't they sending these hot spies to fuck with me? Suck my dick for blackmail. When's that gonna happen? China, I'm waiting, okay? I have 300,000 YouTube subscribers, or 250,000 probably, 200,000? How much on High Wars? If you have over 100,000 Twitter followers.
Yay for Richard's butthole, donate $2. Have you watched this yet?
How about this G corn? I figured I'd dress like a meat eater for this video, okay? Because it's super important. It's old school Umperville, all right, guys? We're talking about a vegan. A vegan, not the vegan teacher, not my aunt.
One day ago.
Researchers.
I couldn't be fucked, dude. Who cares? Like, the guy's a retard. He's dishonest as shit, lies constantly. His girlfriend's also a massive lying fucking cunt who's talked shit about vegan teacher and shit. Like, they're both pieces of shit. I can't be fucked with losers like that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You should demand that a hot Chinese spy comes and sucks your dick. Okay? You take video. Whatever. Why is that? Am I not popular enough to get this fucking mingling? To get Bing Bing over here? Ah! A Tesla Model X and Bing Bing over here sucking me. That's my price, China. Send them over. Do we need to build giant cities that nobody lives in to compete? Do we need to turn our country into a surveillance state fucking nightmare to compete? Do we need to essentially have slave labor to compete? What type of competition are you talking about? And at what cost? Competing with China is competing with literal slave labor, and that's impossible to compete with. It's not worth competing with. And nobody who has a real sense of what matters in life thinks anything about competing with China. We've been hearing this for 30 fucking years. And as long as China has been an industrial nation, there have been headlines, The Economist. I remember this in the dentist office when I was a kid. China's looming on the horizon. We have to accept a lower quality of life immediately to compete with China.
The idea, I agree with what Sam Hyde's saying here, and what makes it even more stupid, this idea about competing with China, is China is going fucking bankrupt. Like, they are completely and utterly running out of money, and the CCP might not exist for much longer. They're almost as in a bad financial situation as Russia. Chinese banks are beginning to prevent people from withdrawing even small amounts of cash. So if you wanted to take out, like, say, $50 or $100 from the bank literally, like, won't let you, and you have to set up an appointment, give a detailed explanation why you need that money, and you have to, like, actually provide the bank manager, like, evidence, like, okay, what do you need it for? Oh, well, I was gonna buy a thing from a friend. Okay, do you have a note from the friend? Can you see the text messages? Like, they're doing shit like that to prevent people from withdrawing any money. And they're doing a lot of weird shit like that to prevent economic collapse. So that's a very fucking bad sign. Russia did the same thing. They prevented anybody from making withdrawals from their bank account that were more than, like, I think $50 or $100 a day. It was something, like, really fucking small. So China's already starting to do the same fucking thing. So not only are you competing against slave labor, but you're also competing against slave labor that doesn't even make them any fucking money, and they're running their economy into the ground anyway, so who fucking cares?
That's the thrust of every article. You, the American worker, you have to take less pay and accept more bullshit because there's a big boogeyman looming on the horizon. It's China for 30 years. Before that, it was Japan. It's constant. It's to keep wages suppressed. It's to make you shut up. Elon doubles down in this tweet, offering a false dichotomy. Either we have to have more legal immigration, or you, the person disagreeing with it, you want America to fail for your own personal gain. What personal gain are you talking about? You want America to fail for your own personal gain. What is Elon, what are you talking about? How does anybody personally gain from this? The only gain happening is in stock prices of tech companies. That's the gain. That's where the gain is. Cui bono. That's who stands to benefit from this arrangement. This tweet, it's not first principles thinking. It's not in good faith dialogue. This is a dishonest mischaracterization. Nobody's calling you a liar.
Check this out.
Let me take a look. Wow. That's a nice skateboarding dog. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine's burner.
People say things in the heat of the moment that are dishonest, though. This is a dishonest mischaracterization of the tens of thousands of people who are blowing up your website. This is not an own on Elon. This is not dunking on Elon. I know that you can bring the ban hammer down, and I know that you are going to be tempted to do so, that you already have with the Groypers, which, by the way, you have to undo that, man. You blanket banned people, not for saying or not for posting swastikas, but for stating their opinion on this H-1B issue. That is a complete violation of the trust that the people you wanted to like you placed in you when you said that you're for free speech. It's straight George W. Bush. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. That's what this is. You either agree.
Why does any of this surprise anybody? So Elon Musk for years has been saying American workers are lazy. They only want to work a certain amount of hours, like, 40-hour weeks, but there's people in China that will work for 80 hours for less than half the pay. He's talked shit, so much shit about how, American workers are lazy, they expect really high wages and low working hours, which is ridiculous. The work they're doing isn't even, that high quality or good to deserve that pay. He's talked about how he's so much smarter than everybody else. He works harder than everyone, and his workers don't deserve shit. He's against unions. he's also been against work from home, and he said work from home's a scam, so nobody has to actually do any real work. Like, this guy has said so many flattering things about foreign workers, calling Americans lazy, and we all know he's not pro-free speech. So then, like, people are surprised. He's in favor of H-1B visas and, like, is banning people for disagreeing with him. Like, yeah, no shit.
George Toe.
Let me take a... Oh, my God. Wow, George is such a handsome boy. Oh, my goodness. Aw, sweet little George. Aw, what a nice little orange guy. Aw, you have so many nice kitties. Aw, George is a good boy. It's sad that they, you know, they don't live forever. But you gave him a good life. Oh, wait, or is that somebody else? No, George and... Yeah, you're the one who sent me this about George. He died, right? Yeah, George is a sweet boy. Thanks for the donation, Janya. Yeah, and like, this is something I said earlier. A lot of these shitheads, like Elon Musk, you know, Amazon, all these companies, they like foreign workers because you don't have to give them any benefits. They'll work for cheaper and they'll work longer hours. So, gee, a guy who has been saying Americans deserve less money and need to work more wants to hire foreign workers. What a surprise.
Agreeing with me, or you're fucking an enemy. You're an enemy. It's not an argument. It's not a well-reasoned position. It's just my way or the highway. Is that what free speech is? Is that who you are? You can just be a celebrity. You can be like Ellen DeGeneres. You can be like The Rock. And you can get Ozempic. You can get breast implants, start going on The View. Whatever you want for popularity, you can do that, of course. But to the extent that you have popularity, if you keep digging this hole, it will be misplaced, and it'll be there because you're rich. What does winning actually mean? Healthy, functioning societies, they need more than gadgets. They need more than Marvel, more than Goy Slop. They need a shared ideology, heritage, history, beliefs and values, religion, or they collapse and they crumble. That's Babel. That's Rome. That's every empire that's been crushed because there wasn't social cohesion.
George died, his life partner, old Mildred, is doing okay now. Okay, well, that's good.
Basic bitch libertarian principles aren't enough. Maybe they're enough to get VC funding. Maybe they're enough to create an interesting exercise of some sort, but they're not enough to hold people together. And again, we're back to the idea of people as a collection of economic units. That's what at the foundation of Marxism, that reality is just math. And thus the justification for a lot of Marxism is also what leads Silicon Valley libertarian type people to attempt to quantify the unquantifiable. Mount Rushmore, the space program, the interstate system, motion pictures, electricity, these are all things that are not quantifiable. So they're quantifiable in the sense that you can look back, you can say that they cost X amount of dollars or that a certain amount of concrete and steel was used in their construction, but these dream projects are unquantifiable things. There's no slider in the program where you can crank up the number of Indians to 200 million and bring the American dream to fruition faster, okay? There's no data entry point where you can bump up.
STX donated $2. Going back to the discussion about male/female social norms, I believe that there are no other beings on the planet within the same species as different as women and man. I'm pretty sure there's probably other species with more sexual dimorphism. The differences should be subtle, but no, females being condescending is not rare at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's other species with greater sexual dimorphism, but thanks for the donation, STX.
Up the Indians and get Chrysler buildings popping up everywhere, more Art Deco construction. We do not need more bloated code bases, more tech gadgets, more poorly run hotels, more work ethic, okay? What we need is we need leaders willing to fight for the American people, not for corporations, not for the idea of America, but for the American people. That is the only thing that we need on the brink of collapse, on the eve of our crumbling. It needs to be something higher, a higher ideal than tech company market caps. If it's just that, then it's just noise. It's just not reality. Reality is the hundreds of thousands of kids who are graduating with massive college debt, hundreds of job applications. They're being looked over for people who are not us. That's not a meritocracy. That's not some idealistic, high-minded thing. It's just money. Apple and Google might win, but America will be worse. The soil that all this winning flourishes out of is salted. And that means that the next Apple, the next Google.
So he is making a fair point here. And again, we are seeing this, and it is happening in the United States. Like, you'll see these very abstract GDP numbers where GDP growth is like pretty good. It's like around 3-4%. But the people who are seeing that kind of growth are like the top 1%. And everybody else is just left behind. While you have increases in living costs. So that is true. What a lot of these politicians are thinking are, how do we make the like richest corporations in America richer? They're not really thinking about increasing the wealth of, like, you know, the middle class or average person.
Will be Chinese.
I'm just extremely, you know, what's the word? I just have a hard time believing that H-1B visas are really doing anything to displace American workers.
Potentially the next SpaceX will be Chinese. Wouldn't that be strange? Wouldn't that be interesting if China makes it to Mars first? It would be great for humanity. Why don't we do it? Let's do it. China makes it to Mars before America. Does that sound like fun? It's just humans. They're just interchangeable economic units. Why wouldn't we want that? I think we do it. It sounds good to me. How do we define winning? I just won. That was Asmongold that I spit on. I killed him. I'm not dissing Asmongold. I'm just playing around. I spit on Moist Critical. I'll spit on his face. Fucking guy. No, we love Moist. We have a deal with Moist right now. It's for nicotine pouches. These are Moist nicotine pouches. I call them Moist. Did you know Moist is a Yiddish word? I didn't know Moist Critical is actually Jewish. Did you know that? Crazy fact. Winning is winning.
If someone donates as me after this, it's not me. Vince said in chat BTW that he won't make a vid on the Jasmine situation BTW.
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Farce. Appreciate it.
Making it so that tech companies have even higher valuations. Is that winning? It's the valuation of Netflix. I figured it out. That's why we're not winning, is because Netflix stock isn't high enough. That's the only way to win. I want to kill my neighbors and burn them alive and blow up my car, but it's okay because Netflix is worth $3 trillion. I want to cut my off.
Why does he keep
and scramble
spitting?
my brain with fucking fluoride. I'm gonna win because Netflix is worth $3 trillion. I can't believe the dollars are this high. I can't believe we're winning this much. The dollars are this high. We have such good drones and spying technology. We're winning. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. At least leftoid medicine vaccine brain niggas. Bleep that out, please. I said people. At least people whose blood has been replaced with vaccines and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse. They think that they're helping people. If winning is just drones doing an aerial display while a robot jerks me off to sample my DNA, then everything is lost. I killed a homeless person today, Chris, did you know that? It was free speech. I said, you fucking dirty ass bum ruining my street, I'll kill you. And then I used a speech gun to shoot a speech bullet into his speech head. I ripped an NFL cheerleader team. The guys too. I used free speech on them. Do they have male cheerleaders in the NFL? National League. Look it up, please. Does the NFL have male cheerleaders? That is awesome if that's true. A third of the league is male cheerleaders. America is the greatest country on earth. Here's your male cheerleaders. Is everybody on fentanyl? Everybody working at D'Angelo's? Everybody working at the mall? They're all retards? Everybody who's had their lives destroyed by Big Pharma, by the grist mill of inflation and taxation, everybody that's been betrayed by their leadership in this country, are they all retards? Is everybody who's got, this is a lot of people, who has $400 in their bank account and is getting hit with overdraft fees and has the landlord from hell, are they all retards? You work at a sub sandwich shop. You couldn't invent PayPal. If you really believe that these people are all retards, then you have no place in the discourse going on about the future of this country. You are just a computer.
They probably are dumb. Again, if these people were smart, they probably, like, by the age of 30, 40, or however long, you know, they've been doing something like that, they'd figure a way to make more money and have a better living situation. So they probably are. I think it's very rare that you could put somebody like Just name, like think of any smart person, like Bill Gates or some shit like that. And you put them in a situation where they grew up in some shitty trailer park somewhere, and, you know, they might have been in a really bad economic situation, might not have been able to get the best schooling or whatever. They couldn't go to private school, crap like that. He might not have ended up being the CEO of Microsoft, but he'd probably still have a pretty decent income. Wouldn't have been like the richest man on earth, but, you know, realistically, if he grew up in some shithole, you know, scenario, probably would have still been making like a 6-figure income or something.
Leader guy. And I don't think you really believe that. I hope to God that you don't. But if that's really what you believe, then you're not a leader. I could say fuck you. I could say take a step back and fuck your own face. But I'll say this. If you really believe that the American people are retards, which they are, we got male cheerleaders in the NFL, but if you really do not have in your heart grace and respect for the Homer Simpson, vinyl siding, economy shitbox driving retards who make your dream possible, if you have a heart, if you are a human being, then that will sting harder than telling you to go fuck yourself. You can do the go fuck yourself all day. I tell myself to go fuck myself. You say that all day. Fuck you, fuck you. I say that in the mirror when I wake up, and when I put makeup on. Who gives a fuck? If you believe these people are retards and you don't have any goodwill towards them, then you're not a leader. You're just a nerd. And there's plenty of those. There's plenty of nerds who got lucky. I bought Bitcoin, Magic the Gathering online exchange. I got lucky. There's no shortage of nerds who got lucky. There's this disturbing idea from the BoomerCon right that America is just a collection of ideas, and you bring everybody in the world, the teeming masses who are desperate for a half gallon of milk, you bring them here and all of a sudden they're hit like lightning with this idea that
$2. What's more ironic than people like Sam Hyde, who I'm sure think the CCP is retarded? Chinese government is inept, corrupt, Xi Jinping is stupid, but look, China doesn't import Indian software developers because China's so smart. Oh wait. What? You see what I mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. So he's saying China's stupid, retarded, dumb. They don't import Indians. But America's better. We do import Indians. Yeah, it's kind of... I get what you're saying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That makes them able to make this country stronger. This country's never been weaker, and it's never been more open to foreigners who aren't us. These two things, they're not unrelated, they're directly related. Would Ben Shapiro say the same thing about Israel? Israel's just a collection of ideas. Would Vivek say the same thing about India? India's just a collection of ideas, really good ideas. That's why they're doing so good. Grope women on the train. That's not a glib remark, by the way. I make a lot of jokes about Indians in my stand-up act. I had an Indian woman come up to me after a show. I thought she was going to chew me out and beat my ass, ear-beating Indian style, for the jokes that I made. She said to me, "Thank you for saying that. I went there with my 13-year-old sister, and they pulled her pants down on the train." Is that an Indian idea? When we bring them over, does that idea suddenly vanish?
STX $22. I can see you are disappointed but holding well, but anyway, try this stuff. Liposomal apigenin, curcumin longivita, liposomal luteolin, NAG Bacopa. Take them together and see how you become a beast. Mood, cognition, motivation, calmness, trough the roof. I'm not going to take those. Thanks for the donation, STX.
And they get the neural net download of American ideas? Is that how it works? The people who are mad at you right now don't view America as a collection of ideas. It's not.
Dodo donate $2. Him and people like him are arguing that we should copy China and not import Indians because China isn't importing Indians yet. These are the same people, and I would agree, that would acknowledge the Chinese government is retarded, so why should we copy retard? Well, yeah. So, and by the way, there have been a lot of American scientific achievements that were made by fucking immigrants. So... they just want ethno-nationalism. You know, at first the criticism was H-1B visas are a scam and they're just letting in anybody with these H-1B visas. But then when you show them examples of people with H-1B visas that, you know, should have gotten the H-1B visas, they still complain and say, oh, they're the wrong skin color. They're not really American. Like, it's all just a cynical ploy to promote ethno-nationalism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
An economic zone. I hate how there's this argument against Americans asking them what they built. If you're so great, what did you build? What did you build? Nothing significant that gets built. Gets built on an individualistic scale. The greatest things that humans have built, cathedrals, which if you disagree with this, it's just, you're wrong. I mean, computers are pretty up there, but cathedrals are a good example of this. Cathedrals are built over hundreds of years. They're built not just by the army of stone masons who build them, but by the towns who pay for it. They are the cream sitting on top of the cake. The cake is the soil. The cake is the vinyl siding dumbasses who are your customers, who are the people who pay for this shit by putting their retirement accounts in Vanguard mutual funds. They're the people who you owe a debt to, a debt for being able to do the stuff that you do. These H-1B tech workers that are coming in, so many of them are just managing apps that other people built. They're maintaining code bases for stuff that was built years ago. What are they making? Social media apps that collect all your data? They're making to-do apps, dating apps? Who fucking cares, man? What did they build? Mobile.
STX $20. I know those may sound like snake oil, but do some research. They are powerful molecules with lots of replicable research behind them. Not some carnivore nonsense. I literally can't be fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, STX.
Phone games. It's just stuff that feeds more into consumerism. It's not actually making life better for anybody. The sentiment that Americans aren't good enough. That's one of the darker things that has happened here. I know that Vivek Ramaswamy...
M donated $2. Why would they do this? It's a bit insensitive. They are making bad PR for themselves for no reason. On the rubble of homes in Jabalia refugee camp, northern Gaza, where residents were displaced, blah, 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 wah, celebrating the new year. I mean, they're deployed. How else are they going to celebrate the new year when they're deployed? Well, thanks for the donation, M. Elias $22, the God of the Old Testament is literally an immature child. Proverbs 124:26, New International Version. But since you refuse to listen when I call and no one pays attention when I stretch out my hand, since you disregard all my advice and do not accept my rebuke, I in turn will laugh when disaster strikes you. I will mock when calamity overtakes you. Okay, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Does believe it to be the case, and for him, this Twitter bomb was a mask-off moment in a way that I hope it wasn't for you. But that sentiment and the Twitter deboosting, algorithm change, blanket ban, all that stuff, those are the darker things in the sense of not good for humanity, not good for the future. Running Twitter the same way your enemies did before you bought it from them. Is that what you wanted when you bought this thing? Is that the let it sink in moment? Is that what you envisioned for the global meeting grounds? And we're not talking about just making the 10% of people on the left and the 10% of people on the right mad. The middle is the Overton window. You're just talking about satisfying the Overton window. This is censorship. You're engaging in censorship pretty much right off the rip here. You just bought Twitter. You just got in with Trump. You just became a Republican. You just courted the MAGA base. That's a pretty big betrayal of the role that you have stepped in to fill, whether or not it's even true, okay? I couldn't work at SpaceX. I don't have a delusion about that. It doesn't matter because you are in charge of American companies. You are an American leader. So what matters is that that's the sentiment people are walking away with after your tweet storm. It's not helped by these Patrick Bet-David wolf in sheep's clothing cocksucker podcaster guys who are just up your ass because they have money. The extent to which you deserve to be a king, more importantly, or equally importantly, how posterity will look upon your works is directly related to your attitude, your benevolence towards the American people. The Cybertruck's cool, but if America crumbles, it's because we've taken on too many outsiders who don't give a shit about the country. Then the Cybertruck will be a footnote in a Wikipedia. It'll be the DeLorean. It'll be something interesting. People look back, oh, that was kind of cool. You know why they won't be driving it? Because they'll be driving a Neo, and China will be the first to Mars. This isn't fixed by moving the goalposts of what an American is. It would be a lot easier if an American was just an Indian with an Ivy League degree. It would make this whole problem go away instantly if that worked. If you could just wave your hand and say that an American is a Guatemalan who was born here, that's an American. We wouldn't have to have this painful conversation. It would be so easy if you could do that, if it were a computer simulation. That's Marvel movie shit. An American is whoever Doctor Strange brings through the portal to beat Thanos. The new Spider-Man is an American. It's a lesbian from Sri Lanka who just came here to start up a cupcake business. But she listens to Cold Wave. And she just came here to start up her hair dye business. She's an American. She's here for the American dream. That's not reality. That's math, that's Marxism, that's computer programmer, simulation, bullshit. We all know what an American is. And all these paragraph-long definitions and high-minded ideas, it's just propaganda. We know what an American is. And if you're not here to help the American people, then your usefulness to us is over with. The right wing, Republicans, conservatives, etc., they are trolls and memers and shit posters, and they have acerbic ideas, and they're also the most forgiving people. They're the most forgiving people. Anytime anybody does anything remotely based, they are absorbed by the right.
7,777.
When they're deployed?
Joey is good.
Oh my
Joey
God.
is great. Dodo's an idiot.
Well,
There's no
thanks for
debate.
the donation, M. Elias Donatello is the
Oh
guy.
my God.
Joey, 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 Joey.
Proverbs 124:26.
Oh my God, he's looking right at you.
New international version, but
Hey.
since you refuse to listen
Oh my God. Look how handsome.
when I call and no one when they're deployed.
That's a good cat. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, the then now.
Right. Anna Kasparian talking about not feeling safe in her neighborhood. That's based, man. Anna Kasparian was red-pilled this whole time. I can't believe it. Damn. People, broadly speaking, do not expect you to be full-on 1950s racist Hank Hill, get him out guy. Get him out of here! That's not what they're looking for, okay? They're fine with the Silicon Valley tech version, the occasionally based, occasionally Neil deGrasse Tyson soy face. They love that, Elon. It's this idea that Americans aren't good enough, this misunderstanding of what America is. You're just as bad as the people you bought the website from, if this continues to be the case. Are you able?
Bish is now saying men are demons Lamau. She should be deported back to Ukraine where she belongs and fight against Russia if she is equal to a man. Check out her cuck boyfriend in her community post.
Unaware men are to the patriarchy what demons are to the devil. That's why this comparison even comes to mind, because the parallels here are extremely accurate. And as always, everything that I'm about to say applies intersectionally. This applies with race. This applies.
Women who say they can't get ahead and, like, I don't know, get a job or something because of the patriarchy are just fucking stupid. It's the same as, like, you know, like black or white people who fucking say, oh, I can't make money because the white man puts me down, or I can't make money because of DEI hires or some shit. Fucking idiot losers who just can't figure out how to do shit always blame other fucking people for their failures.
With class, and the application that we'll be discussing today is gender. Let's start with the fact that both structures have something in common. They both operate upon destruction and hierarchy. Those two things are inextricably linked. You cannot have a hierarchy without threatening to destroy someone or something, or without somehow controlling resources in a destructive way until you are able to assume control and get to the top of the hierarchy. No other way. Destruction and hierarchy go hand in hand. In order to make everybody fit into this neat little structure, you're going to have to destroy some people, and most people will only ever exist at the very bottom of the structure. This is similar to hell in that the devil's the guy in charge. He's never not going to be in charge, and all of these little demons are just his minions. And the only thing they do is serve the devil and bring.
Yeah, that's... I just... 21st Savage, Night Tiller's the usual suspects. Well, yeah. I don't know if she was being stalked. Fuck you, Italy. Hordes of North Africans invade Milan Cathedral and insult Italy and Italians. So, what are they even doing there? Yep. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
That's their only job. And when you think about it, it is the only community with one another unless that community involves serving the structure. Places that men typically make for that everybody takes for granted. They're also more easily exploited. They're more easily taken advantage of. You can trap them with a baby, unlike a man. Other people are benefiting from. Even though it's hurting them too, but they're benefiting more than you. So you're the women are and also at the same time be excluded.
Okay, this is just a unhinged rant. Oh yeah, she does have a basic bitch cuck boyfriend. Yeah, that looks like a, you know, dipshit faggot who's easy to control.
To listen to valid criticism. It's not from Russian bots. It's not a coordinated attack on you. It's tens of thousands of people pissed off because they think you betrayed them. I hope to God you're a leader. The rest of you can keep watching this right now. Check it out. asmongold.com/ what's the guy's name? Moist Critical. That's the website. asmongold.com/ Moist Critical. You can now, if you're not Elon, you can jump over to the regular video and start watching. What I actually believe, I think that the U.S. economy is grinding to a halt, and that the tech bros and investors, it's like someone tweeted about this, the bubble in the Japanese economy, where Japan was faced with the decision to either start importing people or get ready for a long winter. I saw that tweet and that immediately rang true. I think that these investor bros are counting on AI to offset
the reason Japan's economy crashed in the early 90s, and the reason why it's never really recovered, is partly due to them not allowing in any immigrants to replace labor. That was a huge fucking reason why the Japanese economy never recovered.
the loss in productivity of this dying empire. It's slowly being realized that AI is, for all intents and purposes, a glorified spell checker. I use AI all the time. I'm a pro subscriber to ChatGPT and Perplexity.ai. I have Perplexity AI as my default search engine, and it's a...
Hi, VG. Sorry to hear about your separation. May I have Jasmine's number, please?
No, I'm not gonna give out her number, but thanks for the donation.
About as good as searching forum posts was 20 years ago. It's not some revolutionary thing. It's extra-dimensional autocomplete. The words have weighting and tone and various other dimensions that are vectors, and what you get at the end of it is an article that can almost fool a computer into thinking it was written by a human. I think there's a game of musical chairs going on with money, and people are desperate for a way to keep that game of musical chairs going, even if it means fucking us over. The idea that these tech guys want to bring in exceptional people is just not true. They're looking to hire basically slaves who can't leave their company without leaving the country, who will work for 50%. That's the other thing. They keep saying they'll work 80 hours a week, which is bullshit. Nobody works 80 hours a week. They work 20 hours a week of actual work, and the rest of the time is spent fucking around on the phone and showing the boss that they're working 80 hours a week, sitting in the office. They're not actually working 80 hours a week. And furthermore, why should anybody have to work 80 hours a week? Why is this a race to create slaves? Why is that a good thing? Why is that a humane thing? Why is that good for humanity? How is it possible, if you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you're left or right, why is it a good thing to want slaves? They'll work 100 hours a week. They'll work in their sleep.
Jaquavius, Cumberdale donate tellers, is this actually legit? Doesn't it seem a bit fishy? How did they do it? The study doesn't have a control group. Okay, vegan collagen. Revitalizing, blah, 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 beauty, wellness. Whatever. It's... who cares? Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
They'll work 200 hours a week. They'll work infinity. They'll have no lives. That's not a good thing. If you want more hours out of somebody, you have to pay them more. It's just money. They'll do it for 20,000. That's what they're saying. They're pretending like they're complimenting their diligence and their work ethic. What they're really saying is, we can hire them for cheaper. That's what that means. 80 hours a week.
The truth is, Jasmine tried to rip your balls off. Years ago I called Jasmine a bitch and got insane heat for it. Today I was proven right. Thank you. Thank you. Also, you should remove her little member remote sticker thingy. Being a bachelor is pretty great.
Yeah, I should probably do that. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Or pay them $100,000 more a year. It's the same thing. They're just saying you can pay these people $150,000 instead of $400,000 or $80,000 instead of $250,000. It's just money. Any system that gets set up is going to be gamed. This one is gamed by Indians who are master gamers. Pull up the Cognizant article. This is a company that was found guilty of setting a pattern and practice of discrimination against non-South Asian and non-Indian workers. That's not the intention of the program. The intention of the program is to create a meritocracy. But like Thomas Sowell said, you have to judge things on their outcomes, not their intentions. You can make a law called the everybody good, free money, everything good law, but if the end result is that quality of life goes to shit, that's what you have to judge it on. And so this H-1B stuff, you can't judge it on the floral, high-minded, beautiful, humanistic language that's used to sell it. That's just propaganda. You have to judge it on the end result. Here's another one: hire workers at a fraction of the cost of American workers, force them to work longer hours because they won't leave their job because if they quit, they're gone from America. This is not helped by a government oversight committee or anything like that. It's just the case that when you set up a system that can be gamed, it gets gamed. That's how people work. They're looking for the path of least resistance. They're looking to maximize their benefit from the system. That's just human nature. Massive payouts over claims they discriminated against American workers in favor of foreign workers. Apple paid $25 million to the DIA, which is like $25 to a regular person. Apple engaged in a pattern of citizenship status discrimination in recruitment positions. The claim that we can't find talented people here is nonsense. It's dishonest. The claim should be that we can't afford to pay talented people enough, or we don't want to. Sorry for getting overly serious here with you. At the end of the day, I think you should buy Bitcoin. There's this tendency to want powerful people or people in a leadership position. You get emotional when their every worldview doesn't line up with yours. You know, Trump's not based enough, or Joe Rogan's too whatever. But these are the men who define our times, and I think it's important you allow them to be flawed people to some extent, but also to push back when they go nuts. But in this case, I think that it's critically important. It's moist critically important. It's moist critical. This is the whole thing that Moist Critical says every time we talk to him. He put it all on the line to become the free speech guy and to turn Twitter into the global discussion space of the world. And you don't accidentally become adored by people. He can't just say, oh, I was just building a business and then I was saying stuff online and then I guess people looked up to me. No. There are plenty of quiet billionaires. There are plenty of quiet moneymakers, inventors. There are plenty of quiet engineers. There are plenty of people who aren't going to the Met Gala in the Satan costume. Okay? There are plenty of people like that. You don't accidentally become the hope of a nation. You don't accidentally become the hope of a generation. You don't. So if he wants that, I think he can have it. And I think he deserves a shot at course correction. He's been under attack by everybody for his whole entire career. So I think he deserves that shot. If he fumbles this, then that's his legacy. I don't have any sort of committed opinion as to what's going to happen from here. I'm mostly concerned with Asmongold, as we said. Moist Critical. What games are they playing? Tall Guy, what was that game we played? Tall Man Run, that's what I'll be doing tonight. A little bit of Raid Shadow Legends, is that the game? Last War Survivor, big into that these days. I'm mostly doing that. Elon's #1 ranked Diablo 4, huge achievement. I'm #1 ranked Raid Shadow Legends. Raid what? Last Survivor? Last Survivor. I'm #1 on that Last Survivor. Check me out on the boards there, guys, all right? Boom. Peace.
Well, some of that was a little smart, and some of that was pretty stupid. As is typical with those sorts of things. Let's see. I don't think I'm gonna bother watching that Greg video.
I have this to say. It is a shameful spectacle to see how the whole democratic world is oozing sympathy for the poor, tormented Jewish people, but remains hard-hearted and obdurate when it comes to helping them, which is surely, in view of its attitude, an obvious duty. The arguments that are brought up as an excuse for not helping them actually speak for us Germans and Italians. For this is what they say. 1, we, that is the democracies, are not in a position to take in the Jews. Yet in these empires there are not 10 people to the square kilometer, while Germany, with her 135 inhabitants to the square kilometer, is supposed to have room for them. 2, they assure us we cannot take them unless Germany is prepared to allow them a certain amount of capital to bring with them as immigrants. For hundreds of years, Germany was good enough to receive these elements, although they possessed nothing except infectious political and physical diseases. What they possess today, they have by a very large extent gained at the cost of the less astute German nation by the most reprehensible manipulations. Today, we are merely paying this people what it deserves. When the German nation was, thanks to the inflation instigated and carried through by Jews, deprived of the entire savings which it had accumulated in years of honest work, when the rest of the world took away the German nation's foreign investments, when we were divested of the whole of our colonial possessions, these philanthropic considerations evidently carried little noticeable weight with democratic statesmen. Today I can only assure these gentlemen that thanks to the brutal education with which the democracies favored us for 15 years, we are completely hardened to all attacks of sentiment. After more than 800,000 children of the nation had died of hunger and undernourishment at the close of the war, we witnessed almost 1 million head of milking cows being driven away from us in accordance with the cruel paragraphs of a dictate which the humane democratic apostles of the world forced upon us as a peace treaty. We witnessed over 1 million German prisoners of war being retained in confinement for no reason at all for a whole year after the war was ended. We witnessed over 1.5 million Germans being torn away from all that they possessed in the territories lying on our frontiers and being whipped out with practically only what they wore on their backs. We had to endure having millions of our fellow countrymen torn from us without their consent and without their being afforded the slightest possibility.
Now, it's very strange how the way he speaks about Jews is very similar to the way, like, Trump speaks about immigrants.
Of existence. I could supplement these examples with dozens of the most cruel kind. For this reason, we ask to be spared all sentimental talk. The German nation does not wish its interests to be determined and controlled by any foreign nation. France to the French, England to the English, America to the Americans, and Germany to the Germans. We are resolved to prevent the settlement in our country of a strange people which was capable of snatching for itself all the leading positions in the land, and to oust it, for it is our will to educate our own nation for these leading positions. We have hundreds of thousands of very intelligent children of peasants and of the working classes. We shall have them educated. In fact, we have already begun, and we wish that one day they, and not the representatives of an alien race, may hold the leading positions in the state together with our educated classes. Above all, German culture, as its name
Yeah, this is literally the MAGA movement.
alone shows, is German and not Jewish, and therefore its management and care will be entrusted to members of our own nation. If the rest of the world cries out with a hypocritical mien against this barbaric expulsion from Germany of such an irreplaceable and culturally eminently valuable element, we can only be astonished at the conclusions they draw from this situation. For how thankful they must be that we are releasing these precious apostles of culture and placing them at the disposal of the rest of the world. In accordance with their own declarations, they cannot find a single reason to excuse themselves for refusing to receive this most valuable race in their own countries, nor can I see a reason why the members of this race should be imposed upon the German nation, while in the states, which are so enthusiastic about these splendid people, their settlement should suddenly be refused with every imaginable excuse. I think that the sooner this problem is solved, the better, for Europe cannot settle down until the Jewish question is cleared up. It may very well be possible that sooner or later an agreement on this problem may be reached in Europe, even between those nations which otherwise do not so easily come together. The world has sufficient space for settlements, but we must once and for all get rid of the opinion that the Jewish race was only created by God for the purpose of being in a certain percentage a parasite living on the body and the productive work of other nations. The Jewish race will have to adapt itself to sound constructive activity as other nations do, or sooner or later it will succumb to a crisis of an inconceivable magnitude. One thing I should like to say on this day, which may be memorable for others as well as for us Germans, in the course of my life I have very often been a prophet and have usually been ridiculed for it. During the time of my struggle for power, it was in the first instance the Jewish race which only received my prophecies with laughter when I said that I would one day take over the leadership of the state, and with it that of the whole nation, and that I would then, among many other things, settle the Jewish problem. Their laughter was uproarious, but I think that for some time now they have been laughing on the other side of their face. Today I will once more be a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. The nations are no longer willing to die on the battlefield so that this unstable international race may profiteer from a war or satisfy its Old Testament vengeance.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy how a lot of the MAGA movement have a very similar sentiment. Well, it is fucking late. I know a bunch of you sent me some of these videos to react to, but I've been streaming for almost 8 hours, and I think we'll just react to this tomorrow, and we'll continue watching all these tomorrow night. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had a good time, and I'll see you all tomorrow. So, sweet dreams.